What implies a pleasant situation? Juha suddenly revealed a piece of information. Here, in this Avantir, that happened. Images of gigantic monsters appeared. 1,000 years ago, there were many gates here. In the sky, giant birds spread their wings wide, and on the ground they ceaselessly slaughtered the people, but we couldn't stop the monsters coming out from there. Humanity was destroyed once. The image of the entire kingdom submerged in a sea of blood was still vivid. Juha seemed a bit hesitant. Although a long time has passed, all the gates in Avantir have disappeared, but there are still monsters bred from the things that came out of those gates. Junho pondered while drinking coffee. A world that was destroyed once, huh? At this moment, with blushing cheeks, Juha lowered her voice. But hey, about the thing I asked you last time, how is it? Junho widened his eyes in surprise, then took out a book, making Juha exclaim, "Is this it?" Taking the book, she hugged it tightly to her chest, happy to the point of tears. "Thank you, I really like Spectre. There's even a heart here." Junho looked smug. "Glad you like it." Suddenly, Juha held out something. "Take this. You won the bet, so I have a gift for you." Junho took the sealed envelope in his hand and shook it slightly. "It's not a handwritten letter, is it?" Juha immediately corrected him. "It's a letter of introduction." Saying this, she added with a smile, "With this, you can dine with Viscount Hoseo of the Malia territory." Junho was utterly astonished. A noble and dining with a viscount at that?
Floating in the air, Saoli listened silently. She heard Juha wondering to herself that it was just a meal. If she pleased the Viscount, perhaps she might receive a quest? Juno appeared curious. "Quest? You mean a quest like in a game?" Juha nodded and began to explain. "That's right. If you help people in this world, they will repay you. That's why everyone wants to get close to the nobility, because they reward very well." The image of the dimensional gate immediately appeared in his mind. Juha carefully advised. Also, to go to another city, using the teleport gate is the most convenient. That's right. You can't use that." Juno's face immediately went pale. "Why can't I use it?" Juha didn't say another word. "Look at your status window." Looking down to observe, Juno thought to himself, applying the title effect, so every stat increased by 30. When he saw the line Identity Visitor, Juno couldn't help but exclaim,
"What is this? I see it says Visitor. What does that mean?" Standing in front, Juha explained, "All players who come here hold the status of a visitor and are allowed to stay for 90 days. Sunlight covered the wall." Juha added, "If you work hard on quests, the Adventurer Guild will give you an identification card." Juho exclaimed in surprise. "Gosh!" Juha stood up straight. "You finished your drink, right? Let's go now." As she stepped forward, she gave a slight smile. "One last thing. You probably heard it already, but be careful of other players. Do you understand?" Junho replied calmly. "Well, I'm not the type to meet people who like to stab others in the back." Juha suddenly handed him a few items. "You must be careful. Also, this is a map of the Empire and a guidebook specifically for our guild members." Walking away and blending into the crowd, Juha said, "I'm giving this to you as a senior in the industry." Junho called out worriedly, "Is it okay for you to leak materials out like that?" Hearing that, Juha didn't reply, but just smiled. "Work hard. Next time I'll pick something more expensive." When she had left, Soli spoke up from behind in admiration. "How interesting. Doesn't she look a lot like a fox?" Junho sighed slightly. "What are you saying?" Then he rubbed his chin in thought. "Besides, so what if she's a fox? It's close to dogs and cats anyway."
Sale massaged her forehead. Goodness, he really understood nothing about women. Then she asked, "All right, what's your plan now?" Junho made a suggestion. "You said the city is called Avantir, right? I intend to stay here, so I need to find lodging first." Hearing this, Sale excitedly pointed at a giant building in the distance. "If it's lodging, how about over there?" "Actually, I've noticed it for a while now." Junho pointed behind him. "No, I'm going over to the other side." Sale followed his gaze. "Which side?" As soon as she saw it, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that a dilapidated inn?" Junho looked up with pride. "Even the name is really cool." Looking into the distance, he became more serious. "I need information that everyone exchanges regarding raw materials." Sale still wouldn't give up. "If that's the case, shouldn't there be more people over at Frontier?" Junho emphasized again. "Raw is fine." Inside a small alley, a man was being cornered against a wall. There was nowhere left to hide. Falling flat on the ground, watching the large figure approaching, he trembled uncontrollably. "I don't have anything. What do you people want from me after all?" The underlings turned around in unison upon hearing the call. "What do we want? You dare come to Avantir without any strength?" The man's body shook violently as a voice echoed from above. "Catching the eye of Lord Heli here is what matters." The man looked confused. "Heli?" As soon as the words left his lips, his face was stomped on violently by a foot. "That's right, that's my name." The sounds of punching and kicking echoed through the alley. A moment later, Heli turned and walked away. "It's so hot. Let's see how much we got." Tossing the gold coins in his hand, he looked extremely excited.
30 gold? See, you have to beat them to get them to cough up the money. Saying this, Heli bared his teeth, smiling with satisfaction. As expected, new players are the warriors who can endure.
The next day, at an eatery with an old signboard covered in cobwebs, Junho's tall figure pushed the door open and entered. He and So-Lee walked in together. She remained excited. "It's really lively here, contractor." Meanwhile, he suddenly remembered something. It truly felt like being in an inn inside a game. Junho scratched his head while looking around. Inside, players from Earth and adventurers of this world were sitting mixed together. He understood very well that you could distinguish players from adventurers by the fact that only players had a Vita. So-Lee asked, "How do you plan to get information?" Junho smiled confidently. "I have a plan." Hakan handed him a menu. "What would you like to order?" Junho turned to reply, "Give me the best dish in the house, a bottle of wine, and a cup of tea." He offered a suggestion. "Would you like to order lamb, Hino beer, and black tea?" He immediately agreed. "Sounds good, give me those." Two men with scarred faces were glancing at him. Hakan announced, "The total is 51 coins, and you have to pay in advance."
At this moment, Junho recalled Juha's advice. Just treat 1 copper as $1. He started stroking his chin and calculating. 100 coppers equal 1 silver. 100 silvers are, Junho sank into thought. 51 coppers, huh? He immediately took out his gold pouch, poured out a few coins, and asked, "Is this enough?" This action astonished So-Lee so much that her jaw dropped. Watching the gold coins continuously falling onto the table, Hakan hurriedly cried out, "Dear customer," he reminded him, "this is gold, not copper." Even Junho was stunned. Is that so? This is my first time here, so I'm a bit confused." Hakan reached out and picked one up. "I will take 1 coin and give you the change. Also, you shouldn't let others see that pile of gold, or crooks might try to take advantage." He put away the remaining gold coins and smiled in response. "I'll keep that in mind." Junho thought to himself that he had received 1,000 gold from the Reuben Empire before coming here. So-Lee looked curious. "Contractor, you were just showing off your wealth, weren't you?" He retorted, "No way. Captain Gong already taught me about the prices here earlier." Junho blinked, while silently calculating. It's just that flies usually swarm around those with money. From a nearby corner, a brown-haired thug stood up, menacingly approached where he was sitting, and slammed his hand loudly onto the table.
The brown-haired thug pointed straight at his face and questioned aggressively, "I remember you. Why don't we have a little chat, Mr. Player?" The thug made a proposal without beating around the bush. "I'll get straight to the point. I'm quite interested in your money. Why don't we go somewhere quiet to talk a bit?" This scene made Hakan tremble with fear. In contrast, Junho remained indifferent and silently mused in his head. So he is the strongest fly in this inn. Seol, standing next to him, immediately commented, "He looks like he's going to cause trouble for you." Amidst everyone's tense anticipation, Junho suddenly nodded in agreement. "All right, lead the way." Satisfaction appeared clearly on the brown-haired thug's face. Big Brother said that players are all idiots. Looks like Big Brother was right. When they stepped out into a dark, deserted corner outside, his face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes, sharp as daggers, made the other guy terrified to the point of gritting his teeth and frowning.
Junho used one leg to pin down one thug, the other to kick another in the stomach, while his elbow struck a third with precision, causing screams to ring out from all directions. The brown-haired thug's jaw dropped in terror, his body pressed tight against the wall, daring not to move. Then he couldn't help but scream, "Damn it, this isn't just strong, it's too strong." Before he could finish his sentence, a fist flew straight at his face. The fist stopped right in front of the thug's face, and Junho glanced at him, asking, "Done talking?" The thug obediently replied, "Yes, sir, I'm done." He ordered, "Kneel." The brown-haired thug, not understanding what was happening, exclaimed, "Huh?" Without a word of explanation, Junho began his countdown. 10, 9. Just as the number 8 left his lips, the guy hurriedly prostrated himself at Junho's feet. Sully remarked, "They are too weak." He nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Good, now spill everything." Junho continued asking, "Everything you know, including your boss's location." Hearing this, the brown-haired thug frowned and pursed his lips tightly. "The boss's location?" He stammered, "I don't know anything." But meeting Junho's gaze, he let out a terrified scream and hurriedly confessed, "Big Brother, he's probably at the casino." Not long after, at the casino pointed out by the brown-haired thug, Junho involuntarily coughed in the thick smoke-filled air where the crowd was gathering.
Junho spoke up. "Is this a casino or a furnace full of smoke?" The thug's voice rang out again. "My boss is named Ali, a notorious thug in Avantier." The brown-haired thug continued to reveal more details. Casinos, bars, the boss is involved in everything related to entertainment. He also works with the nobility, so he knows a lot more information than a small fry. Junho narrowed his eyes, sensing that the atmosphere here was worlds apart from the inn. Without hesitation, he walked over, pulled out a chair, got straight to the point, and asked, "Mind if I sit here?" Ali couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, "Oh ho, I've never seen your face before." Junho replied, That's because I just arrived in Avantier. He winked and burst out laughing. I didn't expect the first thing you'd do after arriving here was to enter a casino. I can guess how you've lived your life until now. But the stakes here are a bit high. Do you have enough money? He replied confidently.
Done. On the table, the cards were revealed, while Healy's eyes were glued to Juno, who was focused on stacking his chips. The man in the brown shirt sitting next to him had lost all patience, his face scowling. Seeing this, he frowned in confusion. What the hell is this? Juno remained a surprising variable to Healy. He thought this bastard was just a rookie, but it had been an hour already and they were still playing. Even so, he confidently asserted that his opponent was him, Fivu, a gambling genius. Fivu silently calculated in his head. He had captured 359. Was he a pro from somewhere else? Just then, Juno's eyes became unusually serious. You're skilled too. In his ear, Soli's voice gave instructions. From left to right, the second card has no pair and the first card has a pair. Ah, Fivu has a pair of twos. He immediately shouted, "Raise the bet!" Observing from afar, Healy voiced his admiration. He's good. Is today his day? This is the first time I've seen Fivu lose money, curiosity evident on his face. So who is this bastard? His subordinate offered an assessment. He seems to be a player with very good gambling skills. Healy immediately objected. Good gambling skills? Are you sure he isn't cheating? He looked disgruntled and issued an order. How dare he touch my money? Bring him here. The subordinate bowed in obedience. Yes, sir. The black-haired man's face darkened as he silently cursed. Damn it, at this rate I'll have to leave the game without being able to do anything. He glanced to signal the dealer behind him. The dealer understood and announced, I will shuffle the deck. Suddenly, Soli screamed in panic. Fake technique! The dealer is pulling a second deal. She clutched her head, frowning as she reported. They are trying to cheat. The dealer is on their side too. Juno's hand flipped his cards as he calculated. Well, I thought about that too. Actually, I thought they would act sooner. He spoke up. I think I'll stop here. Healy immediately made an offer. Are you serious? Why don't we play a few more rounds? Juno jumped up from his chair. I've won so much money that I'm starting to feel scared. It would be a waste if I played more and lost. He continued to try and hold him back.
However, right at that moment, the brown-haired underling approached and said, Please wait a moment, sir. He calmly turned around and exclaimed, Me? The guy relayed the message. Our boss would like to buy you a drink. Please follow us upstairs. Seol, who was lying lazily on Juno's head, spoke up. The boss is definitely the big brother of that group from earlier, right? Hearing that, he immediately agreed. All right, lead the way. The brown-haired underling turned around to lead the way and introduced the place. This is the VIP room. Usually only nobles are allowed in. She rolled her eyes and gave a reminder. It's really dark here. Be careful, contractor.
Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from somewhere. Welcome. Junho was startled and turned toward the sound, where Healy was standing with his back to him. Healy spoke. Players who set foot in the casino always use all sorts of special abilities to cheat. Can you guess why I still let them in? He turned around and answered his own question. That is because I am confident in my ability to take back my money. Healy had quickly deduced his identity. It seems you are quite famous, player So Junho. He also hadn't expected his background to be investigated so clearly. Facing the large table presided over by Healy, Junho stood there with two henchmen guarding both sides. He picked up his personal information sheet and started reading aloud. Name, So Junho, you are a player and your level is around 30. Healy remarked, You are quite famous. Junho calmly replied, It seems you have investigated me, haven't you? He revealed another detail. Players tell me everything when I ask about you. This is why you should behave nicely. Healy repeated his question. Players entering the gambling area all use a heap of special skills to cheat. Can you guess why I let them in? With a tone almost like an affirmation, he crumpled the paper tight until it was crushed. That is because I am confident I can take the money back. Healy introduced himself. I control everything related to the entertainment sector of the city, and of course I also have a close relationship with the nobility. He offered a conjecture. No matter how strong a player is, here they are just outsiders. In the end, they cannot go against the nobility. Healy asked again as if wanting to verify once more. Am I wrong? Junho, with his hand active inside his pocket, replied while pulling out a chip, surprising everyone present. No, you are right, so let me propose this. Junho stated, I will return all the chips I have won. He was extremely generous as he laid it all out on the table, and then stated his request. In exchange, you will sell me information about those nobles. This proposal made Ali exclaim in astonishment. What? His fist clenched so tight it trembled. You want to return the money you scammed me out of and then buy information? It would be easier to just take your money by force. Junho expressed his regret. I was trying to solve the problem peacefully, but I guess it was a waste of effort. Two henchmen immediately stepped forward, wielding swords, their knuckles cracking as they moved. He also slowly curled his hand into a fist. You guys should have listened to me when I was trying to resolve this through negotiation, right? The bespectacled henchman swung his sword and rushed in. With a look of excitement, he slashed a path, but Junho managed to lean back and dodge. He growled, his open palm rushing forward to deliver a straight strike. Without a second of hesitation, Junho grabbed the bespectacled henchman's face, leaving him panicked and confused about what was happening. Next, he used his strength to push him back a long distance, slammed him hard against the wall, and finally threw him onto the table right in front of Ollie. The remaining two were stunned by his ability. As Junho raised his foot to stomp on the henchman, he quickly rolled away. "What are you idiots doing?"
The bespectacled lackey managed to dodge in time while the other fell back, breaking the table. He roared in anger. "What is that bastard doing?" He bent down to pick up the chips scattered on the floor. When Junho looked up, the two lackeys had stood up, swords in hand, ready for battle. Picking up a chip, Junho infused magic power into it and flashed a sly smile at them. Then he flicked the chips one by one straight into their faces. The stomachs and hands of the two lackeys were also hit in succession, causing them to scream in pain with twisted faces. After dealing with them, he let out a sigh. You really have to be beaten to listen. Suddenly, Heli appeared behind Junho, holding a gun and roaring, "Freeze!" He turned around, his expression indifferent, and remarked, "A gun?" The man nodded in confirmation. "That's right, this is a gun that players love to use." Heli issued an order, "Leave all the chips and get lost. If you do, I'll let you go." Junho remained in his stance and asked, "What about the information on the nobles?" The man gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you think I'd give that to you?" At this moment, Heli's patience ran out. "I warned you to leave while I was still letting you be." His magic had slowly approached the man, and by the time Heli realized it, the gun in his hand had vanished, making him gasp in astonishment. "What?" The gun from before was now resting comfortably in Junho's hand. "That's right, while I'm still letting you keep your life." The man was so terrified that his jaw dropped as he muttered to himself.
Since when? Is he really only level 30? Even though fear made his whole body tremble and cold sweat poured down his head, Ali still tried to steel himself and raised his voice in a threat. "Think carefully, you bastard. I mean, Seo Juno, you'll be in trouble if you touch me. This isn't just an issue between us." He still replied in an indifferent tone. "Who cares?" Ali's arm involuntarily shook uncontrollably as he silently thought, "Is he really planning to shoot? Am I, the boss, really going to die like this?" Seo Juno began to twirl the gun barrel. "It seems you are braver than I thought." At this point, the man hurriedly waved his hands in surrender. I'll talk, so don't shoot." However, a deafening gunshot still tore through the space, shaking the entire building. Ali kept his eyes squeezed shut, his body trembling violently, until he opened one eye and witnessed a bullet flying straight towards him. Immediately, he used 2 fingers to neatly catch the bullet. "You should have said that from the start. Now, let's have a chat." Even now, Haley still couldn't compose himself, his whole body trembling incessantly. The next morning, in a familiar, lovely house, Junho cheerfully appeared with a book in his hand. He said, "Everyone has worked hard all week. Thanks to you all, I've got a ton of information about the second floor." He ordered, "You two can go now." With a gloomy expression, the brown-haired subordinate exclaimed, "Really?" Haley cheered joyfully. "You're not joking, are you?" Junho's voice changed slightly. "Don't make me say it a second time," and before he could finish, the two of them shot out the door like arrows, not forgetting to shout, "Goodbye." Soli appeared and said, "Finally, it's quiet." He also happily replied, "That's right." He said, "Now let's put this information to use." Junho rubbed his chin and announced, "First, we'll go do a quest." The two approached a large notice board to read information, where many others were already gathered. Junho sank into thought. Which one is good? I want to practice hunting. Soli also observed seriously. Finally, he took down a yellowed paper and said, "This one is okay." It was a wolf hunting quest with D-rank difficulty. Information: hunt 50 wolves on the western plains of Avantir. Reward: 3 silver, 27 copper, and 50 reputation points. Finishing his words, Junho turned and walked away. They say the hunting competition will be held in 10 days.
So I have to quickly level up to at least 50 before it starts. Just then, Saley gripped his hair tightly and looked grumpy. "But hey, contractor, you're walking too fast. Can't you go slower?" Juno looked confused. "You can fly, though." She still lay sprawled on his head and spoke up. "I'm trying to endure this." Juno could only frown helplessly. However, his steps only got faster, causing Saley to fall behind. She hovered in the air and shouted, "I said you're walking too fast." He replied, all right. However, he was completely unaware that someone was secretly stalking him. Heli looked full of excitement. Truly, there was no prey more delicious than a rookie who had just ascended to the second floor. Being tailed, the two moved into a forest, where Juno looked at the remaining traces and exclaimed, "Whiptail wolves." Saley observed and then asked, Judging by the footprints, they seem quite big." While kneeling to check, Juno picked up a tuft of remaining fur with his hand and asked, "So how strong do you think they are?" She replied,
If they are an amusing opponent, you have to clear this fog if you want to see the way, right? He nodded in agreement. You're right. Now I can't tell where their territory begins. Sailey suddenly realized. You say that, but your face is beaming with excitement.
Junho scratched his head. There were no monsters like this on Earth. This was a chance to measure the strength of the monsters in the frontier region. She spoke up to remind him. You still shouldn't lower your guard, though. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed, clearly, wait, this sound is... Junho looked excited. The whip wolves have finally appeared, huh? The violent blade appeared in his hand, and at the same time, a pack of whip wolves was surrounding Junho tightly. He said to Sailey, look at their tails. They really look like whips. She replied, that's why they're called whip wolves. Immediately after, Junho rushed forward. All right, let's see. When he swung his sword to slash the first whip wolf, it roared in pain. While attacking, Junho blurted out, now I understand why players don't take this quest. They are stronger than I thought. He was also pushed back and had to use his legs to steady himself. Junho silently calculated, I intended to play around before finishing it, but another whip wolf lunged to attack. He swung a strike of the violent blade, slashing through the wolves' encirclement and shouting, changing plans. They opened their wide mouths in pain and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, Junho laughed with extreme delight as he launched himself into the air.
They were the perfect opponents to get used to the stat changes from the spring opener. Not far away, a group of people stood watching. Their eyes were glued to the scene of Junho fighting the pack of whip-tailed wolves. It turned out to be Dell standing over there. He spoke up and asked, it's just him alone, and there are 4 of us. Why are we hesitating? A teammate blurted out, what? You don't know that's Seo Junho? Ah, I guess no one here knows about him. He explained to himself, that guy over there is Seo Junho, a famous super rookie on the first floor. They say he can rival Kim Woo-Kim Liu-jung in tournament. The scar-faced man exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that. The red-haired guy continued, but it hasn't been long since he set foot on the second floor, so his level is around 30, while ours is 70. Dell observed carefully. I think just that weapon he's wielding must be worth hundreds of gold. We'll jump him all at once. He won't be able to react in time. He outlined the plan. I will approach him without arousing suspicion. Then the rest is up to you guys. The other 3 frowned in consideration. Why did he take the easiest part? Dell was still in a waiting mode. If that thing is really worth 100 gold, our lives are about to get good. Let's go harvest the spoils. On the other side, the whip-tailed wolves were knocked away one by one. A while later, Junho stepped on the head of a wolf and sighed in relief as he could finally go back to submit the quest.
Junho said, my fame will increase. Sully spoke up asking, didn't that tall girl mention it already? The benefits will increase when you have higher fame. At this moment, Junho appeared curious. Why do you keep calling Captain Gong tall? Anyway, I don't think it will be easy to increase fame just by completing missions alone. It would increase a lot if I could meet a criminal somewhere. She remarked, you bet too much on luck. He scratched his head. Isn't it okay to rely on luck for once? Suddenly, Sully discovered something and exclaimed, it seems your wish has come true. Junho wondered, what do you mean? She replied, someone has been near you for a while, and you didn't notice. He confidently guessed, maybe they are my fans. Sully couldn't understand at all. How does your brain work to reach this level? Junho still insisted he was right. They must be a fan who went through a horde of monsters just to meet me, right? The man nodded, pretending, huh? Yes, you're right. Absolutely correct. His body trembled. Can I get an autograph? He smiled happily until his eyes formed crescents. Of course. Do you have a pen and paper? His 3 teammates couldn't believe it at all. It actually worked. Junho even suggested himself, I'll take a picture with you if you have a camera. Sully looked a bit annoyed. Hey, contractor. However, Helly replied, a signature is fine. He asked, do you want me to write anything special? The man pretended to be friendly. Good luck, or something decent. Just then, a gleaming white sword appeared from behind Junho as the red-haired guy was secretly approaching. Good job, Helly. Sully gaped and shouted, contractor, don't you realize they are setting a trap for you? Of course they are. How could they be your fans? She couldn't help but laugh mockingly. What did I tell you? Junho let out a tired sigh and replied, don't tell me they think I didn't notice. He asked aloud, do they look down on me that much? The blue-haired guy seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, he was surprised to stumble upon the corpse of a whip-tailed wolf. What? How many did he catch? I thought he was only level 30. Helly continued his act, reaching out his hand. Can I shake your hand? Junho nodded. Sure. He went straight to the point. But do you think 4 people are enough? The man shouted in surprise. What do you mean? Junho asked back. I mean, is it enough to defeat me? As soon as the words ended, Helly's arm was covered in frost, causing him to grit his teeth in horror. He exposed the plot. You should bring at least 40 people if you want to play for real. Realizing the situation was going south, the scar-faced man swung his sword and charged. Damn it, die! Junho stepped back.
On his hand, a stream of blue magic flashed. Then he swung his hand heavily into the guy's face. Amidst his astonishment, the scar-faced man coughed up blood and flew straight back into the distance. Meanwhile, his other hand still tightly gripped the blade, causing frost to gradually cover his entire body. The blue-haired guy rotated his hand to summon his flames. "Damn it, get out of the way!" He turned back in time to see the attack. Then Junho gently dodged, using the blade as a shield. Just like that, the man glared at the fire rushing towards him. The moment the smoke and fire flared up, he spun around and rushed towards the boy. Junho's large hand reached out once again, making the blue-haired guy widen his eyes in fear. When his hand tightened around the boy's face, only muffled sounds could be heard. "I'm sorry, Junho didn't bother to care, twisting his hand once, causing the blue-haired guy to fall silent immediately. The scar-faced man from before hurriedly looked for a way to escape. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm telling you, please let me go." He reached out and fired frost magic towards him. As soon as the scar-faced man looked back, he saw sharp ice spikes flying right at him. Finally, he collapsed, with a few fragile shards of ice still scattered around. Sully spoke up to remind him, "If you do this, it won't be easy to bring them back." Junho coldly uttered, "They deserved it." Suddenly, he laughed cheerfully. "I'm sure my fame will skyrocket, since I only fought back in self-defense, right?" She sighed in response and bluntly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Yeah.
It will increase tremendously, Awakener." Outside the door was a badge carved with the word Guild, and Junho stepped into the establishment. The employee sitting bored at the counter was startled, looked up, and recognized him. "Huh? Aren't you the rookie who took the quest this morning?" He nodded. "That's right." The employee wondered. "Then why are you back already?" The sentence was left unfinished as Junho slammed something heavy onto the table, causing the employee to immediately realize what it was and shout, "Is that wolfskin? And they are so intact. You must be very experienced to take their lives in one move for the skin to be this good."
At this moment, the staff member suddenly remembered and asked, "May I ask what your name is?" He cheerfully replied, "So Junho." Hearing this, the staff member was so excited that he jumped up. "If you are So Junho, then you are the one who caught the culprit behind the kidnappings. You're amazing. You are the savior of Avantier." Junho thought to himself shyly, "Has the good news spread already?" The staff member proactively suggested, "I will prepare missions suitable for your abilities and qualities from now on. Player So Junho." Then he pushed the door and walked out. "See you again then." As soon as he stepped out, a system notification rang out. Fame, 550. Junho leaned against the wall. "And thanks to the fame points, I don't need to go to the quest board anymore." Soli asked curiously, "How do you find fighting at the frontier contractor?" He gave his assessment. "It's fun, just like playing a game." She continued, "Hearing you say that means you enjoy the feeling of fighting new monsters." Suddenly, Soli looked into the distance. "Contractor, that person over there is—" In the distance, Hakan was pleading earnestly, "Please, I beg you." Heli lost all patience and swung his fist. "I said no." The old man continued to plead, "Please help me just this once." Annoyance was clearly visible on the guy's face. "How many more times do I have to tell you, old man? No, I don't want to help. That's not going to happen." Suddenly, a punch landed on Heli's head, making him turn around in anger. "Which damn idiot—" No, I mean, boss?" Junho's voice rang out coldly. "Harassing others again?" Just by him raising his fist, Heli retreated in fear. He shouted indignantly, "Boss, this is really unfair. Why do you assume I'm the one harassing him? He's the one harassing me. He keeps asking me to do an impossible mission."
Junho glanced at Hakan and asked, "What's with him? His aura and presence are quite something." He continued to ask, "What is his request?" Healy hesitated and replied, "Well, he made an offer. Let's go to my workplace for now, as this doesn't seem like a suitable place to talk." Once the three of them were seated at a table, Healy introduced them. "This old man is named Hakan. He is a retired mercenary." Hakan corrected him, "I am still active." The guy nodded. Right. And this is Mr. So Junho, a player. He may not look like it, but he's very strong." The old man asked doubtfully, "Stronger than you?" Healy looked awkward. "Well, if I were to speak accurately about the power gap between him and me, it would take a lot of ink, probably about 3 pages. At this point, Junho finally spoke up. "Are you writing on the kind of paper I know? Anyway, Uncle Hakan, I heard you were looking for him because you had a favor to ask." Hakan nodded. "Right, I need help." Heli cut in. "You know, this man is actually trying to enter a dungeon even though he's a retired mercenary. He asked me to raid that dungeon with him, but why the hell would I go to a place like that?" He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "A dungeon. Materials collected from the boss monster in there sell for a very good price." Then he turned to ask Hakan, "Do you have any information about the dungeon?" He nodded. "It is the dungeon of the phantom thief Seraphim." Hakan began to recount the story. 10 years ago, both my wife and I were mercenaries, and we raided a dungeon together. In there, we found a stone tablet containing ancient text, and written on it was a story about a 5-colored goddess statue, said to bring abundant health to its owner. From that day on, we started searching for that goddess statue. We intended for it to be our last adventure before we retired. But 5 years ago, my wife suddenly contracted a terminal illness. To be precise, she has a tumor in her body. It went undetected for many years, so it has grown to the point where it cannot be treated, nor can it be surgically removed. Now, the goddess statue has become the target that I absolutely must find, even if I have to search for it alone. Hakan rested his chin on his hand as he told the story.
Finally, I received information that the goddess statue is inside the Seraphim dungeon. I tried to go there alone, but couldn't get past the monsters. Heli looked up. I sympathize with your plight, but even he let out a sigh. Right, I can't force you to do something I have to do myself. I understand. However, Junho put his teacup down and spoke up, startling Hakan. I will help you, he announced. We will depart at dawn. He stood up. Really? Thank you. Then the only thing left is to find someone to look after my wife while I'm away. Heli interjected. You just go to sleep. I'll help you find a caretaker. Hakan couldn't hide his emotion and exclaimed, Thank you. Meanwhile, Junho was still deep in thought. Honestly, accumulating fame points is more valuable to me than the dungeon completion reward. The time I spend completing the quest instead of raiding the dungeon would be more worthwhile, but I can't just turn a blind eye. The next day, they set off and arrived early. Hakan announced, Here it is, Seraphim's tomb. He started to recount. The last time I was here, this place was full of kobolds. Junho was curious. What level are they? Hakan replied, Level 60. Their level will likely increase the deeper we go into the dungeon. Their fur is as red as blood, and they are twice the normal size.
He asserted. So they are blood kobolds? He continued. They are the type to charge head-on without caring about their own injuries. Suddenly, Hakan cried out, Shh! He set the lantern on the ground, then raised his bow and aimed straight in one direction. After his 2 shots, one arrow lodged in the chest, and the other pinned the head of a blood kobold, causing its whole body to tremble and look warily towards them. Juno praised him. Good aim, uncle, Hakan replied confidently. Of course, 30 years of experience, it has to be. That's a good start, but we should hurry. I can smell them. He walked in slowly while observing and thinking silently. This place doesn't look anything like a catacomb. It's just a cave, probably easier than I thought. Small fragments of stone on the ground suddenly floated into the air. Hakan guessed. Don't tell me these tremors are. Junho shook his head in denial. I don't think this is an earthquake. The two stood back to back. Then he shouted. Then it must be them. Shaking this much, there must be more than 10. He reached out and grasped his spear. Doesn't matter how many, it's not a problem. As soon as the words were spoken, a series of blood kobolds wielding weapons began to gradually appear. They opened their wide mouths, exuding a seething, murderous aura. The aggressive blood kobolds cornered the two into a small circle, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws threateningly. Hakan glanced around and estimated. There are at least over 50 of them. Are they waiting for intruders? Junho assessed. Kobolds have very good senses. It seems they remember your scent, uncle. Hearing this, he worried so much that his brows furrowed tightly. In a situation hanging by a thread, Hakan thought of the frail Sophia on the sickbed. Then he quickly judged the situation. We can't defeat all of them. Then he shouted, Junho! Hakan raised his voice to instruct. Run now. Come back after you gather people you can trust.
Find the goddess statue and give it to my wife, Sophia. Hakan struggled to hold his ground, his tone pleading. It might sound shameless, but this was his final request. However, Junho cut him off. I won't do it for you, he smiled and said. You go give it to her yourself. Junho asserted. She would be happier if you gave it to her with your own hands. Hakan was startled and looked back. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a spear thrust. 3 blood kobolds were hit by magic and fell right there. The remaining ones, witnessing the scene, roared even more frantically. Junho excitedly carried his spear and rushed straight forward. He spun the spear and stabbed straight into a blood kobold. Before it could react, it was destroyed. He exclaimed in astonishment, Players, so Junho? Hearing the call, Junho suddenly stopped and dragged his feet. He turned around to face 2 blood kobolds, his voice ringing out again. I told you, he declared with immense confidence. Numbers don't matter. In a combat-ready stance, Junho gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. In just a split second, he raised the axe above his head, the corners of his lips twitching into a mocking smile. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. 2 in front, 1 on the left.
Before the sentence was even finished, Junho swung his axe down onto the monster without a moment's hesitation. This entire scene terrified Hakan to the core. However, he appeared extremely smug and announced, 3 on the right. The axe in Junho's hand tore through the air. He decisively unleashed a fatal strike, slicing the monster in front of him in 2 in the blink of an eye. Amidst the thick dust, only Junho's sturdy silhouette remained, holding his weapon, standing before the monsters that were no longer in one piece. As if anticipating this, Soli cheered excitedly,
Just as expected, it only took 1 second. Hearing this, Junho smiled happily and replied, "It was worth the time spent training." Hakan couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered in shock. His skills. For the first time in my 30 years as a mercenary, I've seen someone this strong.
He must be on par with level 80 players, he thought, but quickly regained his composure and spoke up. If not for you, this place would surely have become my grave. These words made Junho unconsciously smile with satisfaction. You're pretty great yourself, he calmly replied. Uncle, you look a bit too healthy to be discussing death. Their conversation echoed throughout the cave, and Junho also took the initiative to compliment the other. You're not bad with that crossbow either, Uncle. Junho spoke up. Let's keep moving. Hearing this, he burst into hearty laughter. Thanks for the compliment. After proceeding deeper into the cave, the corpses of the monsters quickly attracted their attention. Walking behind Junho, Hakan spoke cautiously. I don't smell them anymore. Looking into the distance, he seemed to feel uneasy and said, After this job, I'm going to retire and enjoy the rest of my life happily with Sophia. Hearing this, Junho couldn't help but feel awkward and gently advised, Hold on, save whatever you want to say for after we successfully raid this dungeon. I've never seen anyone say those words and come back alive. Junho's footsteps suddenly halted when he felt he stepped on something. Despite that, Hakan nonchalantly, then he suddenly stopped Junho. Wait! His terrified scream rang out ceaselessly. Your foot, be careful. The scene before them left Junho and Soli stunned, freezing them in place. In just an instant, a massive pit with countless sharp spikes pointing skyward appeared before him. At the bottom of the pit were several dry skeletons that had already begun to decompose. Upon seeing a skull down below, Junho was so terrified that he stammered, Is this a trap? While he was still horrified by the gruesome sight, Hakan quickly regained his composure and spoke seriously. I know you are very strong, but that is also a double-edged sword that makes you careless and fall for traps like this. Hearing this, Junho could only let out a long sigh. At that moment, the other continued, You must remember, never let your guard down in a dungeon. After a long moment of reflection, he couldn't help but admire Hakan's words. If it weren't for you, Uncle, I would have been in big trouble. As soon as the words left his lips, the old man looked at him with eyes full of pride and said, This old man is at least somewhat useful, isn't he? Suddenly, Soli at his side appeared extremely tense, her warning voice ringing out incessantly. Careful, contractor, there's another trap beneath your feet. Hakan sat down in front of a rope, analyzing it intently. The owner of this dungeon must have a terrible personality. We've encountered another trap already. Luckily, my specialty is setting and disarming traps. Suddenly he asked, How about it? Want to learn? As soon as he finished speaking, Junho happily responded, If you're willing to teach, Uncle, then I won't refuse. Hakan maintained his unhurried tone as he continued. It's simple, really. You just need to memorize how it works. He directed his attention to 2 nails in front of him and slowly instructed. Look, if we modify the trap like this, then even if the rope snaps,
the nail will still stay in its old position, right? If so, just as Junho looked up, Hakan decisively cut the rope below. This action caused a razor-sharp axe to plummet down with astonishing speed. He couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Whoa! Hakan also looked up, then calmly asked, See that? It stopped working. Junho didn't reply. Instead, he asked with a voice full of curiosity. So setting a trap is basically just doing the reverse, right? Hearing that, Hakan didn't spare his praise. That's right, you're pretty quick-witted, aren't you? As soon as Hakan finished speaking, an idea suddenly flashed in Junho's mind. Combining this with a frost skill could be a good idea. The journey of the 2 inside the dungeon had not stopped yet. A while later, Hakan's hand was placed on a door. Holding the lamp with one hand, he leaned his body and cautiously stepped inside. Suddenly, Hakan's eyes seemed to light up. He let out a joyful shout. Finally, the glowing object in the distance made it impossible for him to suppress his happy emotions.
The 5-colored goddess statue. We did it. We actually did it. It was a statue of an angelic goddess with hands clasped in prayer, resting atop a block of solid gold. Junho cheered enthusiastically. Great job, Hakan. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately returned to his usual cold demeanor. The other party unexpectedly spoke up. No, it's thanks to you. Players Seo Junho hoped that what was written about it was true, for Sophia's sake. However, Junho didn't think things would be that simple. His brows furrowed in thought. There's no way it would be this easy. I'm sure there's something else. Hakan's gaze rested on the statue. He could not hide the trembling in his heart and began to praise it. Sophia, if only you could be here to witness this. Resting upon a coffin of dark, gloomy black, amidst a mountain of gold coins, was the goddess statue he had been searching for all this time. At this moment, his restraint shattered into a bold declaration. I will bring the statue back to you soon. Junho's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just realized something. In the next instant, he gripped his weapon tightly. He rushed straight towards the other man, shouting in panic, Hakan, move fast! Hakan was completely stunned by Junho's call. He stood rooted to the spot, unaware of the danger lurking right behind him.
Meanwhile, Junho continued to shout warnings. "There's a monster!" Junho's action followed his words immediately. Without hesitation, he thrust his axe straight at the monster. However, it skillfully dodged his attack. Its 2 feet landed on the stone floor, followed by a furious roar. A giant wolf-like figure appeared right before their eyes. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, locked tight on the 2 of them. There was no mistaking it. It was the level 83 Unified Demon Power Iron-Blooded Kobold. The monster's entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of blood aura.
This scene made Junho unable to help but ponder. Was it using blood fiend energy? This thing could only be a product created by someone else. But the very next second, he spoke up with a provocative tone. "Come at me if you dare, you idiot." Not giving the opponent time to wait, Junho dashed towards it, a look of satisfaction on his face as a thought flashed through his mind. Is the fiend association behind this? As soon as the sharp weapon touched flesh, the iron-blood kobold let out a miserable shriek. Its armored hand tightly gripped Junho's weapon, which was now drenched in its own fresh blood.
Junho gritted his teeth, casting a look filled with disgust at it before violently ripping the axe blade out. Right at that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Bleeding and blood contract had been activated. The Iron-Blood Kobold's gaze pinned on him as if ready to rush in for an attack. The notification board changed once again. Stamina, magic, and recovery speed were all increased by 600%. Junho pulled out a handgun. He calmly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the opponent's chest. The sparks from the gun muzzle reflected in his eyes. The corners of Junho's lips curled up slightly, forming a cold smile. Just like that, rounds of bullets were fired straight at the beast. As the bullets flew, the flashing light illuminated its hairy face. The growling face of the Iron-Blood Kobold appeared clearly. Even so, it showed no sign of weakness, aggressively swinging its arm to grab Junho. However, all of its attacks were nimbly dodged by him. He glanced at the monster attacking frantically, his expression serious as he calculated deep in thought. "You want to play melee?" Instinctively, Junho's hand clenched into a fist. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." An uppercut was thrown, striking straight into the opponent's chin. Immediately after, he jumped into the air, delivering a frontal kick that sent it falling flat on its back. Seeing that it wasn't hurt much, Junho mocked. "You're pretty tough, aren't you?"
He continued to close in and unleashed a series of consecutive kicks. Junho pressed down on the monster, swinging his hand with the speed of an afterimage. Its face had been beaten into deformity, yet Junho showed no intention of stopping. The monster's face was smashed flat, almost merging with the stone floor. Junho let out a ferocious roar. "Let's see how many hits you can take." A thunderous punch caused the monster's head to sink deep into the ground. At that same moment, Junho spoke clearly. "Let me see how long you can hold out." His fist was still embedded in the monster's cheek, while its eyes had become lifeless, its body full of injuries lying motionless. Junho staggered to his feet from atop the monster, his body swaying as if about to fall. Witnessing that scene, Hakan hurriedly ran over. Junho, are you okay?" He lay sprawled on the ground, arms hanging limp. The armor on his body also gradually faded away. Junho let out a sigh of relief, speaking nonchalantly. "No matter how much magic power or skills I possess, a monster is still a monster, huh?" Suddenly, Hakan let out a shout. "Your body is hot like fire! What was happening?" At that moment, Sully, floating in midair, involuntarily smiled. Junho's voice still echoed steadily. "I'm fine. This kind of thing happens all the time." Suddenly, the system board displayed a notification. "You have leveled up." Until this moment, Hakan had not stopped worrying. He helped Junho sit up, gave him water, and ceased asking. "At least drink some water now." Hearing that, he smiled brightly in response. "Thank you." Junho drank water while speaking calmly. Instead of bothering with the small monsters, dealing with the big one is more effective. The system board updated again. All stats increased by 3 points, level 43. Suddenly, he signaled Hakan. "Now Uncle can take your treasure."
Even so, he couldn't help but ask back in shock. "Why? Is it real?" He stood up straight, his eyes directed towards the ruins emitting a brilliant golden light. He could no longer maintain his composure. "Finally, I have it in my hands." Hakan smiled happily, gazing passionately at the goddess statue. He gently said to Junho, "You can take all the other treasures. This alone is more than enough for me." Junho glanced at the pile of treasure and replied without standing on ceremony. "If you say so, Uncle, what should I take then?" Suddenly, a gemstone caught his eye. "What is this? A jewel?" As soon as he picked it up, Junho issued a command to the system, "Check its information." Before long, the system displayed the information. "Spirit crystal, a food that spirits love very much. It can enhance the power of spirits."
Hearing this, his interest was piqued, and he called out to Soli, "Hey, isn't this great? Once we get back, I'll let you taste it." At that moment, she was sitting precariously in the air, bluntly refusing. "No, I don't want it." Junho couldn't understand her train of thought at all. He reluctantly tried to persuade her. "But all spirits like it, and it will even make you stronger." Before he could finish his sentence, Soli replied with a haughty tone,
I am a queen. Even if I had become a spirit, how could I possibly eat a stone? Her sulky voice echoed in his ears. Drinking tea is more than enough for me to live healthily. Suddenly, Hakan asked with a cheerful expression, if you're done collecting, let's head back. Before stepping away, Junho's mind couldn't help but linger on a thought. If a spirit is a picky eater, what should I do to make them happy? Under the setting sun of the twilight, they returned to Hakan's house. Sophia was resting on the bed with her eyes closed, her entire body wrapped in a holy light. In her hands was the goddess statue Hakan had brought back. I didn't expect the five-colored goddess statue to actually exist. Sophia leaned against the pillow. She smiled with satisfaction, looked at Hakan, and whispered, it contains the five-colored holy light inside. Hakan was also overflowing with joy at his wife's recovery. He spoke, yes, Sophia, now we can return to the days like before. Just as he finished his sentence, she spoke from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, darling. Junho and Heli stood outside the door. Looking at the affectionate couple in front of him, he involuntarily smirked. You really spent money for Miss Sophia's benefit, didn't you? The other party didn't understand and asked back suspiciously. Yes, looking at the happy couple in the distance, Junho recounted what Heli had done. He had hired 2 caregivers and even used good herbs for her. I didn't know you have this side to you. The other party awkwardly scratched his face and replied shyly. Well, you see, when I was young, sometimes they gave me some food and clothes. I'm just paying back the debt from the past. Hakan had come to Junho's side without him noticing and called out softly.
Look, Mr. Sojunho, my wife's health is gradually recovering. As expected, the legend of the god statue is true. Sophia was still lying in bed in a weakened state. However, happiness overflowed within her. She looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you so much for saving my husband's life and mine as well.
Junho waved his hand, smiling brightly as he replied, Uncle, you don't need to bow like that. We cooperated with each other after all. Hakan replied with a hint of embarrassment. It's a bit rude of me, but I'll treat you to a meal later. Junho bade farewell to the couple. Before walking away, he still politely replied, It is my honor. Now just go take care of your wife. His eyes still directed towards the small house behind him, his voice calmly asked Heli, who was striding ahead, Is your financial situation okay? The man honestly replied, Well, you know, during our time as mercenaries, we earned quite a bit, but now most of the money has gone into medicine. His words were cut short as he was startled by what Junho handed over. Huh? A bag of money was resting in Junho's palm. He said, Take it. Heli laughed and asked, Is this my share? Junho immediately explained the reason. No, it's for Hakan and his wife. Take good care of them and don't say I gave it to you. The man quickly took the bag of money but couldn't hide his curiosity. All right, but why do you care so much for us? Junho calmly replied, No specific reason. Junho pointed at Heli, his eyes half closed as he answered the man's question. You seem like an honest and kind person, so I just hope good things will come to you. Then he asked again, What, do you suspect I'm deceiving you or something? Under the sunset, as the sun gradually set behind the mountains, leaving only a voice echoing through the space. Why would I suspect you? That's nonsense. When it comes to money, you are the most trustworthy person. Night gradually fell, but Junho's drowsiness had not yet dissipated. He dreamily looked at the system board with countless notifications that had just appeared. Residents of Avantier praise your excellent character. Fame +10. The Gap family's grocery store has become your fan.
Fame +5. Captain Hakan regrets losing track of you. Fame +10. Member of Scorch Guild. Junho thought in confusion. What is this? Sitting on the bed, he watched the system board constantly updating. Junho, level 43, title level, Pioneer 2, Strength 157, Stamina 160, Agility 157, Magic 1189, Fame 1070. He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, It seems my fame increased because of the events yesterday. Junho smiled at his own thoughts. My fame went up by over 1,000 overnight. I've reached the minimum requirement to approach the nobility. Right after that, he placed a cake on the table and shouted,
Now then, Seal, here is a special treat. Junho cheerfully invited Seal to enjoy the cake. Meanwhile, floating in the air, she seemed to sense his mood. She smiled and asked, What in the world is this? It seems the contractor is in a good mood, isn't he? He calmly replied, All right, let's forget about all that fame for a moment. Now we will focus on leveling up. Seal used a fork to take a small piece of cake, praising it incessantly. You did well, contractor. I shall enjoy it. As she ate, she made sounds of pure delight. Seeing this, Junho forced a smile and asked, What's wrong? Why that reaction? Is it not good? Seal cupped her cheeks with both hands. The surrounding space filled with an atmosphere of excitement as she replied with overflowing happiness, No, it is just too perfect. Only then could Junho breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, that's a relief. Suddenly, she landed on the table, chirping praises nonstop. The cake is soft, and these strawberries are just too fresh and delicious, contractor. Seeing her so happy, Junho secretly rejoiced and replied, Eat plenty.
The image of himself having to crush the gems from the dungeon and sprinkle them over the cake for Seal flashed through his mind, accompanied by a helpless thought. I have no better way to deal with a picky eater. Seal kept stuffing cake into her mouth, her joy compelling her to exclaim, "Finally, you understand my tastes." Junho could only silently think, "Of course," then turned back to check for new information on the system board. Now then, I should look into monsters that can release magic power, if there is any information about sightings of them in the community.
I should take a look. Junho let out a gasp of surprise. Why is everything locked? Information board, news board. Holding a cup of water, he dejectedly realized the truth. That's right, I need to collect more PP to unlock these boards. Seol, hearing him whisper from the side, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Contractor, what is PP?" While she was still deliciously enjoying a cake, he slowly explained. It stands for player point, a type of digital currency used on the second floor. We can collect them through community activities. Seol spoke while eating. There are many ways to collect fame and PP on the second floor, you know. Junho continued to stare intently at the system board, lost in thought. However, I can't just spend all day doing community activities to collect PP. Scene change. Juho was crossing her legs, leaning back on the sofa. She was receiving a call from the system. A greeting rang out from the other end of the line. "Hello, it's Sei Juno." She smiled and replied. "Hello, how can I help you?" He politely asked. "Sorry to bother you, but can I ask you a few things?" She maintained her cheerful attitude. Of course, what is it? Junho went straight to the point. "I want to collect PP. Is there an effective way?" Back to Junho, he was still searching for information on the system while listening to Juho's answer. "If it's you, the video board would be suitable." He repeated, "Video board?" Parallel to Juho's answer, the system board also displayed videos recording scenes of him destroying monsters. "Yes, hunting videos or boss raids are very popular. The more views we get, the more PP we receive." After getting the desired answer, Junho immediately replied, "So I can earn PP and level up at the same time, right? Thanks." Juho politely asked again, "Do you have any other questions?" The other party was somewhat stunned by the question he raised. "Have you ever heard of a monster being able to use high-level magic?" She sat up in astonishment and questioned, "A monster using high-level magic? I'm sorry, but I've never heard of such a thing." The curiosity made Juho unable to help but raise a doubt. "Why did you suddenly mention this?" Junho calmly replied, "I was just curious, so I asked." "Thank you for answering me." On the opposite side, Junho was silently signaling to Sully. It seemed that even Captain Gong knew nothing about this. She immediately pointed at him and began to scold.
"Contractor, you are too naive. Perhaps she is just pretending not to know." She crossed her arms, impatiently waiting for Junho's next answer. "I don't rule out that possibility." He leisurely lifted his coffee cup, calmly explaining to Sally. "The Big Six probably already knows this information, but they might have agreed to hide it." With a cold expression, he emphasized, "But in my opinion, it is highly likely that the Big Six, including Captain Gong, truly knows nothing about this matter." The image of the monster in the dungeon suddenly flashed in Junho's mind. It has been 25 years since the frontier opened, yet there has been no information about monsters being able to use high-level magic. A possibility just arose in his train of thought, meaning these entities have only appeared recently. Suddenly, Junho stood up from his chair. He looked out at the gloomy scenery outside the window, then whispered to Sally beside him, "We can't waste any more time." A bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the night sky. She turned to ask him, "Do you mean we have to go hunting right now?" Junho affirmed, "Yes." Rain began to fall outside the window, signaling a long and restless night approaching. His steady voice slowly resonated, "I must become stronger." At the hunting ground near Aventir, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet as Junho took each step into the deep forest. "Remember what I said last time? In this hunt, we will cooperate with each other." Sally's cheerful voice rang out. "I'm looking forward to it too." He glanced at her, a hint of teasing in his voice. "So, can you handle the mission of defeating the swamp slimes by yourself?" Sally pointed at herself and asked back, "You mean I have to do it alone?" Juno's calm voice rang out like an affirmation. "That's right." A slight look of provocation flashed across his handsome face. "Let's see how much power you can utilize." Her answer echoed in the space. "Oh, that's not what I meant." On the water's surface, a few slimes began to emerge. "So, do you need anything from the black market?" She pondered for a moment, drawing out her voice. "What I need?" Sally gently explained to Juno. "A spirit's power relies on the contractor's mental strength, so you just need to stay focused and calm." This answer made the corner of his lips curl up slightly. "If it's that, leave it to me." Then she sat down on his shoulder and started chatting. "Anyway, contractor, this is the first time I'm showing you how I hunt, isn't it?" A cold aura began to silently spread around her. "Just you wait and see. It will be a magnificent sight."
At this moment, the two were surrounded by a swarm of slimes, crawling towards them slowly, in a somewhat grotesque manner.
Junho glanced around and exclaimed, "This is the first time in my life being surrounded by slimes like this. It feels strange." He snapped his fingers, creating a crisp sound. "Sully, are you okay? Contractor, don't underestimate a spirit like that." In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space turned into a field of ice and snow. Even the slimes were frozen in place. A biting cold wind swept through, rendering them all immobile. This scene made Junho's eyes widen in surprise. Sully simply clapped her hands lightly, the smile on her lips becoming even more radiant. Of course, that's not all. Ice blocks appeared from nowhere, rushing to crush the monsters. When it was all over, she didn't forget to ask smugly, "This is the power of a spirit. What do you think?" His eyes swept around, hinting at a bit of helplessness. "It looks impressive, but it's too messy." He spoke gently, reminding Sully of the main mission. "The mission is to collect 100 slime cores. We shouldn't destroy them all like this." She scratched her cheek, smiling awkwardly in response. "Right, the cores." However, she quickly regained her liveliness. "All right, let's move to the next location."
This time, let's show them our true abilities. Junho didn't forget to add a reminder, and this time, don't destroy the cores, okay? He continued walking forward through the swamp. Behind him, a group of slimes quietly followed. Sitting atop Junho's head, she smiled and snapped her fingers. "Now watch closely." In an instant, the entire pack of slimes was completely frozen. Immediately after, Selly summoned a few more ice arrows. With a snap of her fingers, the arrows pierced through the enemies and returned carrying the loot. As the cores rested neatly in his hand, Junho couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually managed to get all the cores." His lips curled into a smile, holding a hint of admiration. "Your casting time for the ice spears is quite fast, and the accuracy is very high too." However, he still gently offered a small suggestion. "It seems the flight speed of the ice spears is still a bit slow." Looking at the wiped-out slimes, she looked a bit dejected. So, was it not helpful at all? Junho lightly touched her cheek with his finger, gently comforting her. "Don't be sad. Don't you know how important the support role is? All right, from now on, you're assigned to the support position." He asked, "What about the ice golem?" He suggested an idea that had been put off for a while. "Last time we were too busy fighting, so I couldn't properly see its strength." Selly's mood improved at that. Its strength isn't bad at all. As soon as she finished speaking, giant blocks of ice were summoned. Looking at the massive golem before him, Junho instinctively exclaimed, "That's huge." He continued to ask, voicing his curiosity, "From what I saw last time, they can move freely, right? Do they have their own consciousness?" She quickly replied, "They do have a certain level of consciousness, but only at a low level." Her explanation was mixed with a giggle, so when they fight, it's best if the master controls them directly. Junho looked at Selly with concern. "Can you use different spells and control the golem at the same time?" She simply stated confidently about her true identity. "I am the Frost Queen of the Niflheim Kingdom, the one who froze the entire world."
"Even though I am currently only a high-rank spirit, that is not a problem for me." His eyes at that moment revealed a small hint of provocation. "Now prove it in actual combat. Let's go find some new slimes." Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, twilight had fallen. The setting sun shone upon the desolate swamp, where the ground was covered in ice spikes. Inside the large cup were the cores of the slime pack. "Contractor, here are enough 100 cores. We are done collecting now." Junho sat on the ground. He praised, "Well done, Frost Queen." His eyes turned towards Sully, his expression thoughtful. As she said, these ice creatures have very low intelligence. It would be great if they were at least as smart as a child. His voice rang out amidst the melting ice spikes. "All right, the result this time is even better than expected."
Now you can support the defense with the golems and fight alongside them as well. A calculating glint flashed in Junho's gray-brown pupils. "We will need to prepare many things when we reach that city." She put her hands on her hips, asking back in confusion, "Prepare what? Isn't leveling up at the hunting ground enough?" His calm voice resonated. Initially, that was the plan. Under the sunset, Junho slowly stood up and explained, "But you have performed beyond my expectations, so I've changed my mind." A different goal now occupied his thoughts. "Now my current objective is the shoot and bomb competition." The corners of his lips curled up, confidence flooding his eyes. "I once wanted to achieve a good result in the competition, or simply attract a bit of attention from the Lord. But now, I feel I can surpass everything in that competition." Junho's train of thought now headed straight for the town. First, along with training the frost golems, I also need to quickly reach level 50. Seeing the sweets, Sully exclaimed excitedly, "So it's donuts today. This must be a special treat after we worked harder than usual, right?" but he just turned and headed towards the door.
Solely, I'm going to meet someone and we'll be back later. She herself didn't feel worried at all. Yeah, take your time. Be careful on the way. Her mouth bulging, she enjoyed and savored it. This feels even more delicious than the cake from the other day. The real reason stemmed from Juno. I put in double the amount of spirit crystals compared to last time. As for Juno, he was strolling through the town. He bowed his head, his eyes focused on the notebook in his hand. Sasha, one of Avantier's NPCs. She was an alchemist. The story of alchemy in Avantier was famous for concocting high-grade potions that Earth could not compare with. For that reason, players also called them pharmacists. Juno's eyes were glued to the carefully written lines. Let's see, which address? I've seen her here before. A fallen noble, chemist Sasha. She was an alchemist so excellent that even the Big Six were interested. Suddenly, he looked up at the evening sky. Using a fake name and hiding her real identity, I don't know the specific circumstances, but this is truly a good opportunity. Standing in front of an ancient house, Juno's steps stopped. Is this the place? He quietly observed the whole scene once. I didn't expect a place like this inside of Avantier. People passing by would think it's a haunted house. Next, Juno gently shook the old bell hanging by the door. Even the doorbell was broken and neglected. With no other choice, he had to knock hard on the gate, his voice getting louder. Sasha Akei, are you home? Sasha, Miss Akei. Suddenly from the window, Sasha appeared and pulled the curtain. As I thought, you are home. Her brows furrowed, not uttering a sound. Seeing a figure, Juno immediately smiled and waved. The iron gate, stained with time, slowly opened. A bottle of red wine with only a little left caught his eye. Who are you? Leaning against the gate, she asked sluggishly. What are you here for? With a somewhat unkempt obeigrance, Sasha lazily asked another question.
What is it? Why did you come looking for me? Junho, not the least bit flustered, gently replied, I went by Helly's place and then stopped by to find you. Upon hearing this, she immediately cursed in annoyance. That guy, what a nuisance, she grumbled. The expression on her face changed distinctly. Come in. However, Scarlet quickly asked him back, but what am I supposed to do? I don't have the money to pay you back, you know. Junho leisurely put his hands in his pockets and replied indifferently, I didn't come to collect money. Her hand, which was about to put down the wine bottle, suddenly paused at his words. Actually, I can completely pay off all your debts. A familiar title rang out in the quiet space. Alchemist Scarlet. Sitting down on the old chair, Junho smiled and spoke. I came here because I have a few things I want to ask you. I heard your expertise in alchemy is top-notch.
Sasha sat down heavily on the chair, immediately refusing. Sorry, but I have to decline your request. I'm a bit tired. However, he showed no sign of anger. You're refusing without even listening? She demanded the remaining wine into her mouth. It's obvious. You aren't asking about some random potions, are you? Alchemists aren't just laborers who simply know how to make medicine. Before she could finish her sentence, a golden sphere appeared in his hand. They are artists who create new potions, do you understand? Before Sasha's surprised gaze, Junho calmly explained, This is the core of a mystical creature called alamion. It is a demanding ingredient that not just anyone can obtain. A triumphant smile blossomed on his lips. I will use this core to create a potion for myself. Seeing her frown, he gently changed his tone. Well, if it can't be done, that's understandable. Tipping the wine bottle upside down on the table, Sasha spoke in a husky voice. Normally, I wouldn't fall for such childish provocations, but since you've shown me something like that, along with those final words.
Junho's face flashed with joy, implying that I couldn't just stay silent and ignore it. She pointed at the item he had just taken out. She asked seriously, You want me to use this to create something special, right? He calmly pointed to his head. Here, I want a potion that can enhance my mental power. Before the other party could answer, Junho asked, Is it not possible? However, she just crossed her legs and smiled back. I didn't say it wasn't possible. The core shone brilliantly under the protective goggles. Prepare a good amount, pay off all the debt to Helly, and add another 50 gold. Sasha used a pair of tongues to pick up the core, commenting, Not bad. She took it down to the basement, not forgetting to leave a sentence before going. Come back in 5 days. As the basement door closed, only a cold voice echoed out. 5 days is enough. He looked at the scene sinking into silence once again, and told himself, that should be enough to reach level 50. The scene shifted to where Soli was sound asleep. He gently approached and reached out with a decisive action. Her whole body was dragged across the floor by him. Wake up. Being woken up so rudely made her immediately angry. I'm very sleepy. But facing that attitude, Junho just coldly dropped a sentence. If you just eat cake and sleep, you'll turn into a fat ghost. But Soli was in no mood to care.
Enough complaining. Just then he calmly announced, It's time to hunt. She was slightly surprised, her annoyance temporarily put aside. Hunting? Hearing this, she couldn't help but be curious. What are you hunting in the middle of the night? He just scratched his head, a mysterious smile blooming on his lips. Well, of course it is. Currently, both of them were observing a giant bear in front of them. A thunder bear. Junho bent down, tightened his shoelaces, and didn't forget to instruct. Listen carefully. Our goal for the next 3 days is, he cautiously and slowly stated each objective. First, reach level 50. He paused for a moment before continuing.
Second, you and I will practice coordinating our combat teamwork. After grasping both requirements, Soli immediately showed curiosity. And the last one? A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Earn fame points by recording videos using the community video function. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Huh? Video? Clearly unable to understand the meaning in his head. But if you record, won't your abilities be exposed even if you do that? While they were still exchanging words, the Thunder Bear spotted them. No, I won't use my main ability when filming. Seeing it rushing over with a powerful roar, Junho calmly instructed, "That's why I'm counting on you to handle the filming." The Thunder Bear pounced, swinging its sharp claws to attack him. A sword streak flashed, plunging deep into its body. The blade pinned its body, taking down the Thunder Bear in a single move. When it was all over, he turned his head to look at Soli. "Did you get that?" She leisurely flew to his side and lazily replied, "See for yourself," after reviewing the footage just recorded.
Junho revealed a look of appreciation. It seemed more concise now. However, she unleashed a barrage of reproaches at him as a contractor. Don't you know how to deal with the Thunder Bear? Even if it's for entertainment to evoke emotions for the viewers, you need to pay attention and do it better. Even so, he did not get angry, but frankly admitted his fault. I admit that for entertainment purposes, evoking real emotions, it's not quite right yet, but I have a strategy. She pointed at the Thunder Bear that had just been defeated. She asked him back in frustration, "You defeated the Thunder Bear like that, and you call it a strategy to attract viewers?" A groan heavy with helplessness escaped Junho's mouth. "What other way is there? That's the only way I know." Sully continued to spew scolding words, her tone filled with extreme indignation. How can you expect to earn PP with such lousy videos? However, a sense of clarity quickly returned, replacing all previous emotions. All right, let's focus on taking down this monster. We'll deal with the video matter later. This opinion also received her approval. Let's resolve that later. Hopefully you will improve gradually. Its eyes flashed with a ferocious look, accompanied by a roar that shook the sky.
His gray-brown pupils now shone with a brilliant metallic luster. Are you ready? A stream of frost energy also rapidly spread from Soli's body. All right, let's coordinate together with all our strength. The Thunder Bear charged straight at the two of them, carrying lightning in its hands, intending to finish Junho off with a single strike. Soli's entire body glowed as she shouted, "The important thing is..." Meanwhile, he pursed his lips tightly and carefully watched every movement of the enemy. "That our thoughts are in harmony, that is enough." In the blink of an eye, his figure was gone. He appeared and disappeared at terrifying speed, swinging decisive sword strikes aimed straight at the Thunder Bear. But it was no pushover and immediately counterattacked. This action clearly surprised Junho, but a frost shield timely appeared to block and protect him. And indeed, that was Soli's ability. Ice arrows focused their attack on a single point on the Thunder Bear's body, subduing it in an instant. Its growls grew weaker as its life force gradually faded away. The wind brushed lightly over the lush green field. Soli's gentle voice rang out, "It only took 4 seconds. I didn't even use magic power." Truly an unexpected joy, huh? Junho scratched his head, his voice carrying a hint of regret.
If we encounter a boss monster, we could film another amazing video. A new idea suddenly flashed through her mind. "Contractor, I have an idea." Beaming with a radiant smile, she pointed forward. "Watch videos uploaded by others and learn from them." As if enlightened, he replied immediately, "That's a good idea." Sitting on a rock, he stared intently at the virtual screen. However, most forums had been disabled. A line of text related to the regional channel appeared on the screen. We can connect to this regional channel, see if anyone is hunting together. The regional channel system. We can access the video board through this. A cry for help emitted from the virtual screen. "Is anyone nearby? I'm being chased by a swarm of insects. Please save me." A flare suddenly streaked across the quiet night sky. Junho watched the direction, asking slowly, "Is that a cry for help or a trap?" Yet Soli, standing next to him, showed unusual excitement. "That's right." Smiling brightly, she pointed into the air. "That's right, contractor. This is exactly what we need." Hurried footsteps rang out along with panting sounds. Gong clenched his fist. His face was exhausted, teeth gritted as he poured out his remaining strength. Oh no. The Thunder Bear's blue eyes flashed viciously, its mouth wide open with sharp teeth as if wanting to swallow everything whole. Gome's group was running for their lives, while the Thunder Bears had almost caught up. One person in their group screamed, "They're about to catch up." He glanced at his teammate holding the flare gun and shouted, "Jaehwa, fire the flare, we need help." The female teammate asked back worriedly, "Will they help us?" She pointed the gun at the sky and fired a flare. Death's group said they would be hunting all night. We left a warning on the communication channel, but... In another corner of the forest, Junho stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, with Soli hovering in the air beside him. Both looked up at the flare signal, hoping someone would come. Gome barely dodged a surprise attack from behind by a Thunder Bear. He gritted his teeth and looked back. "Hey, did you hear that?" "Death,
Just then, as two thunderbears were baring their fangs and claws to attack, a warm male voice echoed in their ears.
I checked the communication channel as soon as I saw the flare, but it's a bit far from there. That masculine voice continued to resonate while Gomaver's group was trying their best to escape. It will take about 15 minutes to get there. Hearing that, they shouted in unison. What? 15 minutes? Panting heavily and shouting while running for their lives, he said, We can't even hold out for 5 minutes. The male voice calmly spoke up again. We will meet at the old place. Remember the food supply point? The thunderbear was still persistently chasing from behind. In its eyes, threatening blue sparks flashed. I can get there in 7 minutes. We will try to be as fast as possible. Its claws extended forward, with eyes shining blue and sharp fangs in its mouth. It launched an attack towards Gomaver. He let out a soft groan while using his shield to block its attack. Exerting all his strength to stand firm, he turned his head and shouted, Everyone! His determined voice rang out while the shield was still struggling against the thunderbear's attacks. We will get through this and survive. Standing behind the shield, Gomaver looked straight at the monster's sharp claws. His teammate reached out to block, letting out a curse. Gomaver, slow down! One hand holding the shield, the other gripping his weapon, he gathered all his strength, gritting his teeth, his eyes sharpening. Gomaver swung his spear at it, but the tip only pierced through a thin layer of skin. Too shallow! After taking a stab, it frantically swung its razor-sharp claws, severely injuring him. As he screamed in pain, his teammates worriedly called his name, Gomaver. Other team members were also trying their best to resist the pack of thunderbears. He angrily cursed, Damn it! Gomaver was out of breath, trying to gather his remaining strength to block another attack with his shield. Every word was hissed through his clenched teeth. Run! But his teammates stubbornly resisted its attacks. They had absolutely no intention of leaving him behind. Idiots!
A thunderbear spotted a gap and immediately rushed to attack. Gomakai's pupils constricted, his eyes staring at it in terror. At the moment of life and death, a man suddenly appeared, jumping up and slashing his sword at the monster. Gomakai stared in bewilderment at the person who had just appeared, the player from the location where the flare was fired. His teammates were still terrified by their attacks. Perhaps they were in trouble. Gomakai was still kneeling on the ground. One hand holding a dagger, the other lightly dusting off his collar, Junho smiled, his deep voice resonating. I will help them escape. The flash from a camera suddenly went off. That's right, that's right. Suri excitedly held the camera to record his image, praising endlessly. A wonderful introduction, contractor. Going back a few minutes, Junho and Suri looked up at the signal flare in the sky, her clear voice ringing out. Are we going to save them? If we appear at the most difficult moment and save them.
The view count will skyrocket uncontrollably, and we will receive countless fame points, right? Junho raised his head to look at the sky, asking with curiosity. But how could they meet with an accident while hunting at night? Then he answered his own question. It could be hunters trying to lure players to PK them. Floating in midair, she pointed towards the direction of the signal flare and asked, Then that is another reason, right? Her lovely voice resonated under the sky illuminated by the signal flare. If this rescue is a trap, we can film the scene of taking down those hunters. Junho smiled confidently. Whatever the case, it benefits us. He praised Soli. Frost Queen, you are a genius. Returning to reality, the attacked thunderbear was raising its hand to cover its face. Facing it was him, holding a dagger, mentally calculating. I shouldn't reveal too much power on the video. His expression became thoughtful, his mind sinking into thought. But I shouldn't be too weak either. I need to adjust my skills accordingly. Like a variety show host, Soli conjured a clapperboard and waved her hand, speaking up. How about fighting them with just a knife? It will be very fun. Try it. His hand tightened around the handle of the dagger, his eyes looking straight ahead. He played along and replied to her. Yes, director. His two teammates had taken him to a safer place. The remaining one was still trying hard to hold on. His calm voice rang out once again. Normally, players don't hunt with a knife. You don't see the benefits, only the danger. The angry monster swung an attack towards him. If I take down a bear with just a knife, it will be surprising and attract more viewers to the video. He gently dodged its attack, then spun around and thrust the knife hard into the thunderbear's body. Junho quickly pulled the knife out and jumped up, swinging the knife to slash at it once more. After that slash, he landed gently in a super cool pose, his hand still gripping the handle of the dagger tightly. Blood from the slashed thunderbear splattered everywhere. Seoli was hovering nearby, holding a camera. She recorded his every movement and didn't forget to call out a reminder. Contractor, another one is coming. He glanced over, his lips curling into a smile. His casual voice rang out. Then, let's do this. The two remaining thunderbears roared in fury at the death of their kind. Gomei's group, eyes wide and jaws dropped, looked at him in astonishment. Who is that person? Standing opposite the massive thunderbear, Junho showed no signs of wavering. He twirled his dagger once, thinking to himself, I've shown them speed.
Now it's about power. He gathered momentum and dashed forward. Its eyes gleamed with malice and cruelty.
It bared its razor-sharp teeth and growled. He swung an attack toward it. Claws and blade collided. Planting his feet firmly, he gripped the dagger tightly and thrust straight forward. He decisively stabbed the dagger through the monster's claws. An arrogant voice rang out. "Among my comrades, only a few can use strength like this." His blade severed its sharp claws. Fresh blood splattered. "But they can't do it like I do." The Thunder Bear roared in terror as it looked at its severed claws. He realized its opening immediately. He tightened his grip on the handle, his eyes cold as ice, and shouted, "An opening!" Junho slashed a powerful strike at the Thunder Bear's neck, severing the head from the body. The monster's head was gently seized by Junho amidst the spraying fresh blood. Gomakai's team was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. The Thunder Bear had collapsed. He smiled, using his sleeve to wipe the blood off the blade. Floating in the air, Seoli pointed towards the two Thunder Bears frantically fleeing in the distance. "Contractor, over there, those two are running away." He didn't pay much attention, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Just let them go. That's enough." He glanced at the girl with a beautiful appearance.
She approached him and spoke softly. "Sorry to bother you. Thank you very much." Their faces looked extremely bedraggled. Gomaver was helped up by his teammate, who draped an arm around his shoulder. He whispered, as if speaking to his teammate, or perhaps muttering to himself, "I sent a rescue request, but I didn't think anyone would actually come." Suddenly, as if realizing something, could it be? His voice rose, tinged with inquiry. "Junho?" Junho smiled radiantly and replied, "Ah, yes." Gomaver placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to express his admiration. His two teammates also smiled at him. "It's such an honor. I watched your nightly achievements, and I cheered for you a lot." Gomaver's male teammate standing nearby immediately chimed in. "Me too. Although it's late, congratulations on ranking first in the trial dungeon." A screen appeared before Gomaver's female teammate, and she spoke softly. "Oh right, we can't ignore the fact that you risked your life for us." Her hands moved deftly on the screen. "We will pull our fame points together and send them to you." Junho looked down in surprise. A notification appeared on the screen. "An anonymous person has gifted you 100 fame points." Sally looked at that number and couldn't hide her delight. As for him, he rested his chin on his hand and exclaimed, "Oh my." Gomaver shared sincerely. "When I first came to the second floor, the hardest thing was collecting fame points. I really wanted to give you more, but..." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Later, when you were active on the leaderboards, I will definitely keep pressing the recommend button."
Looking at the Thunder Bear's head lying on the ground, Junho's deep and warm voice rang out. "Although I didn't do it for the reward, I will gratefully accept them." Under the starry sky, he sat on the corpse of the Thunder Bear chatting with Sully. "I never imagined I would receive PP as a gift like that." Sully scratched her ear, chiming in with him. "They really are good people." A notification appeared on the screen. "Recording will stop." He excitedly clicked the triangle icon on the screen. "Let's see how good your filming skills are." She flew beside him, covering her mouth with her hand and giggling, glancing curiously at the screen. "I want to watch too," he exclaimed when he saw the moment he jumped up holding his dagger, preparing to take the Thunder Bear's head. Below the screen appeared a notification. "Edit. This function supports editing extremely easily and quickly." He mumbled while skillfully editing the video on the screen. "The parts where they sent the PP are here, and adjust the landscape a bit higher here." Sully knelt beside him, intently watching his every move.
"This part should also add a slow motion effect," Junho praised himself. "Anyone watching this would think I'm a professional director." His finger pressed on the title section on the interface. "Let the female lead decide the title." She sat cross-legged, arms crossed over her chest in contemplation. "Let's see." An idea suddenly flashed in her mind. "How about The Return of the Dark Knight?" He refused flatly. "No way." She rested her chin on her hands, flying around him, enthusiastically offering opinions. "Oh my, I thought of something better." He paid no attention to her noise beside him. "All right, let's leave it like this." Above the video on the screen appeared a title line, "For testing purposes." Seoli looked dissatisfied, questioning loudly, "Why did you do that?" Junho had completed uploading the video. Done with everything, he teased her again. "You don't look like a queen at all, more like a child." The Thunder Bear grimaced, baring its teeth angrily. He grabbed one of its legs with one hand, grabbed the Thunder Bear's back with the other, and slammed it to the ground. The Thunder Bear was thrown heavily onto the ground. A frost sword unexpectedly pierced its body, surprising him. He leaned back slightly, looking up. He put his hands in his pockets, sighed in relief, and praised Seoli. "Good job." She hovered in midair, arms crossed, her tone full of pride. "The female lead is improving very well." He began to analyze again. "Of the 3 plans we outlined before coming here, the Thunder Bear was sealed in ice in an attacking posture with bared teeth and sharp claws reaching forward. 2 of them have been completed, synchronizing with you and reaching level 50. She rested her chin on her hands, her elbows placed on his shoulder. Suddenly remembering something, she mentioned it. "When will you check the comments on the test video?" While sitting on a rock and operating the screen, he suddenly asked her. "That's right. Do you want to have a snack first and then check the video results?"
She refused the invitation to eat, only anxious to know the result. Just watch the video first. I'm really curious about the female lead's results.
Seol stared intently at the screen, her eyes full of anticipation. Juno continued his operations, his voice speaking evenly to her. He was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it's not a real-time ranking. The screen was displaying his video with 175,385 views and 4,870 likes. His voice was laced with a bit of skepticism. Wait, is this view count considered good? Is it just a mid-range number? Seol also seemed to agree with him. I think so too. After all, the other videos only have a few hundred views at most. Both of them glued their eyes to the screen with focused attention. The amount of PP received through this video is... Her voice became full of excitement. You received nearly 3,000 points, didn't you? The screen displayed a notification that the amount of PP received was 1,760, of which 1,153 came from donations. She jumped up in sheer joy.
She created an ice trophy to celebrate. This certainly wasn't a small number. He was equally happy, his eyes never leaving the screen. There are a few more comments here. Several lines of comments appeared on the screen. Is that Seijin Ho, that Dark Knight? He's making a living off his reputation. His movements are so impressive. Damn, this guy is amazing. He's really something else. Maybe getting first place in the magic ranking wasn't just luck. By the way, does anyone know who he is? He must be at least level 50. He's hunting dungeon bears like they're goblins. And he's only level 50? Maybe even 80. Junho and the others were still intently watching the screen, his fingers sliding lightly across it. He read aloud the comments below. They only came back less than a year ago, and they're already causing an earthquake. Climbing the real-time rankings with this video. Is it really that impressive? I could do that too. Why didn't I see the last two get killed? Soli conjured a bowl of popcorn made of ice. She happily enjoyed it while continuing to read the comments. It still seems like he hasn't surpassed the amateur level. No, obviously no one can catch up to them. Junho placed his index finger on his forehead, pondering the comments. It seems I missed something. Next time it'll be my turn to speak, huh? Wearing armor from Quan Noya's workshop and carrying a golden hand cannon isn't reaching that level a given? Then if you had Quan Noya's armor, could you do the same? He silently read these comments. Anyone could do it.
Sitting with her chin resting on his shoulder, Seoli remarked on humanity. Earthlings always argue over trivial matters whenever they get the chance, don't they? They really lack self-respect, don't they? He suddenly called her name, Seoli. His sudden dangerous aura made her startle, quickly covering her mouth and flying backward. His voice became extremely gloomy. It seems I have to show my real skills in the Comet tournament, so no one can suspect me anymore. The screen displayed an image of Junho focused intensely, holding a sword and fighting dramatically. In a certain room, two old people gaped in astonishment as they watched his video. Amazing! It seems there was a reason you chose me as your proxy. She looked somewhat relieved. It seems I won't be called Snakehead anymore. Speaking of which, she suddenly remembered something. But anyway, did Junho receive instructions from you? Inho looked bewildered at her sudden question.
What's wrong all of a sudden? She looked at the image of Junho fighting on the screen and remarked, I've seen all of his skills without missing a single thing. But his dagger skills seem strangely familiar. He thought for a moment before offering his opinion. Well, if you wanted to learn, you should have learned swordsmanship. Why turn to learning dagger skills instead? She leaned forward slightly, looking confident, the corners of her lips curling up. Of course, I guess you're right. The two continued to watch the screen intently. On the screen was the image of the thunder bear raising its sharp claws. Its eyes glowed, and its sharp teeth were bared menacingly. Anyway, a few days ago he asked how to earn PP. Her soft voice continued. Now they don't have to worry anymore. The image on the screen had now shifted to a scene of Junho reaching out his hand. Below was a line of text displaying the real-time ranking, 4th place. A hand was placed on a skull. In a dark and eerie space, Nalat sat majestically on a chair with skull-shaped armrests. Below, a subordinate wearing a cloak covering his head, face unseen, spoke up to report. Lord Nalat Hologub, I have found Sir Junho's location and his room in the inn.
The subordinate asked respectfully, should I bring him here? With sharp eyes and a pensive expression, the old man spoke in a husky voice. No, this location is not yet suitable. Sitting on the throne, he continued to order the subordinate standing before him. There are too many eyes and ears in the city. Just keep watching him. When he reveals himself, it won't be too late to start moving. The subordinate bowed slightly to show understanding. Understood. From watching his videos, I see his physical abilities are quite good. There was a hesitation in his voice. Will a level 90 person be enough? But hearing the subordinate's words, the old man's hand tightened around the skull, remaining silent without saying a word. The subordinate's voice rang out again. Just in case, I will go too. After a moment of contemplation, the old man gave the order. Take 2 of them as well. Revealing red eyes under the brim of his conical hat, the subordinate asked again, so you mean all 4 of us should go? Nalat's eyes glowed crimson, his face revealing clear anger. He emphasized every word.
3 times. That bastard has escaped 3 times. The image of 3 sleeping people appeared in the old man's mind. His cold voice echoed. Among those 3, Valsinifi was even your superior, so make sure you avenge your superior properly. Hiding in the shadows without revealing any expression, the subordinate spoke up. Thank you, my lord.
Now it rested his chin on his hand, closing his eyes as if resting. Half of his face was exposed to the light, while the other half remained submerged in darkness. The voice of his subordinate continued to resonate. But what if he survives this time as well? The image of Junho appeared in his mind once again. He opened one eye. His pupil glowed a bright red in the darkness, looking extremely dangerous. Nalit laughed maniacally and declared, I will intervene personally. The rays of the morning sun shone through the window frame, signaling the arrival of a new day. Sully was still sleeping soundly on her small mattress, ignoring the sunlight shining on her face. Seeing her lying temporarily on some toilet paper, Junho couldn't help but mutter sympathetically, I should buy a proper bed soon. I can't believe she's using toilet paper as a mattress. Stepping out of the room, he said to himself, all right now then. Junho put his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky, his tone filled with anticipation. Time to join the artifact hunt. He looked at the long queue in front of him and complained, damn it, the line doesn't look any shorter. The players were excitedly discussing the rewards. I heard that we will get to meet a noble if we perform well. In the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed upon seeing him, hey, look, isn't that him? The guy in the dagger video? As soon as the person finished speaking, all eyes in the crowd turned towards Junho. Following that were ceaseless whispers and discussions. The person whose name is in the top 3 most searched keywords? That really is So Junho, the Dark Knight. Junho continued walking, paying no mind to the gossip about him. He is the most famous rookie right now. In the square, a large number of people were gathering. Their silhouettes could be seen everywhere, but there were so many people, it seemed that there were not only players but also adventurers present. The bulletin board had quickly updated the number of people present here, and as expected, it contained a lot of information about this matter. I should still scout around more and exchange information for news, but for trivial things like mission details, I can make use of this bulletin board. Gomaver listened to the noise from the people around him. He looked up, his eyes flashing with surprise, then approached Junho and spoke. Stand right there. Are you the player So Junho? His expression showed no surprise at being approached. He replied coldly, that's me. Hearing this, the other person happily introduced himself loudly, causing those around them to turn and look. Oh, how can it be such a coincidence? I am Gomaver, captain of the guard squad. I've heard the knights talk a lot about you. Gomaver satisfactorily gave a thumbs up towards Junho and made an offer. I am certain that with your skills, you will be an important factor helping in this hunt. Don't waste your time here. Follow me. I will recommend you to the commander. Hearing the offer, Junho quickly accepted. Thank you. Gomaver stepped aside, gesturing for him to follow. All right, this way. The two of them headed towards the arena in front of them. The guards were present on the arena, while the other players below kept discussing. So they are holding the entrance exam here. Gomaver led Junho to the appointed place, patted his shoulder, and introduced him. Commander Avis, this is a skilled player I met recently.
Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? That is Knight Commander Ivis. Junho waited for the other to finish introducing himself before speaking up to greet the person in front of him. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am So Junho, a player. Ivis saw him, his face showing a mix of surprise and curiosity. You look quite strong. He stepped closer, starting to gauge Junho's strength. What is your level? He pointed at himself before replying. I am at level 50. Ivis seemed rather dissatisfied after hearing his answer. Level 50 was not actually high. Ivis looked at him and explained why the level requirement for applicants was so high. The Lord wanted to minimize unnecessary casualties in this hunt, and thus testing the applicant's skills was necessary. He pointed towards the other players sitting nearby and said to Junho, why don't you sit over there and wait? Step up to the training platform when it is your turn. Without saying a word, he quietly walked towards the stands and sat down. In front of him was a group of people fully clad in armor, discussing the opponent they were about to face. Our opponents are the Knights of Avantir.
They look pretty strong. Resting his chin on his hand, Junho showed a bit of anticipation as he watched these knights, waiting to see just how strong they really were. The person in full armor on the arena was Kit, introducing himself. I am the adventurer Kit from the Momone territory. The other person, Jervef, also introduced himself. I am Jervef, a knight. Seeing that Jervef was only using a wooden sword, Kit hesitated slightly and asked, are you sure a wooden sword is enough? Jervef ignored his words and directly swung the wooden sword. Let's begin. Kit rushed forward with his spear, leaving a thick cloud of dust behind him. Here I come! The spear thrust directly towards Jervef's wooden sword, generating immense power, yet the wooden sword remained unscathed. Upon realizing that the wooden sword was neither chipped nor broken, Kit's expression became incredibly unsightly.
His mouth gaped open, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. The spear tip was only a tiny distance away from Jervev's face. Jervev praised Kit's move. "You have some spirit." He swung his wooden sword once more, causing the spear in Kit's hand to be instantly knocked away.
Before Keith could even react, the sword was already at his neck. Keith only uttered a cold word: eliminated. The player sitting next to Junho in the stands exclaimed, "That's insane!" Sitting below and watching, Junho also gaped in astonishment. "Isn't that standard too high? It feels like only level 30s could pass." Keith walked down from the arena dejectedly after being declared the loser. That was the level of the frontline knights. In front of Junho, someone suddenly stood up. The person who just stood up was Songu, a player with a large, muscular appearance. "I am player Beck Songu." Everyone turned to look when they saw him stand up. Everyone's eyes showed astonishment upon seeing him. "I am Gef, a knight." "What the? That old man? He's still alive?" Seeing Songu step onto the arena empty-handed, Gef was a bit surprised. "You're fighting bare-handed? Are you sure?" He replied with a determined tone without a hint of hesitation. "Sure, come on, I invite you." Gef on the stage also spoke. "Let's begin." Sitting in the stands, Junho quietly observed the two of them intently. Songu clenched his fist tightly, as if wanting to pour all his strength into it. Putting power into his heels, he rushed towards Kip, who was standing there. That punch aimed straight at the sword Kip was holding in his hand. Jungwoo pulled his hand back, continuing to swing his arm up to prepare for another punch. Kip also had to retreat after his punch. Jungwoo gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his face looking as if he wanted to take Kip's life immediately. Kip only leaned back to dodge the attack, not yet counterattacking. The players down below buzzed with gossip about Jungwoo, all of which were mocking remarks. "That uncle is famous for having no talent, right? Yes, he started as a player when he was 16, but 16 years later, he hasn't improved at all." Kip on the arena ring still bent down to dodge his next attack. Below, disparaging gossip continued to ring out ceaselessly. It seemed he went to train somewhere, but his skills remained the same. Kip began to counterattack. He drove his shin hard into Jungwoo's stomach. The players below chatted, and in their story, there was also the name of Junho. Perhaps effort isn't as important as innate talent. Just look at Seo Junho, who has advanced crazily since his debut, and it's clear. They didn't stop pointing fingers and laughing at each other. But why does he still train so hard? I heard it's because he wants revenge.
Jungwoo was struck by Ivis's attack and fell sprawled on the ground, his face clearly showing pain. His family had been destroyed by the fiends. He took heavy, painful breaths. The whispers of the players from earlier echoed in Junho's mind. Fiends, revenge. Jungwoo stood up resiliently, even though his body was covered in injuries and he lacked talent. Screaming in anger, he threw his fist once again. Jungwoo was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. "I don't care, I'll ignore what others advise." "You are more stubborn than I thought. Come to the square in front of the city hall before dawn 3 days from now." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Thank you, sir." Junho narrowed his eyes, wondering to himself, "I wonder why I'm so worried about him. Perhaps it's because he talked about Gilberto." He recalled Gilberto's free-spirited appearance. After losing his wife, he became a hunter to protect his only child. Everyone looked down on him because he was only D rank, but eventually he became one of the 5 great heroes of the world. Linking the two of them together, Junho exclaimed, "But even so, clearly Jungwoo is less talented than him. If talent were measured on a scale of 0 to 10, Gilberto would score a 2, while that person would only be around 0.5. He walked past Jungwoo as an announcement came from the platform. "Next person, please step forward." The whispering caused Jungwoo to turn his head. "Is he the one in the Thunder Bear video?" "Ah yes, I think that's him. I knew he would participate too." The man on the opposite side spoke up to introduce himself. "I am Ivis, a knight." Hearing that, he replied briefly, "Player Seo Junho." The opponent then began to warm up, swinging his sword. Over here, Jungwoo rested but didn't forget to monitor the situation. Junho slowly advanced towards his opponent. He frowned slightly, his expression extremely serious, his steps not stopping at all.
When Jeev swung the wooden sword, he immediately leaned back to dodge, and in an instant he had grabbed him by the neck. Seizing the opportunity, he used his strength to throw Jeev backward, leaving his face flushed and bewildered as he hit the ground. The commander's voice rang out from behind. "Stop right there." Junho breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed. He asked Avis directly, "So do I have to go to the square in 3 days?" He replied cheerfully, "Of course, I will see you then." Junho closed his eyes tight. A smile curled on his lips. Junho couldn't help but turn his head to look. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window where Soli was still fast asleep. At that moment, a voice spoke up and woke her. "A frosty morning." Soli sat up groggily. "Oh, is it morning already?" Junho asked with interest, "How do you like your house?" She stretched and replied, "I don't know, it's a bit of a pity that I only have a bed for furniture." He couldn't help but laugh. "But it's better than before, isn't it?" At this moment, the system interface displayed news about Jungho, the sole survivor of a tragedy where his entire family was annihilated by fiends who had now become a player. Jungho frowned, listening intently. He had dedicated himself to training, yet his ranking results remained low. Why was he still the same as he was 16 years ago? Seol looked a bit suspicious. I don't know who he is, but it seems he's having trouble. Hearing that, he also admitted it. He is the person I saw at the strength test before. Curiosity gradually rose within her, but his reputation doesn't seem very good. Do they know that mocking those who are trying to train themselves to improve every day is not a good thing? Juno appeared to agree with this opinion. I agree with you on that. All data about him was displayed on the system. Level 50, title, spring opener +2. He silently recited the stats in his head. Strength 174, stamina 174, speed 174, magic 1196, and fame 1220.
After a moment of thought, Junho glanced and realized that his stats had improved significantly thanks to days of frantic hunting. Once my magic stat reaches 200, I think there might be a chance. Sunset fell, but his will to awaken his friends remained as intact as ever. Suddenly, a call rang out, and from afar, the door burst open to her surprise. You finally arrived. With a concerned voice, Junho asked, "Are you okay? You look quite haggard." Sasha confessed. Completing it was really difficult. He went straight to the point. "Have you finished it?" She replied immediately with pride. "Obviously, it's me, a genius alchemist. I'm done. You can look forward to the effectiveness of this potion." Sasha explained its effects. These effects would strengthen his mind. This was a brain-strengthening elixir. She didn't forget to warn Junho. But the ingredients you gave me are too strong, so absorbing all of them will be very difficult. If you feel it's too much, just spit it out." Paying little heed to Sasha's words, he decisively drank it all in one gulp, because if he couldn't withstand the potion's power, his brain could be damaged. Just as expected, a few seconds later, Junho's face turned pale. He gasped and dropped the vial as pain washed over him. Seeing this, she panicked and asked, "Are you okay? Why did you try to drink it all in one breath like that?" Sasha gently placed her hand on Junho's burning face. "Did you hear my warning? I told you it was dangerous." However, even her hand felt a burning sensation. It's too hot." Sully hurriedly used magic power to cool down his body. "Hang in there a little longer. I think you're almost—" Before his eyes was a desolate battlefield, where the heavy breathing of a person echoed ceaselessly. Daku was in critical condition, groaning.
It was so cold, he suddenly recalled. That's right, the landslide. Was I knocked unconscious by a rock? I have to find a way out. Jungmu gathered every last bit of his strength. I must escape. A while later, he finally managed to emerge above ground. As soon as he surfaced, Jungmu coughed incessantly. It was freezing. He let out a long breath. Is everyone still alive? Sully glanced to Jungmu, who was drenched in sweat. One by one, the others also began to emerge from the pile of rubble. He looked up with a gaze full of doubt. Fighting? Wasn't everyone swept away in that landslide? A piercing noise suddenly rang out from the hill. Two figures were abruptly thrown down by the shockwave. Jungmu was surprised when those two figures fell right in front of him. Jungmu stared intently at the body in front of him and thought to himself, someone is actually fighting up there. I must quickly get there to fight alongside them. While thinking, Jungmu struggled to climb up. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds of battle became. When he crawled to the top, a scene of countless monster corpses lay before his eyes. Juno was ceaselessly fighting the surrounding monsters, causing Jungwoo's eyes to widen in astonishment.
Player Seo Juno swung his sword with immense power, and an iron-blooded kobold fell. Not stopping there, Juno continued to throw a punch at another one. They roared in pain as they took the attacks. The more he fought, the sharper Juno's eyes became. Jungwoo stood stunned before the scene in front of him. Don't tell me he has been fighting alone all this time? He uttered trembling words. Seo Juno. Junwoo's hand instinctively clenched tighter. An iron-blooded kobold suddenly ambushed Juno from behind, and a loud shout caught his attention. Player Seo Juno! Junwoo rushed forward, gifting the iron-blooded kobold a punch. Following the momentum, he pinned it to the ground and continuously rained punches on it. Juno turned and spoke. Thank you. Junwoo turned back and smiled. Thank you for holding out alone and continuing to fight. Juno let out a breath, full of questions. What about the others? How are the other players and adventurers? Junwoo stammered. Just them, a voice suddenly echoed over. You damn kobolds, what do you think you're doing? Trying to bully the weak with numbers? The rest of the group also started to climb up to the spot. The two who arrived gasped in shock. What is this? Did he defeat this whole bunch alone? Him alone? Despite being continuously surrounded by hundreds of kobolds? Is he a monster? Even if it's true that the more you contribute, the more you benefit, you still have to stay alive to enjoy it.
Two others also approached, equally astonished. He was clearly far superior to anyone in the attack squad. No, to all of us. Good grief, this bastard is actually pretty terrifying. Those filthy wretches, thanks to them, I've swallowed so much mud I'll probably have to skip dinner. One person realized in utter shock. Huh? There are blood kobolds too? Just when I needed to hunt some blood kobolds. Hey, if you're not confident, don't act rashly and stick close. Don't make me laugh. You're the one who needs to be careful. Don't drag me down. Junho watched them bickering and let out a sigh. Not long after, they all grabbed their weapons and charged.
On the other side, the Iron Blood Kobolds also became more ferocious as Ivis shouted an order. Attack squad! He led the army, swinging his sword. We must take them down right here. The battle raged on with extreme intensity. An Iron Blood Kobold pointed its hand, ordering its kin forward. Deep within the mass of Iron Blood Kobolds, a pair of bloodshot eyes was watching. 2 Iron Blood Kobolds opened their mouths wide, energy beginning to gather. Before they could attack, they were decapitated by 2 warriors. I won't let you do that. A sky-shaking explosion caused Junho to cover himself with his hands. He suddenly spoke up. Thanks, I was almost ambushed by those kobolds. Jungwoo laughed and replied, I'm sure you would have reacted in time even if I hadn't done anything.
He clenched his fist tight. You should go now. Hearing this, Junho looked puzzled. Go where? Jungwoo answered immediately. Go to the Blood Kobold Lord. You have every right to hunt him first. Players So Junho, leave this place to us. Having said that, he dashed away like the wind. Selly flew over and asked, How is your head? You must have used a lot of mental power to wake those sluggish people up. Junho gave a faint smile. It's nothing. Sasha's potion is really effective. Hearing that, she laughed out loud. Anyway, focus all your power on the battle ahead. I still have to scold you afterwards. He thought to himself, although he really didn't want to overexert himself. Junho blurted out, If you say that, I feel like I don't want this battle to end. Someone heard the noise and looked back. Those bastards. The others also turned around one by one, with smiles on their lips. All eyes were focused on Junho. He directed his gaze to the top of the hill. Finally came out of that dog kennel of yours, huh? Hearing those words, the Iron Blood Kobold furiously crushed the chair. Its entire body was encased in armor. The Blood Kobold Lord leaped high into the air and landed powerfully where Junho was standing.
Its face was filled with fury, accompanied by growls. He raised his sword, preparing for battle. The Blood Kobold Lord mustered all its strength and rushed straight towards Junho. He gently lowered his body, using one hand to block the attack. Using the momentum, Junho swung his sword powerfully at the Blood Kobold Lord, causing a small crack to appear on its armor. It did not retreat even a single step. Junho did not stop but slashed continuously, forcing the Blood Kobold Lord to cross its arms in defense. It suddenly swung its claws violently, but Junho managed to tilt his head to dodge. He landed a kick on the Blood Kobold Lord's face to counterattack. Junho furrowed his brows as he sensed something ominous. He retreated, dodging a powerful strike from it. Stepping back to keep his distance, Junho frowned while observing his opponent. Channeling strength into his legs, he sprang forward powerfully. Junho grabbed the Blood Kobold Lord's fur tightly, preparing to unleash a move. Sensing this, it gritted its teeth and growled in anger.
Without hesitation, he thrust his sword straight into the Blood Kobold Lord's head. The pain made it even more frenzied. Junho gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the pressure radiating from the Blood Kobold Lord. It tilted its head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering howl, knocking him away. Those fighting nearby heard the noise and looked over. Junho's eyes grew sharp as he observed the surrounding situation. Currently, he was trapped between 4 walls. The Blood Kobold Lord approached, its killing intent overflowing. Junho harbored a suspicion in his heart. How could a kobold nage cause such a massive landslide? It knew how to use magic. Moreover, the energy he was sensing was not merely magic power. The Blood Kobold Lord's eyes flashed as it opened its foul-smelling mouth and lunged forward. After a moment of calculation, he finally realized it was demonic energy. The sword in Junho's hand slowly dissipated. The strengthen effect was gradually running out. I need to unleash a decisive strike. Thinking so, he immediately got into a stance ready to attack. Junho retreated, continuously dodging the Blood Kobold Lord's lunges. He successfully evaded a straight punch. Junho frowned, glancing up at it. He swung his sword horizontally, blocking an attack from the Blood Kobold Lord. It didn't stop, but gathered momentum, preparing to pounce, shattering the rocks it struck.
Junho moved fast as a tornado, appearing right above the Blood Kobold Lord in the blink of an eye. It raised its hand to use magic to attack. Countless rocks surged up from the ground, aiming straight at Junho. He poured his power into his short sword and stabbed down hard, creating an explosion. The explosion sent the Blood Kobold Lord flying to the ground. Suddenly, a powerful force flew in, knocking him violently against the stone wall. Despite the tormenting pain, Junho's eyes remained full of determination. The Blood Kobold Lord suddenly rushed in and threw a punch. Junho closed his eyes, ignoring the fist that was right next to his face. Suddenly, he moved smoothly to dodge it. Manipulating the flow, fast as the wind, Junho circled behind its back. He stabbed the sword hard into its back, causing the Blood Kobold Lord to growl and turn around. Junho's eyes widened as he exerted all his strength. He focused all his power into the sword, unleashing an extremely powerful strike straight into the Blood Kobold Lord's body. A moment later, its entire body was scorched, and it collapsed. The surrounding stone walls also gradually crumbled. Soli flew over anxiously. "Are you okay? Didn't I tell you from the start not to push yourself too hard?" Junho spoke up. "Soli, stay alert." Hearing those words, she looked bewildered. "Why?" he thought to himself.
He is the Blood Kobold Lord, and he even possesses demonic energy. Last time, because of the Hyeno incident, I couldn't use it. But now, Junho held out his hand. Confession of the Dead. A fragment of the Kobold Lord's memory flashed through his mind. From the moment of its birth, it carried the destiny of becoming a leader. Afterward, it expanded its power and territory day by day. With the unity of the entire Blood Kobold clan, they unified other tribes through conquests. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, until one day, the sound of human conversation echoed from afar. Is that it? Definitely. There can't be two leaders in existence.
Two figures slowly appeared. One of them suddenly spoke. All right, let's get started. Their gaze was like observing prey right before their eyes. That was the signal for a tragedy about to unfold. Ending the flashback, Junho was lost in thought. Those guys, he closed his eyes and silently resolved, were his targets. The story continued as a strange sound echoed. Subconsciously, the image of the fiend's slaughter returned, making him feel that they were all of a higher level than his current self. No, even higher than Viken. One fiend appeared impatient and spoke up. I don't have time. Give him the magic stone. Hearing that, the fiend with hair covering half his face took out a red gem and spoke.
Look at this, stray dog, your favorite stone. Without wasting a movement, he slammed the gem down, his eyes flashing with cruelty as he continued. I will place it inside your heart so you can remember me, okay? Feeling abnormal changes within its body, the Blood Kobold Lord's entire hand began to tremble. It clenched its teeth and let out a roar, its eyes gradually turning red, as if dominated by some force. It growled while bowing respectfully. The fiend, witnessing the scene, wondered, a Blood Kobold Lord? The other fiend seemed to realize the issue and spoke up in warning. It seems we skipped a few steps. His fiend accomplice heard this and added, the other teams are applying pressure, forcing us to achieve better results. The Blood Kobold Lord's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing their conversation. My business, how dare they interfere? Are they trying to bring me down? Be careful not to be discovered by the guild leaders. How are the experiment results? The fiend with hair covering half his face lightly touched the Blood Kobold Lord's nose and replied, its strength has improved significantly, and since it hasn't gone berserk, it seems its intellect has also been enhanced. It's a success. Having said that, he signaled again. Stray dog, do you know Selen City? Your mission now is to attack and capture that city. There is no time limit, just do your best. The flashback of the Blood Kobold Lord's past ended. Junho frowned, deep in thought. A magic stone. Judging by its memories, this thing is still...
It was just a testing phase. Thinking about the recent battle, he silently made a conjecture. But if they successfully continue their development, they might be able to tame even stronger monsters to deal with the guilds. Finally, he looked down at the Blood Kobold Lord's body on the ground and silently resolved that he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. As Junho stood up, Soli hurriedly pointed at him and said, Cut, that's no good at all. He asked back with a puzzled look. No good? She remarked with a hint of tension in her voice. Too boring. This scene isn't lively at all. You have to get into character, wipe off some sweat, stagger out, and then lean against the wall. That's how it should be done. With a helpless expression, he replied, But I'm not sweating? She raised her voice to order him again. Then why don't you use strengthen? Hurry up, the dust cloud is fading. He sighed and replied, For the sake of PP, all for PP.
Under the twilight, someone suddenly spotted something ahead and called out, Hey, look over there! Hearing the call, everyone turned to look. Confused, one person asked, Why did it suddenly go quiet? In a state of doubt, Songu spoke up. Is the battle over? Everyone focused their gaze on the thick cloud of dust and smoke ahead. Filled with anxiety, they silently wondered who the winner was and if Sojin Ho could actually win. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the curtain of dust, panting heavily. Someone saw this and asked nervously, stuttering, Who is that? The person behind them was equally shocked as they continued. Could it be? The dust settled, revealing the glorious appearance of Sojin Ho. Once they clearly saw his face, they instinctively called out his name. Sojin Ho! Everyone was moved, having placed their full trust in him. The young man who had been worried earlier now had tears streaming down his face as he shouted, Player Sojin Ho! Emotions erupted as everyone rushed toward Sojin Ho, cheering, This is our victory! Sojin Ho! Sojin Ho! Someone approached him and asked excitedly, Did you record it? The person next to him added enthusiastically, If you did, edit it and post it on the forum quickly. Before he could react, another person eagerly offered, Next time you stop by the Matheon Guild, I'll treat you to a drink. Nearby, another person expressed their gratitude. Thanks to the Dark Knight, I managed to save my life. Even though I don't usually like players, I will always support you. Sojin Ho was supported by Songu. Accepting the recognition from everyone, he smiled happily. Ha! Observing his condition, Songu remarked, Player Sojin Ho, you look very tired, don't you? Hearing this, Junho exclaimed, It's great! Songu asked again, a bit confused. What is? Junho glanced at him and expressed his feelings. Ah,
I mean, the feeling of winning a battle is truly great. The sincerity and familiarity from everyone made him suddenly realize that in the past, no matter how tired he was, he could never show it on his face. He could never show even a hint of weakness.
It was enough to make the whole world panic and fear. Under this warm sunset, he finally realized, so this is what it feels like to lean on someone else's shoulder? Suddenly a hand reached out and spoke. Player Sojino, thank you for your heroic action. Thanks to you, 497 members of the expedition team were able to save their lives. Ivis expressed his gratitude. On behalf of my subordinates, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Juno shook hands in return. I'm also glad that more people survived than I thought. As if having spoken his mind, he immediately announced, you have contributed a lot, so you are ranked first. The captain will call for you soon. He smiled slightly in response. I will wait. Witnessing the scene below, Selly sighed from the top of the tree. Goodbye, Sojino. See you later, Dark Knight. Jungwoo and Juno continued their journey. Then Jungwoo suddenly turned to him and exclaimed, joining this expedition was truly a right decision. As if understanding the meaning, he smiled and asked back, you leveled up a whole bunch, didn't you? He was a bit surprised to hear him reveal, well, not exactly, but I certainly learned a lot by observing you. As if accepting reality, he closed his eyes and expressed, just as the saying goes, soft outside, hard inside. Perhaps just pursuing physical strength is indeed. He was slightly surprised to hear him reveal this information. Well, not exactly, but I certainly learned a lot by observing you. He closed his eyes tightly as if accepting reality and expressed, just as the saying goes, soft on the outside, hard on the inside. Perhaps pursuing only physical strength was indeed a mistake. After expressing his thoughts, Baek Sungu handed him a piece of paper and signaled, this is my community ID. If you ever need help with anything, just contact me. So Junho held the piece of paper, his eyes not leaving it as he firmly stated, I will contact you later, player Baek Sungu. You will surely become stronger. He turned to leave but didn't forget to look back at him. From behind he replied with a determination that couldn't be clearer. I will work hard so as not to disappoint player So Junho's expectations. I won't forget today's lesson. I will continue to train both my body and my mind. Witnessing the parting scene between the two, Sel-E called out from behind So Junho. Contractor? So Junho felt helpless at her question. Can I start nagging now? He asked back with a gloomy voice. Can't you wait a little longer? Sel-E's reminding tone rang out immediately.
You are no longer a hero, so there is no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for others. Hearing her ceaseless complaining, he lay flat on the bed, eyes squeezed shut in resignation. Do you understand that if you sacrifice yourself, it means you are also sacrificing the feelings of those who care about you? If my knight dares to risk his life without permission, I will strip him of his title and punish him severely. Seeing her nagging receive no response, Seuli asked impatiently, pressing him, Are you listening? You are listening, right? She pointed straight at his face and declared, So from now on, you must always consult my opinion. Junho turned his face away, his brows furrowed. Feeling annoyed, he immediately replied, All right, I remember. He suddenly opened one eye when he heard Seuli announce, I was really worried. The feeling of annoyance in his heart gradually dissipated.
He sat up, smiling gently to reassure her. I'll be more careful from now on, okay? She showed a displeased attitude again, thinking that he sounded truly reluctant. She was rambling on when she suddenly stopped. Even for a high-ranking spirit, his face showed no expression as a light flashed. Light randomly emitted from Sully's body, causing her to cry out in surprise. Huh? Oh, what is this? Juno's eyes gradually revealed utter astonishment. Witnessing the scene right before his eyes, he instinctively called her name. Sully, is this the evolution stage? In her confusion, Sully realized, could it be? On a fresh morning at Juno's house, he was calmly brushing his teeth as usual. He glanced over at Sully, who was sulking in the bathtub, and asked, You've grown a bit, haven't you? Despairingly, she replied, Not really, I'm still very small. Hearing that, he comforted her. No way. Then he excitedly lifted Sully high up and teased, You've grown this much already. Being lifted up, she struggled while expressing her annoyance. Hey, stop it. As the Queen of Niflheim, I refuse this kind of rude behavior. Seeing her arrogant attitude, he laughed provocatively and asserted, No, you are no longer the queen. Now you are my spirit. You've leveled up, haven't you? Just as I thought, you were just the lowest rank spirit. First, I need to know, spirits have a total of 5 ranks. Lowest, low, intermediate, high, and supreme.
The higher the rank, the greater the power they can use. Selly avoided his gaze, slightly apprehensive as she softly revealed, I am Supreme Rank, Stage 2. Junho was confused and put her down. Yeah, he was somewhat stunned, looking down at her determined, intense expression. My current rank is Supreme Rank, Stage 2. I am the first spirit to reach this rank, remember that. After expressing this, Selly immediately dashed away, leaving him surprised and asking, "What is that?" Looking at her retreating figure, Junho smiled helplessly and thought to himself, "Are there ranks I don't know about? Don't worry, you will reach the supreme rank eventually. It's not like getting a promotion in the army." Time quietly passed under the clear blue sky, and outside, a horse carriage appeared. Suddenly, a sound came from inside. "The Lord has summoned me." Junho adjusted his outfit while looking at Selly to invite her. "Do you want to come along? Or do you want to continue working?" Engrossed in the screen in front of her, she immediately replied,
I'm almost done. Sale intently reviewed the event with the Blood Kobold Lord and expressed her opinion, but I didn't want to get distracted, so I'll stay here. Hearing that, he agreed, all right. The coachman waiting at the door saw Seo Junho come out and asked, "Are you ready?" He calmly replied, "Yes, let's go." Very quickly after that, he was escorted by 2 soldiers to the front of the palace. The soldier brought him to the door of the room and knocked to report, "Sir, player Seo Junho has arrived." The person inside heard and replied, "Oh, let him in." Seo Junho had just stepped through the door when he heard someone ask about his identity. "So you are Seo Junho, the player who made a huge contribution in the subjugation?" He heard and confirmed quickly, "Yes, that's right." Standing in front of him was Ivis, who was behind the Viscount. He spoke up to introduce himself. "I am the Lord of the City, Viscount Bastille Julian." He politely stepped forward and replied, "Player Seo Junho." Hearing that, Ivis expressed his opinion. "I have had my eyes on you since you took the expedition test." The Viscount was somewhat excited. He laughed loudly and continued, "Ha! Most players are scared to death as soon as they enter this room, but there is truly something completely different about you." Suddenly, the maid from outside the door.
Rushing in with a tense expression, she shouted loudly, "Report, excuse me, sir. The young master is in critical condition." Hearing the bad news, Juno frowned and glanced at the maid, while the Viscount's face revealed worry as he exclaimed, "What?" Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out while excusing himself. "Excuse me, I need to step out for a moment." Ibis remained standing calmly and asked, "Player So Young-ho, I apologize. It seems you are not very lucky today. Can you leave for now?" He glanced at the man and expressed his view. "Commander, can I take a look at the sick room?" That intention made him ask in confusion, "What do you mean?" Ibis hesitated slightly upon hearing him reveal, "It might be a disease that only players know about." As if understanding, he turned on his heel and said firmly, "Just observe from a distance. You cannot do anything more." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "I will keep that in mind." When seeing Seamus gasping for breath on the bed, the Viscount shouted worriedly, "What happened?" He was trying to fight the pain inside his body, causing the Viscount to ask in confusion, "Didn't they say the disease had stopped progressing?" The 2 men standing nearby replied awkwardly, "Yes, about that." Facing the urgent situation, one said, "He suddenly developed a high fever. Although we tried to suppress it with holy cower, it wasn't enough." The Viscount's eyes revealed despair as he asked, "So what should I do now?" Hung responded in confusion, "Please forgive me, a mediocre priest like me cannot find any better way." Realizing there was no way to save him, his face turned pale, his body swayed and fell backward. "Ah, I can't believe it." Seeing this, Hung anxiously stepped forward to support him and called out, "My lord!" Immediately after, Ivis and Juno appeared. Seeing the situation, he quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Priest Hung, please quickly treat the lord." Hearing this, Hung replied, "Yes, yes, to the nearest bedroom, hurry." Some time passed, but Simus's condition did not seem to improve much. Juno calmly walked closer to his sickbed. Noticing his intention, Ivis shouted, "Back off, player So Juno. I told you clearly that you could only watch from afar." Ignoring his shout, he calmly observed Simus's condition, his brows furrowing. He thought to himself, his condition is critical. Placing his hand on the boy's forehead, he sank into thought. All life possesses magic energy, and this child is no exception. Then Juno closed his eyes again, seeming to try to sense something and think, but they are all messed up. Inside his subconscious, something was swirling in the center of Simus's chest. He silently sensed. The flow of magic energy that should be circulating in order is now condensing in one place. Not only that, I don't know the reason, but the magic energy inside him keeps gathering to form a strange sphere. Ivis was startled by Junho's affirmation. "I can sense the demonic energy inside the young master. Don't worry, I'm not lying." He spoke in a serious tone. "I can disperse the demonic energy accumulated inside the young master." Hearing this, the man looked unbelieving and immediately retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense. Even the priests of the Sun Cathedral cannot do that." Junho replied confidently, "Are you sure? I am a player." As if having gained a little trust, Ivis asked thoroughly, "Damn it, how do you plan to disperse it?" He answered frankly, "It involves my ability." The man placed his hand on his sword and warned, "Try it, but if you make any suspicious moves." Junho calmly pulled a chair closer and continued, "Then you can take my head." The process began. He grasped Seamus's hand tightly. Sensing the dark magic from the target, Junho's eyes gradually changed as a notification appeared. Based on the attribute of Watchman of Darkness, you can absorb it. Upon absorption, your magic power will be enhanced.
As if preparations were complete, he closed his eyes, and an abnormal aura began to emanate. He reminded himself silently, I must be careful to avoid causing injury. That strange aura gradually penetrated Seamus's body. It slowly flew to where the demonic energy was accumulated and quickly rushed into it. He thought to himself while feeling the process unfold. In order to untangle such a mess of mana threads, finally, the abnormal aura had successfully penetrated the place where the magic accumulated. Junho closed his eyes tight, striving to find a solution. I need Skaya, the one recognized as the greatest mage from the upper world. As if the inspection was complete, the aura slowly seeped out. With a hint of regret, he thought, it's a pity, but there's no other option. First, I'll try negotiating with the easygoing ones. A long while later, the Viscount and his wife arrived and approached. Seeing the two of them, Ivis immediately spoke up. My lord, you should rest a bit. Hearing that, he immediately asked about the situation. How can I rest? How is Seamus? By now, Seamus Sharon's complexion had improved somewhat. His breathing had also become easier than before. Ivis immediately reported. Thanks to player Seo Junho, his condition has stabilized. Hearing this, the Viscount seemed somewhat relieved. He looked at Ivis and indicated, I must express my gratitude. Where is he now? The knight heard this and replied, he has already left. He was slightly stunned to hear him recount. He said he has a friend capable of completely curing the disease and said he would bring that person to take a look. This made the Viscount exclaim, he has placed me in too great a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, at the chairman's office,
Dyoku suddenly burst through the door, rushing in with a frantic expression. Juno, who was eating noodles, saw him and spoke up. You're here? Witnessing his calmness, the older man stammered. You… Dyoku pointed straight at his face, questioning him in an annoyed tone. What's with the sudden urgency? You didn't even bother contacting me. Calmly slurping a noodle, Juno replied. Something urgent came up, so I came here to meet a friend. Dyoku slowly approached Juno and asked, a friend? As if realizing something, he exclaimed, Good heavens, did you miss me that much? Hearing that, he immediately denied it. What? I wasn't talking about you. Sitting down and grabbing some food, Dyoku asked with a confused look, If not me, then who? You don't have any other friends besides me, right? Hearing this, Juno immediately retorted, I do. Why wouldn't I? As the older man enjoyed the food, he listened to the explanation. I came down here this time to talk about the Ice Seal. Hearing this, Dyoku was somewhat surprised and asked back, The Ice Seal? You mean the other heroes? Juno nodded in confirmation. He continued to ask, Is everything ready? Revealing his anticipation, he exclaimed emotionally, Finally, the heroes of the past will gather in one place once again. He heard that and replied, We'll see how it goes. His expression suddenly turned cold as he asked, By the way, have you heard any news from Avantier? A while later, when the plate of food on the table had emptied after their conversation,
Doku suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Magic stones? Those fiends are planning something bad again. Junho calmly announced the situation. They have already taken a few steps. This time I ruined their plot, but if they ally with each other, nothing will be able to stop them anymore. Hearing the situation, Doku immediately replied, They will start taming monsters that are even stronger. If they succeed in doing that, we are definitely done for. Junho frowned and expressed his view. Then leak some information to the guys at the association. I can't handle this alone. I don't even know if they know about it yet. Standing by the window looking out at the high-rise buildings, Doku confirmed and asked, Then we will let them know, since Lord Julian's child is also affected. By the way, did you mean earlier that those magic stones could be used to implant into the people in Avantier? Hearing that, he replied immediately. Junho rubbed his chin and expressed, We haven't found the trace of the stone yet, and Lord Julian's son hasn't turned into a fiend yet, so I assume.
Perhaps that person has absorbed a miniature version or a fragment of the magic stone. Hearing this, Doku continued. If the nobles and the royal family in the empire are gradually affected, then, understanding the implication, he interrupted and replied, That would be a disaster, a terrible disaster. Hearing that, he indicated, I will present this issue at the next international conference. Amidst the clear blue sky of the city, Juno sighed with emotion. Phew, I really want to live in a world free of those fiends. As if he had made up his mind, he declared firmly, Someday I will make that dream come true. That declaration made Doku ask in confusion, What do you mean? Juno crossed his arms seriously and gave his answer. If those frozen people are truly awakened, I intended to go up to the second floor first. But it seems something was still weighing on his mind, so he decided, But I can't wait any longer. I have to do something. Hearing that, he felt sympathetic and thought to himself, You're right, about the 5 heroes of the past advancing to the second floor together. Just hearing about that dark and cold place is thrilling enough, but no one knows the feelings of the people involved. As if suddenly remembering something, Doku asked, By the way, isn't the Frost Queen…
You mean the Frost Queen? Is she coming down here with you?
Hearing someone mention her, Silly spoke up repeatedly from behind. I am coming down. Curiosity piqued, Deku immediately asked, what is she doing there? At that moment, Silly was settled in her chair, focused on the screen in front of her. Hearing him ask, Junho replied, watching dramas and movies. Hearing that, he shrugged his shoulders in confusion, looking at him. Seeing this, Junho retorted, don't look at me like that. Under the clear morning sky, a question full of curiosity was uttered by Deku. I wouldn't know. Video editing? Really, you know that skill too? Hearing this, she replied with unconcealed excitement. Cool, right? I even got promoted yesterday. Time passed quietly, dyeing the blue sky with the light of the sunset. Junho made a request while handing the device forward. I'm going now. By the way, can you download some dramas and movies onto this tablet? He spoke indifferently, hands still in his pockets, because I'm taking it to the second floor. Deku raised his hand in agreement. No problem, what genre do you like? Hearing that, excitement was evident on Selly's face. Classics are eternal, don't ever forget that. After listening, he nodded to show he understood. Ah, all right, I'll load this tablet full of classic masterpieces. By the way, Junho, your house is still too empty. Hearing this, he immediately replied, all right, I'll pack enough stuff inside. On a pristine morning in a skyscraper, Junho calmly walked straight towards the ice block ahead, where someone seemed to be imprisoned. He raised his head, his eyes focused on observing the shape of the ice block. At this moment, Junho was facing the 5 great heroes frozen in ice that he had just mentioned. Noticing that he had been immersed in the scene before him for too long, Selly, standing next to him, gently nudged his leg to call out, Hey, contractor. He replied without shifting his gaze from the ice block. Yeah, a fleeting thought suddenly arrived, pulling him back to streams of ancient memories. It had been quite some time. 9 months have passed since I saw the light here, a time that was both long and short. Images of himself fighting resiliently returned, recalling the times he destroyed monsters and cleared the gates. Not only that, memories of each teammate and even opponents of the past also rushed back into Junho's mind. Seeing the cityscape, I imagined experiencing completely new things and forming new relationships. Finally, he rubbed his head and expressed himself with a radiant, happy smile. I really wronged everyone. Isn't it pathetic that I'm the only one left? After pouring out his heart, So Junho slowly touched the block of ice, murmuring inwardly, that's why I've tried my best, more or less. Soli was briefly astonished by the scene unfolding, while his eyes shone with determination. A series of system notifications continued to appear. Frost ability confirmed. You can use the frost ability to unseal the ice seal. You have enough magic to proceed with unsealing the ice seal. Since the player lacks sufficient understanding of the frost skill, a penalty will be incurred. Unsealing will permanently reduce magic stat by 70 points. When the seal is removed, the Curse of Extreme Cold will reduce all your stats by 50%. Once this ice seal is removed, you will not be able to remove another ice seal for the next 90 days. Do you agree to unseal the ice seal? That string of notifications left Junho confused as he asked, why are there so many penalties? What is this Curse of Extreme Cold? Hearing this, Soli hurriedly explained, it is because your understanding and level of the frost skill are lower than before. He frowned in skepticism and asked himself, 26 years ago, how could I have possibly broken a curse? Was it because that guy was strong? Or is my frost level just too low right now? Junho slowly lowered his hand to consider.
If I upgrade my frost skill, will the penalty decrease? Hesitation was clear in Juno's eyes as he asked himself, but the current problem is, who among these people should I awaken? As he thought, he calculated the value each person would bring, starting with Gilberto. I think he would prioritize leveling up regardless. Next, the image of Mio appeared in his mind. If she wakes up, it will be the same. She will just obey the orders of her prestigious clan. Then Juno's thoughts turned to Ramadat. If he hears about monsters and strong mages, he will ignore everything I say and rush headlong into battle. Finally, he considered Skaya. With her magic obsession, if she hears about the existence of this fantasy world, she will be so happy she might go crazy. Summarizing everything, he silently made a calculation. Awakening the right person will make things progress faster. Cell asked, her voice tinged with impatience, Hey contractor, have you decided yet? Juno pursed his lips tightly, responding with a tone and look full of determination. Yes. Thinking so, he touched the block of ice in front of him, and a warning notification appeared. Once you unseal this ice seal, you will not be able to unseal another ice seal for the next 90 days. The system wants to confirm once more. Do you agree to unseal the ice seal? Juno replied with a determined voice, Give my friend back to me, you bastard. Cracks began to spread from where his hand touched the ice block. The ice containing Skaya had been chosen. She was thus released from her imprisonment. The pressure from the penalty caused him to bow his head and endure the pain. Permanently consumed 70 magic stats. You are currently afflicted with the Extreme Cold Curse for 30 days. Although released, Skaya's consciousness was still submerged in a coma. Due to inertia, her body fell forward and was caught by Juno as he bent down.
He glanced at her from behind, his eyes revealing a look of deep thought. Her breathing became gentle and rhythmic, and time quietly passed by.
She slowly opened her eyelids, and the image of Junho waiting appeared before her eyes. Skaya's vision gradually regained its clarity. Seeing that, he immediately smiled brightly and spoke. "Hello." Reflected in her eyes was his face. She lay motionless on the ground, replying with an emotionless face. "Hello, Archmage Skaya Killerland." Skaya gently leaned her hand against the glass window, her gaze directed down at the scenery below. She whispered words to herself. No more gates to be seen. Skaya's voice continued to resonate. People just walking around the streets without any fear. Standing next to her, Junho replied with eyes sparkling with pride. "This is the scenery that we created," he softly continued. "Me and you, with Ramadat, Gilberto, and Mio as well." Junho smiled, calmly explaining the current situation.
Now the threat of the monsters is gone. Those words made her become pensive. He stepped closer to Skaya, asking with a voice full of concern, "Are you crying?" She immediately blushed and punched Junho in the stomach, criticizing him in embarrassment. "What are you looking at?" He suddenly spoke up. "It's been 26 years. Junho slowly analyzed. "I woke up last year, so we're the same age now. You're not my older sister anymore." Skaya immediately objected. "Heh, who calculates it like that? It has to be based on the year of birth." He handed her a cup of coffee with a natural tone. "Anyway, we're already so close to each other." Skaya immediately replied with a mischievous expression. "If we are the same age, you can't call me sister anymore, right?" Junho's voice contained helplessness as he asked, "You're really stubborn. Do you still remember the Frost Queen?" She immediately raised her voice in reproach. "Do you think I'm an idiot? My memory is still very good." He hesitated for a moment, then spoke apologetically. "We fought for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep my promise to meet everyone again." Skaya gently stroked Junho's hair, using gentle words to comfort him. "You did very well." She smiled and gave him a sincere compliment. "Without you, we couldn't have defeated her, so don't feel guilty." Skaya suddenly asked him, "So what happened to you?" Junho looked at her. He curled his lips slightly as he replied, "It's probably faster if you see for yourself." Then he pointed at the coffee cup, and in a moment,
A thin layer of frost began to spread across the surface of the cup. Witnessing this, Skaya burst into amused laughter, asking Junho curiously, "This isn't magic. What is it? A new ability?" He began to explain slowly. "Ah, this is basic frost. It must be the first stage of this skill type." She offered her guess. "Then you must have obtained a title too, something like holder of basic skill or so." Junho immediately replied, "Come to think of it, I don't think I have that." Skaya responded with a serious attitude. "When I first used magic, I received the title Beginner with Magic. You should receive a title for any achievement reached for the first time." Junho suddenly realized and spoke up. "That's right. When I conquered the level 10 trial dungeon, I also received a title. Why didn't I think of it?" Skaya frowned, then analyzed slowly. "You are at level 9, right? So even if you try again, you can't reach level 30.
"Don't say that," he calmly said to her. "Try checking your status board. You're probably at level 1 right now." Skaya stared at the status board in amazement. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed in surprise, "I'm still at level 80? The frost curse reduced my stats, but they naturally recovered within a month." Junho also couldn't hide his confusion. He frowned and asked, "What is this?" Sully offered a speculation. "Perhaps it is because you touched the Frost Queen's nucleus." He asked again with a look of skepticism. "So out of the 5 of us, only I was reset?" She answered hesitantly, "I am not sure." Skaya curiously turned her eyes toward Junho and asked, Who are you talking to?" He looked hesitant. "This is..." Junho glanced at Sully, and she responded with a nod as confirmation. Skaya looked up at Sully, her voice filled with astonishment, asking, "What is that?" She immediately introduced herself, the Frost Queen. Skaya could not hide her excitement, hugging Sully tightly. "Who is this cutie?" She blushed and shouted in embarrassment, "Contractor, save me!" Sully spoke up awkwardly, trying to look tough. "Frost Queen, I am the queen of the frozen kingdom of Niflheim, the one who froze the whole world." Curiosity urged her to ask further.
Okay, what else? She slowly continued her unfinished words. "The invader attacked your planet, Frost Queen." Skaya asked in surprise, "So it was you?" Saoli bowed her head slightly, expressing sincere remorse. "I am sorry. My greed caused too much damage. I am sorry." She held no grudge, replying in a forgiving tone, "It's all right. I'm not one to hold a grudge. I will accept the Queen's apology." Skaya stepped closer and suddenly made a proposal. "In return, can you satisfy my curiosity later?" She quickly agreed. Yes, a queen must take responsibility for her mistakes. Saoli continued in a serious voice, "I will try to help as much as I can." At this point, he finally spoke up. "That is indeed how you have been." Amidst the space of the high-rise building, a voice suddenly rang out. "Is that player So Junho? When did he get back?" As soon as they entered, whispers began to arise. "Who is the beauty walking next to him?"
She looks so much like Skaya Killalin, doesn't she? Junho did not spare his praise. You finally got what you wanted. Congratulations, you did a great job. Deku happily accepted the congratulations and didn't forget to ask, thanks, Junho. Hey, you received a penalty, didn't you? It seems more serious than I thought. He replied calmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It's a pity to lose 70 magic points, but if doing so saves my teammate, I don't mind at all. He also voiced his agreement. Actually, being realistic, this might even lighten your burden. Standing next to them, Skaya suddenly burst into laughter, speaking in a mocking tone. Realistic. You really like that word, don't you? A thought flashed through Junho's mind. Thinking back now they had met before, he asked with a hint of suspicion, what is it now? Doku asked with a puzzled look, about the penalty of losing 70 magic points and 50% of your stats for a month, right? He gave a straightforward answer, correct. At this moment, Junho's stats appeared one by one on the status window. Sir Junho, level 60, title, Spring Opener, strength 198.99, stamina 187.94, speed 184.92, magic 149.74, fame 1,220. He scratched his chin and muttered to himself, it will recover in a month. He offered an optimistic suggestion. The second floor seems tough. Can't you just heal the Lord's son and come back? Or you could spend a month working as an instructor at the association.
Junho flatly refused. That sounds okay, but I'm not really in the mood right now. At the training ground for young awakeners, your name will soon be made known in Avantir. He turned to her and asked, Skaya, what do you plan to do? Skaya stared blankly and asked back, what do you mean? Junho clarified, a hint of doubt in his eyes. You said your level is the same as before, so you can go to the frontier immediately, right? She answered honestly, of course. He continued to ask, there is still a magic tower out in the frontier, right? Skaya spoke up excitedly, her eyes lighting up with joy. There must be new magic to enjoy. How truly interesting. Doku voiced the concern still in his heart. If we plan to act, we need to announce our return today. Then, as a precaution, we must move the ice seals of the others as well. Junho spoke up to announce, I've already done that. He began to explain in more detail. The Fiends won't let this slide easily, so as soon as Skaya woke up, I asked for her help immediately. Skaya couldn't help but complain. Woke up after 26 years and already being asked for favors right away? Junho had to admit that Skaya was truly one of a kind. He placed the mask on the table and made a suggestion. Change of plans. Let's delay the march to the frontier for a bit.
A sense of confusion rose and he asked suspiciously, why all of a sudden? Junho explained, there are wizards on Earth and there are great mages in the frontier. He affirmed with a voice as firm as a nail, we can counter them. Doku also agreed, that's a good idea, I'll arrange a press conference for this afternoon. He asked a questionable question. But about this, aren't the Fiends avoiding her because she's too scary? She replied calmly, don't worry, let me tear a few of them apart first and see if they can still hide. Junho suddenly realized something and immediately said, ah, and remember to share this photo too. Doku looked intently at the photo, then asked in confusion, is this? He gave his assessment. Are you trying to lure them out? His eyes turned cold. They rarely reveal themselves. Junho's expression became increasingly serious. We'll use this opportunity to slowly wipe them all out. All the reporters focused their eyes on the podium where the press conference was about to take place. Junho put on his mask and didn't forget to tell them, all right, I'm going. Doku cheered him on. Good luck. This is your first return in 26 years, so you have to perform well, okay? Selly also gently advised. Be careful. He hurriedly cut her off. No need to nag like that. Junho silently thought. It's almost time for the main character to appear. Then he confidently walked towards the stage. In front of countless lenses pointing at him, Junho began his speech.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for attending this sudden press conference. Let's get started. He spoke up to summarize the current situation. 3 times. This is the number of times monsters have attacked Earth in the past 4 months. So Junho analyzed seriously, noting that the number of attacks had decreased significantly compared to the past. I found some quite interesting data. The crime rate on Earth has dropped sharply. However, the crime rate in Frontier has increased by 37%. In the room, Doku and Shi were attentively listening to every word he said, their eyes showing clear interest. So Junho confessed sincerely. For a long time, I have always thought about how to wipe out all the monsters. If only I had 2 bodies. This thought appears countless times in my head every day. A reporter, unable to suppress their curiosity, asked a question. This is the Silver Star Guild. First of all, our guild fully supports the chivalrous actions of Spectre. Could it be that you have found the answer to your worries? He nodded in agreement. Yes. So Junho did not hesitate to reveal the whole truth. If I cannot have 2 bodies, then I can still find someone with strength similar to mine. He began the introduction. I'm not the type to drag things out, so I will introduce my partner, who is also an archmage. So Junho hadn't finished speaking when another voice rang out. "Don't steal my lines." Skaya appeared radiantly and introduced herself cheerfully.
It's me, Skaya Killaland. Images from the press conference are spreading like wildfire across all newspapers. One of the 5 great heroes, the great maid Skaya, has returned after 26 years. Is Spectre the sign of the return of the 5 heroes? The great maid. The phrase undying heroes quickly became a hot keyword. On big screens everywhere, Skaya's image constantly appeared, attracting the curious gaze of the citizens. Spectre lives on Earth, while the Great Maid lives in Frontier. The flames have burned the feet of the monsters. This event left everyone astonished, exclaiming, "Has Skaya really returned?" A global entertainment poll asked, "Who do you want to be awakened next?" The announcer's voice continued endlessly. "The British royal family. We will return all the assets we have held for the Great Maid." We only intended to help polish the public image a bit. In the meeting, Sung-hin shared about urgent issues. But if all 5 heroes return, that's a different story. Then we will have to face extremely difficult problems. As night fell, a conversation between 2 guards began. Suddenly, having to guard the museum, one asserted with a proud voice, "If all 5 heroes awaken, I will tell them that I protected them." The other immediately retorted, "Are you kidding? You've only guarded them for 7 hours. Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, the wind howled as if something was rushing in at an incredible speed. That guard suddenly foamed at the mouth, his face turning pale white. The 2 guards collapsed to the ground, and from the darkness, 2 figures in black cloaks gradually emerged.
He pressed the needle lightly against the guard's face, speaking in a bored voice. How troublesome. He continued with unconcealed contempt. If this were Avantier, we would have killed them already. The older man advised, "Be patient." He didn't forget to issue a warning. If a guild member dies, a signal will be sent back. Just get the information from him. The other man had no choice but to comply. He started analyzing. All right, there are only 8 players nearby, and they aren't that skilled either. 2 of them are performing aerial acrobatics. Meanwhile, he explained more meticulously. Currently, the ice statues of the heroes are still inside. What about the location of Spectre and the Archmate? He sneered, asserting, "They're just a bunch of hillbillies. They wouldn't know." The older man replied with a cautious attitude. "Those are 2 opponents we must be careful of."
Both looked at the miserable state of the people before them after the impact. The older man cautiously scanned the surroundings, while the younger one muttered a curse in annoyance. "Damn it," he announced in a voice full of disappointment. "The door is made of mithril. Move aside." Immediately, the older man reached out his hand and clenched it into a tight fist. The door flew open after taking the full brunt of his attack. The younger man couldn't help but exclaim in praise. "Truly the master of shockwaves. Even these fragments are worth a pile of gold." The older man interrupted him and ordered, "We don't have time. Get the statues first." The younger man replied dejectedly, "What a pity. All right." Then he placed his hand on the statue and chanted a spell. Toy in hand. He wondered in confusion. Why isn't it shrinking?" The older man urged impatiently. "Stop joking around. Hurry up." He quickly replied, "All right, almost done." He felt confused as his hand was gradually covered in frost and thought to himself, "Damn it, I didn't do anything. Why is it so cold?" Suddenly, a giant ice monster shattered the quartz layer to burst out. In the blink of an eye, it tightened its grip around his neck. He immediately counterattacked, breaking free from the monster's grasp while cursing. "Damn it!" He tried to transmit a message to his teammates. "It's a trap." The monster stood there, majestically, unmoving. He grumpily criticized, "How dare these golems?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. That was great. Junho approached, holding his sword blade against his neck, and asked in a sarcastic tone, "Should I destroy him?" Soli immediately spoke up to stop him. "No, don't overexert yourself." She explained more clearly, "I need to see how weak I have become currently." He raised his hand intending to attack him, his mouth ceaselessly cursing. "Spectre, you—" But Junho countered in time. On another side, the man was trying his best to escape, panting from exhaustion. He was terrified when he heard Skaya's voice. Gravity reversal, magic prison. Floating in the air, she began to channel power for her skill. Power detected, lightning spear. Skaya's skill caused him to be tossed about and spun wildly in midair. In panic, he fell straight down, asking a series of doubtful questions. "What?" She extended her hand towards him. In a split second, his entire body froze, his face distorted in pain, his mouth moaning incessantly. Then a blinding light shone straight at him, rendering him completely helpless. Skaya calmly watched the explosion happen right before her eyes. He struggled to prop himself up from the rubble, his face showing clear unwillingness to give up, but physical pain continued to torment him. Junho suddenly appeared, speaking in a playful voice. "Hello there, monster." He slowly placed his hand on the man's face, the following words pouring out extremely coldly. "Watchman of darkness." The man ground his teeth,
each word popping out through his lips full of rage. "Spectre," he affirmed firmly. "I have no intention of dying just like this." Junho calmly stepped forward, his voice retorting. "No, I will let you go peacefully." The man roared, criticizing angrily. "Arrogant brat, you've always been like this." His eyes glowed gold, radiating intense killing intent as he asked, "You know me?"
He immediately replied, "Of course I know you." He began to recall the story from years ago. 27 years ago, do you remember the location of the Fiend massacre in Balak? He revealed a truth. I was there too. Junho coldly spat out each word. Then surely you wouldn't see any problem with dying here today, would you? He spoke as he summoned his 2 divine beasts, since you've lived for an extra 27 years after all. Watchmen of darkness. Immediately after, dozens of shadow beasts rushed towards the old man. The old man clenched his fists tightly, a boastful voice echoing out. I am not who I used to be. He used his fists to fight back. A stream of black energy slowly enveloped his arm, causing him to curse in anger. Damn it! Being wrapped tightly around his body rendered him helpless. He could only silently curse in his head. This damn elemental system. Just as predicted, it was impossible to fight a prolonged battle against Spectre. While he was struggling to break free, Junho's shadow quietly approached from behind. He glanced sideways to Scout, silently forming a plan in his heart. I must finish him off in one strike. He threw a powerful punch at his sword, creating a purple light at the point of impact. His arm trembled as he clashed with Junho's sword. He struggled to break free by throwing multiple consecutive punches. He raised his fist high, ready for the next strike. He unleashed a barrage of punches, but the young man quickly dodged them all. He threw a straight punch at Junho's face, but it was easily evaded. The punch created a circular blast of red aura flying straight towards him. Junho calmly raised his sword. The old man told himself, I can't give him any chance. He channeled all his power into the forward punch, muttering, Are you still planning to? He rushed forward while questioning, How much longer are you going to mock me? He sped towards him. Junho gritted his teeth and spoke, Until the final moment of your life. He swung his sword powerfully, then stomped his foot hard on the ground. The old man gritted his teeth, rushing forward with his fist clenched tight. He simply uttered a single sentence softly. It's over. Next, Junho swung a sword strike straight into his stomach. He kneeled on the ground, his body covered in wounds. He silently sunk into his own thoughts. Was there no other choice but to use that skill? He ground his teeth together. He calculated while beginning to activate the technique. As long as the opponent doesn't know my special ability, he will fall for the trap at least once. He calmly assessed the situation. So this is the reason he hid his special ability, huh? The old man wanted one strike to turn the tide, but Junho's golden eyes were as sharp as a blade.
Murderous intent condensed within every stream of thought, but if he wanted that to happen, he shouldn't have brought up what happened in Balak. He reminisced about the past, his heart unable to help feeling bitter. For that man, it had been 27 years, but for someone who had been a statue like him, only 2 years had passed. Junho gently snapped his fingers, suddenly realizing, I understand now, so the culprit was you. The red beam of light flying towards him was immediately seized by Frost hands. He slowly raised his hand to control them, leaving the man bewildered, a suspicion rising in his heart. Ice Golem? Could it be that the Archmage's spell has affected this place as well? Looking at the towering ice golems in front of him, he couldn't accept the truth. No, it's not. A thought flashed through his mind. This was Spectre's ability. He had become a monster even more terrifying than before. His imposing, towering silhouette made the man recall the events of more than 27 years ago. When Junho stepped out, he saw Skaya waiting there under the twilight.
When meeting Junho again, Skaya smiled gently and asked with great curiosity, There you are, where's the other one? He quickly replied, I captured him and read his memories. Skaya asked skeptically, You did? How? Junho immediately responded, I used the skill Confession of the Dead that I obtained. He revealed to her, I gathered many clues because he was a first-generation player who appeared about 30 years ago. Skaya exclaimed in amazement, Huh? No way. That skill is formidable too, isn't it? She suddenly spoke up, Junho, I've changed my mind. Junho asked with confusion, What do you mean? She hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking him, Didn't I intend to work with you before? Skaya slowly expressed her view, But I've come up with a more effective way. I will hunt down the fiends myself and bring them to you. Seeing Junho's awkward expression, she persisted in persuading him, You just need to read their memories and level up safely.
Junho, the current situation is too dangerous for you. Junho quietly admitted that. On one point, Skaya was right. He truly could not use special abilities that consumed a lot of magic power. He voiced the worry weighing on his heart for Skaya, but that would be too hard on you. She immediately voiced her objection. No, it's fine. You've carried the burden alone on your shoulders for the past 10 months. Skaya gently expressed her own wish. Now we can share it together. When Ramadat, Mio, and Gilberto all return, you just need to be a scarecrow, just like in the old days. Junho smiled, asking her in a mischievous tone, Hey, I used to take care of a lot of things back then too. What are you saying? What do you mean by scarecrow?
Skaya wittily teased him back. That's right. Whenever you needed something done, it was always, Skaya, help me do this and that. Helping the Lord's son, indeed. A notification sound from the system suddenly rang out. You have reached the 2nd floor. The gate is opening. A magnificent castle, majestic as if from a fairy tale, appeared, surrounded by small houses. People standing nearby began chatting excitedly. This is amazing. They have engineers, a magical environment. She could not contain her excitement, blurting out words full of enthusiasm. I wonder how much my magical knowledge will be expanded. Junho bowed slightly, extending his hand, his eyes and voice filled with reverence.
I am here, Lady Skaya. I will be your bodyguard on the way to the Julian Manor. Skaya immediately got into character, replying awkwardly. All right. She gently brushed her hair back, sincerely making a request. Please protect me, player Seo Junho. Whispers erupted as soon as she appeared. It's the Archmage. So the rumor that Skaya Tillyland has awakened is true? Skaya danced around, happily playing with the water stream and laughing radiantly. Oh, this place is amazing. I wonder how many magical discoveries have been found here. Geeb suggested that if she had free time, she could visit the magic tower. Junho, standing there, chimed in. I heard the Tower Master, who is also the commander of the Royal Knights and the Archbishop of the Sun Cathedral, is as strong as the 9 heavens. The old man frowned, asking in confusion, Player Seo Junho, is this the friend you mentioned, the one who can cure our young master? He immediately answered, Yes, it is none other than Archmage Skaya Killyland, one of the 5 great heroes of our world. Hearing her name mentioned, Ivas was stunned and asked in surprise, Wait, is she Skaya Killyland? Juno feigned astonishment. So you know her too? He immediately explained. Of course, the legend of the 5 great heroes is famous here as well. Not only that, their stories are performed by wandering bards everywhere. A thought flashed through Juno's mind. Are we really that famous? Skaya's feet touched the ground gracefully. She gave a friendly smile and replied, To personally meet the great Archmage of Earth, this is my honor. As for you, Ivas began his introduction. I am Ivas, commander of the Royal Knights. Shimmering ripples floated in the space. Skaya spoke with emotion. My goodness, I didn't expect this place to welcome me even more than Earth. All right, lead me to your young master. He announced their arrival to the Viscount. My lord, this is one of the 5 great heroes, Lady Skaya Killyland. He happily walked over to her, smiled, and welcomed her. For a representative of an entire realm, this reception is a bit modest, but please make yourself at home. Skaya replied politely, No need. The space is very beautiful and cozy. The Viscount praised profusely. I didn't know you were acquainted with such elite individuals, player So. Juno responded naturally, without standing on ceremony. I only recently got to know her, but basically, I just brought her here. He briefly noticed something unusual. You two became close friends rather quickly, didn't you? She just returned, after all. She gently interjected into the conversation. Simus must be in his room. Please follow me. The Viscountess called out to her son in a gentle voice. Simus, the person who can cure you is here. Simus Sharon turned the pages of his book with a distracted gaze, paying no heed to his mother's gentle call. Junho spoke up to strike up a conversation with the boy. Do you remember me, kid? I am Sei Junho. Simus replied politely. Hello, I am Simus. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly earlier. Because of my illness, I sometimes faint. He gently encouraged the boy. It's okay, Simus. It's a small matter. Let's cure your magic circuits. Simus replied with joy. Then I'll leave it all to you. She snapped her fingers lightly, and the boy immediately fell into a state of unconsciousness. Skaya couldn't help but praise. What a pure and adorable child. Junho frowned, his eyes filled with thoughtfulness. Skaya immediately reassured him. My coming here wasn't in vain. The treatment process will take about 20 minutes, he replied. Okay, without a moment of hesitation. She placed her hand on Simus's chest. Skaya could already see the boy's heart. She pressed her hand down, and immediately the movements inside the heart appeared clearly. Skaya seriously used both of her hands, beginning to deploy energy for the treatment. A stream of blue blood began to spread throughout Simus's body. With beads of sweat on her forehead, she tensely announced, It's done. The boy's circuits have stabilized. Junho exclaimed in joy. That's great, Skaya said with unconcealed happiness. It feels great to help people again after so many years. He clasped his hands, frowned, and spoke. Actually, my son has always dreamed of becoming a mage.
Vicon reiterated the plans he had cherished for a long time. If he hadn't contracted that illness, I would have already sent the boy to study magic at the Royal Magic Academy. He showed clear hesitation. I want to consult your opinion, Archmage. He hesitated before asking. Can Saima still pursue his dream? She frankly revealed the truth. I am sorry, but I must say it is impossible. Magic circuits are not like clothes worn on the body. Once they have been stretched, they can never return to their previous state. The Viscount frowned, because even if his son's magic circuits were stabilized, the boy would permanently be unable to use his abilities again. Viscount directed his question towards player Juno. It is all because of the fiends, isn't it? Without a moment of hesitation, Juno immediately gave his answer. That is correct. The energy I purified from your son's body definitely had a demonic nature. Viscount spoke with some hesitation. Asking you this, I really have thick skin. However, Viscount's tone suddenly became pleading, as he loudly begged for help from Skaya. Please, I beg you to destroy the fiend that crushed Simus's dreams and avenge my son.
Every word he uttered was heavy with self-torment. I ask you as a father, I am truly pathetic, unable to even protect my son's dream. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes filled with contemplation. After listening, she finally agreed to the request. I accept your request, my lord. A C-rank quest titled The Sun's Enemy suddenly appeared. The content of the quest was to eliminate the fiend that poisoned the noble Simus Julian. The reward included 100 gold and 1,000 fame points. The Viscount handed a book to the two of them. This is a token of gratitude for saving my son. A system notification appeared immediately, describing the item as a B-rank passive skill book named Circuit Reinforcement, capable of continuously strengthening the owner's magic circuits. Junho offered to yield the book to Skaya with a meaningful gesture. You need this more than I do, right? It's used to reinforce magic circuits, after all. She refused delicately. What are you talking about? You're the one who needs it. I guarantee that if you use it, your strength will double. He asked again, his face unable to hide his confusion. Me? Double my strength? Still chewing, Skaya chatted with Junho. Wait, haven't you considered it? Give me your hand. She placed her hand on his to check his pulse, and slowly analyzed his current condition. Your magic circuits are much sturdier now. I don't think you'll suffer from magic energy depletion at this level anymore. Skaya's gaze suddenly became serious as she asked, Junho, do you remember how I learned magic? Finishing her sentence, she pointed to the model above. Let me summarize it for you as your friendly neighbor and also a mage. I'll use the computer we often use as an example.
Do you know they can be overclocked? Junho briefly recalled the past and replied, Yeah, I remember you saying that overclocking is like forcing the magic inside the body to work harder. Wait, why do I have to use honorifics? We are the same age. He continued his flashback, recalling exactly what Skaya had said. Right, you said something like, I need a sturdier magic circuit to circulate magic better, and then I need one more condition to operate everything smoothly. She spoke in a cheerful voice. Correct, congratulations on meeting both conditions. By the way, I will always be your senior. Junho questioned himself in confusion. I've met both? He asked Skaya about what he had always wondered. I know I have a sturdy magic circuit and a circuit reinforcement skill book in hand, but what is the remaining condition? She answered that question immediately. You need a coolant to overclock and break through the limit. Skaya emphasized, frost is a perfect coolant. Otherwise, your circuits will burst and your brain will melt quickly. Even so, she explained more about its limitations. But I've tested it many times. Frost still isn't enough to suppress the overheating when I amplify my power. How would you survive without a smart big sister like me?
Listen, it's not that your body needs coolant, but rather the magic essence within your body needs to be neutralized. Skaya gently reminded Junho that he needed a type of energy capable of countering the overheating that his magic circuits had to endure. This balancing act is risky, but once successful, you will become even stronger, faster than even when using buffs. She stood up, accompanied by words of encouragement. It's up to you. If you calculate it, you'll have the answer right away. He asked curiously, Are you going somewhere? Skaya replied immediately with a look full of excitement. I'm going sightseeing. I said that after I finished treatment, I would go traveling. Junho questioned her. Yeah, but I thought a few days ago you said you'd stay put here. Skaya winked playfully and replied, Are you crazy? No way. We just discussed how the fiends are threatening the people. Something suddenly caught his eye. He asked with a skeptical voice, What is that? Skaya handed the object to him, while explaining, My lucky coin that I always carry. At the very least, it'll ward off bad luck once.
She gently teased Soy before walking away. By the way, your Frost Queen hasn't returned from the spirit world yet, has she? I'll find a way to go to the spirit world later. Why do you ask? Juno hurriedly spoke up to defend her. Just be patient, spirits need privacy too. After a moment of silence, Soy finally replied, I'll reconsider after dealing with a few fiends. He stood up abruptly, looking full of excitement. Soy asked curiously, A lucky coin? She's a mage, yet she's that superstitious? Juno's answer was blunt. I know, right? She's bound to overexert herself. I'm so worried. He silently thought to himself, I've been fighting alone for the past year. That's why she thinks it's her turn to shoulder this burden. She plans to give her all for my sake. Juno could only think helplessly. In the end, she was the type who would repay a debt tenfold. Thinking of his teammates who were still frozen, he made a silent vow. Before I fully regain my power, I still have to try much harder. The only thing I can do is level up quickly and become strong again. I have to master overclock first if I want to catch up to her. I won't hold you back. The gentle morning sunlight spread over the buildings. Every window pane shimmered as if plated with gold. Palmo asked, unable to hide his curiosity, Hey Sojun Hump, is that black lump yours? He replied without hesitation, Yes, that's my black armor.
He looked apprehensively at the pile of scrap metal on the table, then lowered his voice to ask.
You want to repair it? Hearing that, Juno immediately asked back, You can't fix it anymore? Palmo didn't hide anything and answered honestly. Actually, making a new one would be better. His voice was tinged with helplessness. It's completely shattered like this. Its durability is even worse than a thread. However, Palmo's attitude suddenly changed abruptly as he made a firm statement. It was very sturdy. He didn't mind at all and replied, It's nothing. This black armor has saved me countless times. If possible, please make a new one for me. Hearing this, astonishment was clearly visible on his face as he asked again to be sure. Really? You think that's okay? Juno didn't beat around the bush and answered frankly, Yeah, actually, I'm even looking forward to it. Palmo made a suggestion with a face full of excitement. All right, but I need you to lend a hand. Since I'm making a new set, I want to add some things to make it perfect. Find me some mithril, okay? He couldn't help but be astonished, muttering in his head with surprise. Mithril? Juno quietly sank into thought. Where can I find that? Wait.
Last time I broke Noya's door, it was made of mithril, I think. He asked with a serious attitude, How much do you need? He replied without any hesitation, The more the better. Junho said confidently, I think I can get it. Palmo's face suddenly darkened. Shock and suspicion appeared in his eyes as he asked in confusion, No way, where did you get all this? He looked at the pile of metal while stroking his chin in thought and asked, Is it still not enough? He replied immediately, No, it's actually too much. Palmo began to explain his upcoming plans in detail. I'm going to mix them. Junho raised an eyebrow, asking suspiciously, Mix them? Palmo explained more clearly. Originally, I only planned to use dragon bones and coat the joints with mithril, but with this much, it's different. I'll grind the dragon bones and melt the mithril.
To create the best mixture of materials, an old man stepped out from nowhere, his voice mischievous. You brat, when a guest arrives, you should at least know to greet them. His eyes were glued to the pile of items on the table, his lips constantly murmuring, I didn't expect to see so much mithril. Seeing Noya, he smiled with interest and greeted him. Long time no see, Mr. Noya. Junho asked him curiously, Is mithril that scarce lately? He calmly replied, Mithril? I haven't seen it for over a decade. He immediately agreed without hesitation. It must be really hard to find mithril these days. Noya slowly turned around fully. He looked at Junho with a skeptical gaze and asked back, Extremely rare. So are you planning to reforge the armor? He agreed and didn't forget to instruct. Fine, just hand it to my grandson. Do it carefully. Palmo spoke up, making a suggestion. Do you want to work on it together, Grandpa? Noya threw out a perfunctory scolding because his eyes looking at him betrayed everything, revealing clear joy and excitement. Ah, what would I do? Don't ask me, forget about it. He asked Noya with a helpless voice. Are you free? Even though he was very excited inside, Noya still pretended to refuse. Free? If I took orders now, I'd be busy for 1 billion years. Junho's tone rose, unable to hide his regret. Is that so? Then even if I asked, you probably couldn't do it anyway. From behind, he scratched his head and stammered, exposing his grandfather. But you don't accept any orders. Noya continued with an eager voice. What are you still standing there for? If you plan to mix the materials, prepare the mold and plan it out. He suddenly turned and asked, Have you met that knight yet? Did he help Skaya awaken? His answer was brief. Afterward, Noya uttered a complaint. He hasn't even bothered to visit me once. I have to tell him off sometime. If you meet him, give him some advice. But it seems he already has his own path. The old man patted Junho lightly on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. As for you, whenever your equipment breaks, just come here. Besides, you've worked hard. He didn't hesitate to express his praise. You have achieved great things. He immediately cut the old man off. If you intend to praise me, it hasn't reached that level yet. I still have much to do. The old man cast his eyes toward Junho and voiced a conjecture. Who knows, maybe you really can do it. You will free them all. He replied decisively. Of course, I believe I can do it. Junho was completely immersed in his own train of thought. Very few people could support him unconditionally and truly encourage him during difficult times. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently touched everything, he whispered a vow to himself. When those 3 are free, I will have 3 more people like that. Surely, that day will come. The system screen suddenly lit up.
Above it displayed the image of the Magic Circuit Reinforcement book gifted by the Viscount, followed by a question posed by the system. Do you want to use the Circuit Reinforcement skill book? Junho's face darkened and his eyebrows suddenly knitted together tight. A stream of emerald green energy unexpectedly wrapped around his entire body, while sweat poured down like a bath and his jaw clenched tight. The blood vessels inside Junho's body also vibrated in waves. She just silently observed, not saying a word. He is reinforcing his magic circuits. I must keep quiet. Junho's eyes slowly widened, his face becoming pale and distant. Junho tiredly mumbled to himself, Let me breathe a bit. I'm so tired. Seol rushed to his side, her voice full of urgency. Are you okay? Is the magic circuit all right? Junho clearly explained his body's condition. Before, I only had 2 circuits containing magic. Now there are 4. When the feeling of unease was gone, she gradually regained her composure and began to analyze. The magic capacity has grown larger. If you use all 4, the consumption will also increase. He spoke up with a tone that was incredibly strong and full of excitement. What's crazier is that it's not done in one go. I need to stabilize these newly formed magic circuits.
All right, let's start again. As he spoke, a jade-green light slowly enveloped his body, enhancing his strength. The new magic circuit would likely double the effect of the reinforcement. The heart inside Junho's chest beat wildly as if it were about to burst. Selly hurriedly warned him, "Be careful." She began reporting on his condition. "Your body is heating up faster." Holding the ball, he replied, "I know." Junho gathered all his might and threw the ball whizzing through the air, thinking to himself, "I used to rotate magic 13 times a second." After gaining momentum, he put all his power into dashing forward. Now Junho shot forward like an arrow, his hand reaching out to catch the ball with precision. 7 rotations. His body suddenly froze. A strange sensation washed over him without warning. Junho didn't say a word, only silently deducing and assessing the situation. Doubling the magic power made his body stronger, but it didn't mean his magic itself was more potent. It only helped sustain magic usage for longer. He slowly felt every circuit operating within his body, then cautiously made a final decision. Now, redirect the magic flow in the circuits to move slower. A biting cold began to invade from within, freezing every circuit. This would cause Junho to collapse, unable to stand if replaced by frost energy. A loud crash as he slammed straight into the stone wall startled her, and she hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Junho thought silently. Overclocking is like going from winter to summer in an instant, freezing cold, then burning hot. He spoke with a concerned tone. "This is only using 10% of the magic power in my body. I'm afraid it's not enough." Sayali made a bold suggestion. If 10% didn't work, try 15%, then increase slowly by 1% at a time. Juno immediately cut her off. "That's too slow. How about increasing by 5% at a time?" She immediately raised her voice to emphasize, "Remember, contractor, frost energy cannot penetrate anything that quickly." Sayali warned that if the frost energy dominated, it would freeze his magic circuit, and he would no longer be able to use magic. Finally, Juno complied with her suggestion with a cooperative attitude. "I promise to follow your words." He asked for Sayali's opinion. "I'm inspired now. Can I edit the video?" He didn't forget to instruct him cautiously. "Really? If anything happens, remember to call me." Juno gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming and rolling down his face. He wearily watched the blocks of ice gradually spreading, radiating a bone-chilling cold, an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his heart and mind. They trembled ceaselessly, overclocking. Juno thought silently. It was a race against time. Remembering those words, his face became brave and determined. If it were him, he would be able to do it. On this side, Sayali reached out and touched the screen. She stretched her body to relax her muscles while speaking cheerfully. "Done. It's a masterpiece." Sayali silently made her decision. The contractor had been training for 5 days. She had to tell him this good news. She glanced inside to observe and muttered in disappointment, "There's not a soul here." Suddenly, she saw something and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Sayali flew towards Juno, who was unconscious on the ground, and called out anxiously, "Contractor, did you fail again?"
"Contractor," Junho cursed. "Failed again, damn it. It's harder than I thought." Soli spoke up cheerfully to announce, "I have 2 pieces of good news for you." He asked back with a look full of suspicion. "Good news?" She began to explain more clearly. "First, I finished editing the video." Junho praised her incessantly. "You worked hard. Congratulations. And thank you too." Soli held out her hand, continuing in a delighted voice. "And the second thing," while he was still stunned, she innocently blurted out, "I used up all our PP." Junho was astonished, hurriedly asking back, "What? You used up all your PP? You had as much as 4,000. Soli spoke up in her own defense without hesitation. "Well, that's how it is."
"But it was for a good cause," he mumbled with a disappointed look. "I thought this news would be fun. Who knew?" She panicked, stammering out a promise. "I promise to make 10 times that amount of fame points. If not, I'll quit this job forever." Junho looked at the screen in despair and uttered a depressed remark. "It's stupid like this." Sully immediately urged him, "Watch the video first before judging, okay?" He asked with a look of astonishment. It's only 35 minutes?" She replied with a confident voice. "I know what I'm doing. Short like this is what attracts people." Junho spoke indifferently. "As long as it's not boring, I'll watch it." Time flew by, and 35 minutes later, the character in the video was having a dialogue. "This is a secret only I know." He suddenly called out Sully's name, "Frost Queen." Hearing that, she asked in a worried voice, "Why did you suddenly call my name?" "It's really funny." Junho questioned her. "Tell the truth, while you were making the video, you were watching movies too, right?" Sully's voice rang out full of resentment. "No way, I spent a lot of time editing it." He still seemed skeptical and asked again, "Really?" Junho praised her sincerely. "Then it's because you edited it so well, making me lose track of time." He appeared extremely determined that this video could easily earn back 10 or even 20 times the amount of fame points.
Hearing Junho's words, she immediately cheered in delight. I am truly a genius. Looking at the text appearing on the screen, he asked in puzzlement, Mountain Salmon? Is that the title? Junho did not hesitate to bluntly criticize. You are truly good at editing videos, but the title you picked is terrible. Sully hurriedly explained, Hey, this is my debut work. Be a little lenient. The screen began to display the video upload progress. Dawn broke, bringing fresh air and warm rays of sunshine, signaling a new day full of vitality. She suddenly spoke up. Why am I so nervous? You didn't care much, only softly announced, I'm going to prepare for training. Sully panicked, holding her head, trying to stop him immediately. No, I'm even more nervous when I'm alone. Junho asked with a puzzled tone. What are you nervous about? If you're curious, just watch it. She immediately refused profusely. No, I will watch it with the contractor. Just 10 more minutes. He suddenly asked, One must become the best. He seriously offered his analysis. The top-ranked videos all belong to members of large guilds. It depends on the audience's reaction, so luck plays a part too. By 2050, the global population is projected to reach 8.4 billion, while Avantier has 2.7 million participants.
Junho recalled a video clip he had watched and thought silently. The most viewed video of all time was the giant hunting video by the Goblin Guild. It had reached 123.5 million views by now. Sully's mouth suddenly dropped open in astonishment. A notification from Skya popped up on the screen, making Junho curious. Huh? A message from Skya? A link to a private group? Why did she send me this? Wait, what is this? He exclaimed in surprise. She has 1.4 million followers? That's impossible. Junho looked at the screen with disbelief. Even if she was a former hero, reaching 1.4 million followers in just 1 week was a bit too insane, wasn't it? She stood beside him and reminded him, You have 7,000 followers. He immediately retorted, So what? I've made many videos. She did nothing and still got 1.4 million for that vlog. Sully asked back, Did she really do nothing? Junho asked with a suspicious look, What is this bunch of stuff? He looked at the series of attached tags and muttered to himself, Hunting dungeons 26 years later? Why is it so weak? Exploring dungeons. He shouted in shock, What the hell? She's even sticking her tongue out.
She began to explain thoroughly to Junho. Girls on social media often do that to look cute. Those entangled by the vines were struggling desperately. Skya simply dropped a cold remark. It's been 26 years. She snapped her fingers, causing the whole group to log out, accompanied by a sarcastic comment. Why are you guys still so weak? An attacker was rushing at her from behind. Skya spoke calmly. Just one more attack. I need to adjust the backlight a bit. The sword in his hand was raised, and a blue light suddenly burst forth. He shouted loudly, Lightning strike! Junho gave her a delighted compliment. Seems like you're working hard hunting fiends and making videos too. He sent her a message. Congratulations, superstar. Skya replied quickly. Thanks, you too. Junho typed a reply. No way, I'm not famous yet. She suddenly sent another message. No, I mean your video. It has a lot of views, and reading the comments almost made me die of laughter. Sully, right beside him, also called out. Contractor, it's been 10 minutes. Junho looked extremely excited. Is that so? Come here, let's see the public's reaction. A series of comments on the video they just uploaded began to appear on the screen.
It's Junho's new video. That implies the tape. My friend was there and said the scene was extremely bloody. It really is the tape. But what the hell is this? Isn't this a game? They even caused a landslide. Junho's power is truly formidable. This is no different from a suicide mission. Truly a gem, both terrifying and fascinating. The person who edited this video is truly top-notch. I'll share it with everyone. Why have I never met him before? This is my first time watching too. The best video I've seen recently. He happily asked for her opinion. So many positive reactions. Want to check the ranking? Sully replied with a look full of anticipation. Of course, Junho exclaimed. Rank 43. He spoke up to comfort her. Rank 43 is already very top tier. We aren't even guild members. She muttered to herself in disappointment, but I still expected more. The total revenue figure of 38,747 pp appeared on the screen. Junho immediately announced, nearly 40,000. That's a lot of money. Sully replied in a stammering voice. I don't know. He continued to comfort her. It looks like we'll reach 8 million views soon. At least we don't have to worry about PP. Hearing that, her mood immediately became cheerful again. Tea truly tastes best when successful. Junho silently thought to himself, Don't tell me I need more than that to buy spirit crystals? A voice suddenly spoke up. Isn't that him, the person we are looking for? He began his report.
Right, at that time, all 6 great guilds were frantically searching for clues about him. Good. Shin Sung-hyun calmly clipped his nails while giving orders. Bring me the documents you prepared. The man expressed his own doubts. It's also strange. He grew up in an orphanage, his education was mediocre. Then he became a player. With someone as special as him, this past, he also felt they shared the same thought. It's a bit too ordinary, isn't it? He gave his judgment. Yes, it seems the association has intervened. Besides this fake profile, did you gather any other information? He raised his voice to reply.
I apologize. It seems Association President Shim.gu has arranged to cover everything up. Shin Sung-hyun suddenly asked. He refused us before, didn't he? He answered without hesitation. That's right. He said he'd rather be a snake's head than a dragon's tail. He honestly reported the situation. Even though they say that, they seem like close friends. He began to issue an order. Then tell her to invite him to join. Perhaps next time we go dungeon hunting, we will invite him along. Shin Sung-hyun calculated silently in his head. He said he wanted to be a snake's head. Recalling Sojuno's appearance, he made an assessment, but inside he thought he himself was the dragon. Shin Sung-hyun's train of thought flowed with excitement. There are things that can only be understood when thought through carefully. It would be better if you cooperated with us. Amidst the cold atmosphere, a candle was still burning brightly. So Junho panted from exhaustion. Another week had passed, and the number of viewers was still very stable. Even the sword was split in two and gradually covered by a layer of frost. He struggled to kneel, so Junho had to furrow his brows tightly to try and support himself. He looked at the numbers on the screen and pondered. Another week had passed, and the number of viewers was still very stable.
Junho announced with pride. The final profit value of PP is 42,250. Congratulations, you have earned just enough points to stay in this game. Searle raised her voice in a teasing tone. Are you worried about me? She asked with a shy look. I knew this would happen anyway. How is your training going? He replied helplessly. I can maintain overclock for at least 40 minutes. Searle looked ahead and asked in a voice of disbelief, but what happened here? Junho's face darkened, sweat pouring down endlessly as he continued in disappointment. But I can't exceed the 42-minute mark. It's quite hard to maintain the output at 46% during overclock. She quietly asked.
But isn't that enough? You stated your intentions, and I think I can still develop further. Besides, there's nothing to lose by doing so. Wouldn't it be better to just keep practicing? Hearing this, Seoli seemed quite in agreement, saying that wasn't wrong either. She suddenly pouted, her expression darkening, and Seoli voiced a worried reminder. This sounds ominous. Junho spoke up, giving a direction. It's open now. Just go in. Skaya walked in and asked bluntly, Can you read this guy's memory so I can take notes if needed? He replied softly, All right, let me see. After a moment of consideration, Junho had to give a final conclusion. Too bad. He's just small fry who knows nothing. She asked with curiosity, I was guessing he was around level 120. Why are there so many strong people here? He reassured her, It's been a long time since you last fought. It's normal to feel overwhelmed. Skaya suddenly asked about Junho's situation. Leaving that aside, how have you been lately? He replied frankly, I'm still learning how to stabilize my body temperature during overclock. Junho made a prediction. I think I'll reach 50% output with overclock soon.
By the way, do you think I can pass that milestone? She muttered softly to herself. It's only been a few weeks, Skaya spoke up to encourage her friend. Yet you've already reached the 50% mark. There's no need to rush, just take it slow, I guess. She suddenly asked, By the way, where does the Frost Queen disappear to every time I come here? His answer was brief. She's busy. Before Skaya walked away, Junho didn't forget to remind her, Come back when you finish that hunt, and take care. She bluntly asked him back, Are you my mom or something? He could only helplessly sigh. It's always like this whenever I worry about you. A servant approached and spoke respectfully. Greetings, player Seo Junho. The Viscount wishes to discuss with you the reward that hasn't been given to you for capturing the kobolds yet. Please follow me. Skaya couldn't help but tease. Someone is quite popular. Junho felt confused. I thought that book was already the reward. The Viscount's voice rang out from somewhere. Simus, greet this awakener. The Viscount's wife also chimed in. That's right, he is your benefactor after all. He slowly sat down on the chair. He asked gently, It's an honor to meet you like this. How are you feeling? Simus replied with gratitude. I'd much better. It's all thanks to you, sir. The boy admitted happily. Well, lately I've been having very wonderful sleep. I will become a good lord, just like my father. I can do that, right? Junho affirmed to Simus. Of course, you will become a truly great lord.
Iva stood behind him, speaking hesitantly. I sincerely apologize for calling you this late. Actually, I heard that you haven't left your room for a while, so I avoided contacting you. He immediately offered an explanation. I was just training by myself, that's all. Hearing those words, he couldn't hide his surprise. In such a small place? From now on, please use the training hall here. Vikon made a suggestion. My lord, I hear that players are extremely private about using and revealing their abilities. If you permit, I would like to grant him the right to use my private training room. Junho accepted with enthusiasm. Are you sure about that? If you say so, I won't be polite then. He told himself, there's no reason to refuse this, right? He started mentioning the main issue. Now then, player So Yunho, perhaps you have already heard about this.
But I called you here today to reward you for stopping the kobold massacre. Junho expressed his skepticism. Honestly, I thought you had already given me the reward. Viscount clarified immediately without hesitation. That was just the reward for recovering Simus. He handed Junho a box. Here, Viscount began to instruct. Open it. Look at the item inside the box. Junho asked curiously. Viscount, what is this? Viscount replied calmly. It's nothing much, just an elixir. He continued to explain in more detail. It is called the ice pomegranate. It is grown in the northern snowfields and can only be harvested every 100 years. He asked again, Are you sure you want to give me such a precious item? Viscount offered Junho sincere thanks. If it weren't for you, I would have been seen as incompetent by the world and responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. Moreover, you even cured my son. He finished his unfinished words. Just take it. It is a well-deserved reward for you. Thank you for what you have done. Holding the sword in his hand, he dashed like lightning and set his eyes on the target. He quietly analyzed. 38%. After absorbing the ice pomegranate, all my stats increased by 10 points. My magic stats specifically increased by 15 points. A blue aura suddenly burst out, enveloping him. 42%, 43%. Sally suddenly asked, Contractor, is the belt good enough? This belt possesses many functions, not only helping the wearer increase body control, but also making magic sensitivity sharper.
Even if you get injured on the battlefield, this belt will help you a lot. Junho briefly recalled the letter Noya had sent him. Please don't break it. I'm tired of working. Also, the name of this armor is white armor, but if it does break, feel free to bring it here. I will repair it myself. Junho sang his praises unceasingly. It seems he really put in the effort. He appeared extremely satisfied with the name and complimented it. Because of the special nature of mithril, it must have been difficult to craft. The name White Armor sounds good too. Still chewing a cookie, she made a disparaging remark. Those guys have no sense of naming at all. Junho sarcastically retorted without holding back. I think it sounds good. Coming from someone whose online nickname is Salmon, I wouldn't expect anything better anyway. Teased like that, Selly angrily defended herself. What did you say? I thought you said something about salmon. That is my nickname. Light emitted from the belt, and sparks of electricity flashed. His entire body glowed. The armor he was wearing further accentuated his majestic appearance. 44%. Junho muttered to himself. Now I can circulate magic within my body at a rate of 24 times per second. The current stable overclock data is... He quickly wiped out every target with astonishing speed. 60%. Junho rushed towards the final target and began recalculating his body status. Stats balanced at 63%. Body temperature 37 degrees. Junho stared intently at the candle resting on his sword, then made a decision. In 3 days, the frost curse would end. Now is the time to finish what I started in Jillian. A shadowy figure was reporting the entire situation. The target had left the castle. Koak parted his lips slightly, muttering, So Junho has entered the field, heading towards the north gate. He swore angrily. Finally, after more than a month and a half, far too long, he had left. What a bastard. The subordinate beside him asked suspiciously, What about Skya Killiland? Neo replied without hesitation. 3 weeks ago, So Junho escorted her to Jillian. Cicelo reported Skya's schedule in detail. I checked her community account. She is currently in the Oolong Forest, in the east of the Empire. And even though geographical distance meant nothing to an archmage, he calmly asserted, It doesn't matter. We will kill So Junho before she even realizes it. Koak issued the order. I've waited long enough. Let's start the hunt right now. He said just one sentence. The hunt, finally, begins. Junho walked with excitement. Finally, he could go hunting. Thinking of the past, he couldn't help but feel emotional. It's been a while since hunting the blood kobold, hasn't it? Sally stood beside him, and after a moment of calculation, gave a number. About a month and a half. Junho looked at the whiptail wolves in front of him without a hint of fear. He told himself, Let's see how it goes without overclock. Junho gently dodged its attacks and grabbed the wolf's tail tritely. He quietly made a judgment. It seems you guys are even weaker than before. Junho gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze fixed on the beast. He thought with considerable confidence, surely he could pull it. Just how strong could it be? Junho exerted so much strength that his face turned red, his blood vessels bulged, and his hand trembled slightly, prompting him to decide to try spinning around once. The whiptail wolf was then flung into the air, completely exposing its reaction time. Junho clenched his fist, a wave of disdain rising in his heart. Too slow. He swung a fatal blow at the beast's abdomen, sending the whiptail wolf flying far away. He muttered to himself, All right, experiment complete. With a face full of murderous intent, Seo Junho dove down with a spear from midair and spoke, By the way, you guys are the first monsters I've hunted since coming here. Besides, his mission at the rookie village was still unfinished. He thought, Bad luck has truly clung to you all, steadily bringing the axe down, splitting each log in two. Standing a short distance away, Goya watched the old man while observing Seo Junho's behavior. He made an assessment of Junho's character, noticing that he sometimes had a heroic tendency. If he saw the weak in trouble, he wouldn't just stand by. Through that, Goya offered a suggestion for the next step. I will take advantage of that point. Mino, Choi, choose a suitable ambush spot. Both of them responded in unison. Yes, he added,
I will stay here to direct. Pay attention. Goya ordered. You too, move out. He immediately obeyed. He suddenly asked, what about Sinef? He thought to himself, Sinef? Seo Juno, you're just bait, not my objective. My target is the sword saint Kim Woo-jung. Goya coldly uttered a judgment. For such a cruel person, Sinef said you are quite lucky.
But I guarantee no luck will save you today. On this side, Junho's conversation was still proceeding leisurely. My stats have dropped to 50% since last month, but why do I feel stronger today? Is it because of overclock that my power has increased compared to before? Sully suggested an idea. Instead of hunting monsters, why don't you try fighting the demon race? He answered immediately. No matter how many fiends there are, but those guys aren't stupid. Where would we find them in a place like this? Sully mischievously pointed forward, making a suggestion. You're looking for an answer, aren't you? Maybe a fiend lives in that wooden cabin over there. You often encounter unexpected things here. Junho felt a bit hesitant. That place? He pointed at a string and analyzed. Frost Queen, sorry, but no. See that? There's a monster trap here. Hunters and mercenaries often use this. Mages wouldn't buy it. Her voice suddenly called out to him. Junho, contractor, this smell. He gave her a command. Sully, it's the smell of blood. I smell it too. Frost Queen, scout the area. She didn't hesitate at all and followed his order. Leave it to me. A moment later, Sully hurriedly ran back to report. Contractor, there are real monsters. Oh my god, there's a dead person here. Junho placed his hand on the wound, activating the skill Confession of the Dead. She whispered panic-stricken words. I hope that woman's words aren't true. A voice rang out from behind. Uncle! He suddenly shouted a false accusation. You did this, didn't you? Not going to answer me? He questioned harshly. Speak, what did you do to him? Junho retorted. Why ask me? Junho's face darkened as he recounted the truth. 10 minutes ago, you were the one who killed him.
He had just uttered a question when he was swiftly dealt with by him in the blink of an eye. How did you know? Junho calmly took him down. You trapped me, didn't you? After careful observation, he reached his own conclusion. Then it surely isn't just you here. 1, 2, 3 people. Coates, from a position not far away, began casting a skill. Establish the otherworld battlefield. Junho stood silently, pensively assessing the situation. He used the desert as a geographical advantage to deal with them. A memory flashed through Junho's mind. It was Sinefep's right-hand subordinates. I've seen his ability in Sinefep's memories. Neo spoke up with a voice full of complaint. Damn it, why does it have to be a desert? Before he could finish his sentence, both were stunned to face him. It's so hot! An argument broke out between the two. Deal with it quickly. I'm going first.
No, let me handle it this time. Juno stared at them, his eyes burning with anger. The man let out an excited sneer. Strongest hunter on Earth. Ciso also criticized at the same time. Dodging again? The two of them attacked simultaneously, but he gently evaded. Nino praised with a tone full of sarcasm. Not bad. The man lost his patience and thought to himself, our attack speed is much faster than what the naked eye can see. Who cares? No matter how you dodge, you'll die anyway. On this side, Ciso questioned, can you actually see our movements? He suddenly frowned amidst the fierce battle. Ciso couldn't help but reassess the situation. I didn't think this guy actually had skills. Both of them swung their fists at the same time, aiming for a finishing blow. However, Junho was a step faster. Extending his hand while the man was still stunned, he spoke, you guys aren't fast enough either. Nino was knocked away, his form distorted, while the other turned pale, trying to find a way to escape, muttering incessantly. Ciso and Nino performed an aerial flip. Ciso from below shouted worriedly, no! He realized the current situation was spiraling out of control and calculated, I only intended to restrain him, this isn't good. He supported his younger brother. His mind began to analyze. This speed impacting a moving target is truly different. And he was moving at the speed of sound, so the impact caused massive damage. No, rage had completely consumed Koak. He gritted his teeth and cursed. I'll kill you. I'll kill your whole family, you bastard. Seo Juno exposed him without holding back. Isn't that what you guys usually do? He continued criticizing in an indifferent tone. You feel nothing when killing others, but you fly into a rage when it happens to your comrades. He seemed to go berserk, roaring furiously. You're dead meat, bastard. It's too late to apologize now. Seo Juno suddenly asked, you want me to apologize for the trash I killed earlier? Seo Juno's face darkened as he spoke critically. They deserve to die. What's the point of scum like you living anyway? Koak suddenly spoke up from the side. Neo, how long will it take you to deploy the magnetic field without Cicillo? His aura flared up. A crimson murderous intent began to spread around. He replied in a sullen tone. About 10 minutes. He ground his teeth audibly and started giving orders. Go all out. I'll support you. He frowned slightly. Watching everything silently, Neo said to Koak decisively, yeah, just support me. I will definitely kill him. He looked like someone who had lost all reason. A grin spread across his face as he muttered in extreme excitement. That feeling is truly great. Koak became incredibly arrogant and declared loudly,
This is for Cicillo, you bastard. Thousands of arrows flew towards Juno at an astonishing speed. He furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with light. Clad in his armor, Juno moved gracefully and nimbly through the air. He said, 63%. Witnessing that scene, Koak ground his teeth in anger. His face became more furious than ever. He stammered out a curse. You rat, he urged. Are you done yet, Neo? Neo answered hesitantly.
No, not yet. Just a little more. He glided through the air at an astonishing speed. A turquoise halo began to radiate around Juno. He firmly asserted, you won't be able to dodge this strike. From the mountaintop, a ghostly purple light and debris exploded outward. Amidst Cicillo's astonishment, a voice suddenly rang out. Phantom shift. With glowing eyes and Godspeed movements, Juno took him down. Cicillo cast a look of defiance towards him. Juno rushed in with his fist ready. Cicillo closed his eyes tight, speaking serenely. I will wait for you in hell. He retorted grimly. Why would I go down there? Immediately, Juno delivered a fatal punch that sent him flying far away. Cicillo could only freeze with his mouth open, unable to resist. He began moving chaotically. Juno frowned, telling himself, 64%, I'm losing control. Standing not far away, Soli called out anxiously, Contractor, 66%. Skaya appeared from nowhere, reaching out and casting a spell. Slow down. Calmness instantly returned to him. Juno asked her curiously, How did you get here? Skaya gently revealed the truth. I gave you a coin, remember? I cast a spell on it so I can know when you're being attacked by magic. Now then, let's get information from these bastards using Confession of the Dead.
She hugged Saoli tightly, exclaiming happily, Gotcha! The latter immediately struggled and suggested, Let's talk first. The castle gradually faded into the night as the two quietly sat enjoying their drinks. Skaya probed for his opinion. A branch of the Fiend Association is located in the high mountains. At least we know about that stronghold of theirs. So what do you think? Do you want to act now or wait for the time to come? Junho began to analyze. Their meeting day is on the full moon of even-numbered months, which means there are still 5 days left. She clearly restated their current situation. Both you and I have weakened significantly, so we'll need something to create an advantage. He replied, I went hunting, leveled up, got used to overclock, and trained with the ice golem. That is the something right there. Junho spoke seriously. My trump card is overclock. The better I control it, the more my combat advantage will increase. Skaya rubbed her chin and let out a sigh.
It felt comfortable when I first came here, but now it's different. He also seemed quite in agreement. Right, I expected the Fiend Association to be stronger than that. She couldn't help but advise. Don't be subjective. We can't afford to make mistakes when facing such enemies again. Junho proposed. You will be the one scouting them. I still have to practice overclocking. But Skaya immediately refused. Sorry, got too much on my plate. He questioned. Is that how you support me at times like this? He exclaimed with worry. We still don't know the enemy's strength. This might be the last chance to catch their tail. Junho continued. If we rush in blindly and they are stronger than us, it will be the end. She suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Instead of charging straight in, why don't we disguise ourselves? He asked suspiciously. Disguise? Skaya replied excitedly. Right, they won't be able to recognize you. I will create a disguise potion, so you just need to do well. She calmly offered another plan. Right, the important thing is we must probe their strength. I will observe them a bit longer.
However, if you want to attack, just give me a signal. Soli also expressed her strong approval. Right, try using overclock while hunking. That method will be very effective. Junho spoke up with gratitude. All right, thank you. Chasian replied, Yeah, good luck. Junho sighed as he walked. Why do we have to come so far just to hunt? Soli immediately explained, we shouldn't attract too much attention. He used a gentle voice to reassure her. Don't worry, there aren't any players around here. She suddenly asked, Contractor, are iron bears strong? Junho answered honestly, I don't know, I've never met them before. Seeing a bear in the distance, Soli asked curiously, Hey, is that it? She whispered her deduction to him. It seems its entire body is made of steel. He asserted confidently, If I use overclock, I can easily catch it, but not today. Thoughts flashed through Junho's mind. First of all, overclock takes more time to stabilize than I thought. I have to concentrate. Soli announced anxiously, It seems the bear has noticed us, Contractor. He began to calculate silently. Using overclock to fight something beyond my control is very dangerous. The most important thing is, the giant monster roared and rushed forward, aggressively charging towards Junho. While taking a fighting stance, Junho kept reminding himself, control the speed. He looked at it with disbelief. Was this really a monster from the high mountains? It was like a mobile weapon. If it appeared on Earth, how could humans handle it? The monster's eyes turned bloodshot. Junho was knocked away by its giant steel hand. From the side, she screamed, Contractor, you can't face it with brute strength. Using his sword to support himself against the ground, his body glowed with an emerald green light.
He didn't forget to reply to Sully. All right, I know. I can't compare strength with it. The lighter, the better. Amidst the deep night, Junho's eyes shone brightly. He moved in a zigzag trajectory. Because of his speed, everywhere Junho passed left a blue trail of light. He slashed a line into its body with his sword, causing the monster to scream. Junho used his glowing eyes to observe the situation, holding his sword ready for the next attack. He told himself, the faster, the better. Junho turned to look at the monster slowly collapsing. He asked in astonishment, wait, no, how could you die so easily? She ran over in frustration and questioned, you still can't control your power. He immediately offered an excuse. I was just trying to attack it. Sully bluntly offered advice, but in my opinion, it's not yet time for you to engage in actual combat. Junho asked sincerely, then what should I do?
I have to hunt now to level up, but we're running out of time. She immediately retorted, why don't you try my method? Sully spoke more specifically, continuously use overclock, but don't use skills while hunting. Junho hesitated. Really? That sounds feasible, but, she asserted confidently, it's an outdated method, but it's very effective. He sighed dejectedly. It's going to be tough coming up. Under the full moon, Junho was seriously engaging the monster. The monster was not inferior at all. It roared with vigor. He remained calm as he watched it. Immediately after, he swung his sword as fast as lightning. Every stroke of Junho's sword left a blinding streak of light. With his agility, he quickly dismantled the monster's parts. Junho thought to himself, 15%. I can control my overclock output at 15%, and I've also reached level 65. Sully pointed to the sky, calling out in panic, contractor, look, it's almost a full moon. He calmly replied, I see it, let's go meet Skaya. She exclaimed sadly, the effect won't last much longer, right? You need to be careful when disguising. Junho calmly replied, all right, I understand. In his mind, he silently made calculations. Only 7 hours left before the curse of bitter cold. Junho asked her anxiously, Skaya, is the curse of bitter cold ready? Skaya frankly explained everything. Once you use it, you have to move very carefully and calculate thoroughly. Controlling overclock will be a bit harder. He picked up the purple potion and asked, I knew you would complain. Is this the potion you mentioned earlier? She pointed out its weakness. Yes, the effect only lasts for 6 hours. I was in a rush to make it, so the effect won't last long. Skaya suddenly handed Junho a badge with a demon face. And one more thing, take this.
He asked curiously, what badge is this? She immediately explained, it is a sound-transmitting magic badge. If you encounter trouble, someone will come to rescue you. Looking at the badge, Junho said suddenly, oh, that's great. You prepared thoroughly. Can we go now? Sully asked a question, but contractor, are you confident in your acting skills? He asked back with a puzzled look. What do you mean? Thanks to Confession of the Dead, we already have that guy's memories. Junho grabbed the potion bottle, his voice extremely determined. In other words, no matter who it is, I won't get caught. She teased him happily. Oh, I'll keep my eyes peeled then. He thought to himself in regret. Damn it, I spoke too soon. A questioning voice rang out. How dare you show your thick face here again? The crowd surrounded Junho and criticized him ceaselessly. Thought you were going to meet those twins. Who knew only you would survive? Are you a cockroach? Why are you so hard to kill? I thought you would fall like Cinephid did. He questioned himself silently. Stay silent and think. How would this guy act in this situation? Then Junho became aggressive and issued a warning. If you dare open your mouth to mention Cinephid's name again,
I'll rip that beak of yours apart. However, the crowd was not afraid at all and continued to cast sarcastic remarks. Oh, even though your master is dead, you remain loyal, huh? I'm actually envious that he had a loyal dog like you serving him, but what's the use now that he's dead? A voice echoed from upstairs. Is everyone here yet? Kwang Hyung began his self-introduction. I am Kwang Hyung, a member of the Medal of Honor. He glanced up and made a judgment. It's him. He quickly moved on to the main point. As everyone knows, the reason we are gathered here is for us to raid the dungeon.
Kwang Hyun added, I gathered everyone based on your individual rankings. He coldly issued a command. But you are all just tools. My orders are absolute, and daring to resist is synonymous with death. Do you understand? The crowd below shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the upper floor. Kwang Hyun continued, All right then, get ready. We will be leaving soon. Impatience was welling up inside Junho. Only 2.5 hours remained before the potion's effect wore off. I won't have a chance to use my enhancement when the freezing curse appears. He felt a bit anxious about the current situation. He thought to himself, the Shadow Guard skill should be enough, but I need to know the extent of Gwanghan's abilities. The eyes of the crowd were focused on the gate right in front of them. Everyone was discussing excitedly. It's a gate-type dungeon. We can only exit once we've cleared the dungeon. He extended his hand toward the gate and ordered, Let's go. The gate began to open slowly. Junho frowned, asking in confusion, Huh? Goff screamed in panic, What is this? Where is everyone? Where is Gwanghyun? Arthur was in a similar state of panic, asking blankly, What is happening? Arthur spoke up with a voice full of suspicion. Where did everyone go? Is it an illusion? He swore inwardly. Damn this gate. Arthur turned and scolded. Is this a trap, you bastard, Goff?
Is this your doing? Junho spoke up to defuse the situation.
Earth has dungeons like this too. Once you enter, you are teleported to random points. Sally asked anxiously, "Contractor, are you okay?" He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry." With glowing eyes and a cunning smile, Junho thought triumphantly, "This is a maze gate, where we must work together to defeat the monsters within. A place with this much darkness is basically my home turf." The moss-haired girl looked panicked. "Damn it, is this a maze-type dungeon?" Coates replied calmly, "Probably, since we've been separated from the group." She immediately suggested, "Okay then, I think we should join up with Brother Koak first, right?" Coates seemed hesitant. "Do we really have no other choice?" She became irritable. "Of course not. If we go with Brother Koak, we won't have to worry about our lives, right?" Coates had to agree. "Right, let's go then." He still maintained a very cautious attitude. "Even so, we can't let our guard down. Let's check our equipment first." Junho was silently observing everything from a distance. He thought to himself, "If I kill them, I'll find out about Koak using Confession of the Dead. But now I need more information, such as how big this dungeon is and whether the rooms are connected." Seeing him walk towards the door, the moss-haired girl hurriedly stopped him. "Hey, lunatic!" Geff also intended to stop him. "Hey, he should ask us first before opening it." The three of them strode forward together. Koak carefully observed the surrounding scenery. He noticed that the walls were very high and there were many traps. It seemed like a standard maze. Geff immediately started a conversation. "This place is bigger than I thought. I don't see any monsters at all. Why doesn't he share his opinions with us?" Koak replied coldly. "Even if I spoke, he wouldn't understand." The moss-haired girl, hearing that, looked annoyed. "This bastard, what is wrong with him?" Neo continued to complain. "I haven't liked him since I met him. Sinif, he only trusts this bastard and follows him." Paying no mind, Koak focused all his attention on searching. He thought that with this type of maze, it would be impossible to find any monsters around here. Saeli curiously asked, "Contractor, what are you doing?" He answered decisively, "I will lower my presence and everything will be fine." The moss-haired girl felt this was ridiculous. Who is he talking to? Go to the front and be a meat shield for us. Koak thought to himself, the transformation won't last long. It would be better to kill them all. But Geff looked panicked. "What is that?"
Bastard! The red-haired girl immediately issued a challenge. "Hey, does he want to try his luck?" Koak appeared extremely determined. Did he want to follow his master that badly? Koak also immediately retreated. His master was no longer here to protect him. Junho immediately warned, "Watch out for what's behind you first." Hearing that, Koak panicked and looked back. "Behind us? What kind of cheap trick is this?" It was a giant mantis. Koak froze in place. The monster immediately slashed a fatal blow across his chest. Koak was defeated instantly. Huddling in a corner, the red-haired girl trembled violently. It was crazy. Junho couldn't hide his admiration. It finally revealed itself, the true horror of the maze dungeon. Giant mantis, the predator at the top of the maze dungeon's hierarchy, using the walls as weapons. Koak's body was completely swallowed by it. The red-haired girl cast a scornful look. Idiot. The shock froze him in place. Junho thought to himself, "I don't want to deal with monsters like this. With a wall like this, how can I get past?" He suddenly realized something.
The moss-haired girl shouted loudly, "Oh God, you bastard, you created this, didn't you?" She flew into a rage. This was definitely not a wall. "I don't know what your plan is, but you can't fool me that easily." Suddenly, a mantis rushed out from nowhere and took a bite out of her. Junho just watched silently. He began to calculate carefully. If the gore mantis considered this a wall, it would be able to move into it freely. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Now he could get the information he needed without dirtying his hands killing these guys. But it would be impossible for there to be only one mantis in a dungeon as close as this. He immediately sprang into action. "I need to hurry before they can smell the blood and come here in greater numbers." Using Confession of the Dead, Junho suddenly remembered Bango, the guardian mage of Guangyan. She possessed the death causality skill. This was an ability that allowed her to learn many things about the person she focused on. Thinking about it, she had touched everyone before entering the dungeon, thereby extracting information from them. He also understood clearly that Guangyan's clairvoyance surpassed everything else. This was an A-rank skill that revealed the weaknesses of the target needed to be attacked.
Seal looked worried. "It won't be easy, Contractor. What do you plan to do?" Juno appeared extremely confident. "That will make the difference between me and the opponents. In this difficult dungeon, I'm just making it a bit fairer compared to them." At this moment, Guanghan was also fighting against the mantises. Song didn't spare any praise. "As expected, you are amazing, Guanghan." Guanghan immediately executed the blood explosion technique, taking down another mantis easily. Bang Ho immediately reported, "Guanghan, the number of ghoul mantises is increasing. They are around level 90 or higher." Guanghan immediately confirmed, "Are they surprise attacks?" Bang Ho explained, 23 is a very large number, and 6 others were killed recently, so that's why it's quite strange here. We cannot sacrifice so many people for monsters like this. Hearing that, he immediately became suspicious. Then there is a traitor among us. On another side, someone was screaming in despair. "Help!" Juno let out a weary sigh. "I thought I was done with them." He decided to summon the Black Guardian deity.
Gathering power, he swung his sword to wipe out the mantises without hesitation. Juno suddenly realized something. I wondered if transformation was nullified here, but it seems not. Syl also appeared extremely curious. And the freezing curse will recover quickly, right? Juno estimated. Probably about an hour. So urged. We don't have time. Let's take their memories first. Hess had secretly listened to the entire story. Juno reassured Syl. No need to worry like that. He easily neutralized the surprise attack from Hess. Juno declared coldly. The longer I live, the more of their memories I see.
Heck couldn't hide a surprise. Even Guanghyun couldn't see through his ability. Kwok looked at him with eyes burning with murderous intent. He began to calculate carefully. This guy is in the same group as Guanghyun. It seems they have realized the current dangerous situation. Having said that, he immediately activated Confession of the Dead. Vow issued an order to Heck. Heck, you're right. Something is very strange. Heck, find the survivors. We need to regroup before fighting the boss. Heck did not hesitate to obey. All right, I will use my painting ability to find them. Vow continued. Next will be Sean's turn. He immediately agreed. No problem. If I use my guiding instinct ability, I can get to Heck's location. This was beyond Kwok's expectations. He was surprised. What? Suddenly a halo of light enveloped Heck. Kwok could only watch helplessly. Guiding instinct. Damn it, it's already been activated. I was too careless. Guanghyun suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes. What a surprise! He smiled a sinister smile.
Doesn't that traitorous insect look familiar to us? Don't you think so, Coates? Guanghyun smiled triumphantly. What a surprise, he boasted. This pest's face looks familiar, doesn't it? With a challenging tone, Guanghyun spoke. It really is unexpected. I didn't think of it. Sari immediately intervened. Contractor, the current situation doesn't seem suitable for fighting. You are suffering from the frost curse. How much time is left? Junho calmly replied. About 50 minutes. Sari asked in puzzlement. Juno, is that guy targeting us? Why is that? Junho thought to himself, I have become stronger than when I fought Sinef, but he has carefully calculated every move. With incomplete power enhancement and the frost curse, fighting now is too risky. Perhaps I should borrow Frost's power to hold out of it. Guanghyun couldn't hide his curiosity. They said you came under the command of Nollet Hologoob, right? Although this dungeon raid seems more successful than the last one, why did you kill the others? He stared intently at Coates' expression. It seems you have no intention of answering. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanghyun immediately attacked. Then we will find out for ourselves. Coates fell completely into a passive position, only able to watch helplessly as Guanghyun rushed towards him. He looked bewildered. He's too fast. Juno immediately swung his sword, stopping the surprise attack in time. Guanghyun immediately mocked. You could react to my attack? Unknown to Win, he had launched a surprise attack from behind. Guanghyun grew suspicious. Are you really Coates? That guy shouldn't be strong enough to do that. Guanghyun's elusive movements put Goff in a relatively difficult position. Goff breathed heavily. He's stronger than I thought. If I let him attack directly and corner me, it will be quite dangerous. Guanghyun smiled with overflowing confidence. The arena became chaotic. Guanghyun, that guy is mine. Let me punish him. Bango immediately stopped him. All right, just leave it to him. Witnessing the scene, Soli offered her opinion. Contractor, just increasing speed isn't enough. Goff calmly replied, I know. Sasha suddenly cheered happily. That is Goff's signature move, the skill that made his name. Hearing that, Guanghyun appeared extremely interested. Is this really the Otherworld battlefield? I've heard of this move before. He watched Goff intently. I've always wondered what talent you possessed that made the commander covet you so much. Guanghyun was more excited than ever. Shall we begin? Goff seemed surprised. The commander covets this Goff's power? I've gained another memory. He immediately summoned a pack of wolves. Guanghyun was no slouch either, confidently declaring, Otherworld battlefield, a place where one can control even dark energy, but it's useless. Sure enough, he did exactly as he said, wiping them all out in an instant. This was something Goff had completely failed to anticipate. Guanghyun immediately closed in on him. Now I understand why the commander covets your ability. With your power, creating a second Dark Legion is entirely possible. Soli screamed in panic. Danger, Contractor! Goff used all his strength to resist. Guanghyun looked surprised. Frost too? He laughed triumphantly, easily shattering the ice shield created by Kwok. From now on, all your thoughts and actions are within my calculations. Kwok was completely no match for him. Soli panicked as she watched Kwok being knocked away. The contractor was taken completely by surprise. Kwok told himself, strengthening power by 30%. No one intends to surrender. The two sides struggled fiercely, the battle reaching a dramatic climax. Kwok used all his remaining strength to launch a move towards Guanghyun, but it seemed the attack couldn't fell him. He said, neutralize adverse effects. Seizing the opportunity, Guanghyun threw an uppercut, leaving Kwok unable to react in time. He was dazed. Guanghyun stared intently at the hole in the ceiling. He asked, what? It pierced through him, didn't it? Guanghyun was extremely shocked to realize this wasn't an Otherworld battlefield. Ah, what? You? At this moment, Junho had returned to his original form. Guanghyun fell into a state of extreme confusion.
Is that a cloning technique? He completely didn't understand what was happening. A spy, but how can he use Quark's abilities? Wait, that's not the otherworld battlefield, is it? The system suddenly announced, status unstable, searching for magic to dispel. Frost curse removed. The duration of the frost curse has been reduced by 1 hour.
Guanghyun was utterly confused. What the hell was going on? That guy, he possessed memories that only Quark knew and had abilities that defied the otherworld battlefield. He began to piece everything together. It seemed no one knew he was a spy, but looking back now, his body and skills appeared to be worth far more than Quark's. Guanghyun immediately calculated. He had the ability to control both darkness and frost energy. Juno suddenly stepped forward. "Are you exhausted?" He immediately resisted. "I'm just starting to sober up." Witnessing that, Guanghyun sneered. He rushed forward madly. "I won't kill you right away." Even so, Juno maintained an extremely calm demeanor. He immediately gifted him a punch that dislocated his jaw. Right at this moment, the system suddenly displayed that the duration of the frost curse had ended. All the reduced stats were now restored. Juno threw a powerful punch. That attack struck directly at Guanghyun's face. With just one hit, he was sent flying far away. Guanghyun clutched his face and thought to himself, "This guy's hand." What appeared before his eyes was the sight of Juno preparing for the next strike. His speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't keep up visually. Once again, Guanghyun took a full punch from him. He gritted his teeth, barely dodging in time. Guanghyun's hand clenched tight, swinging a powerful counterattack, but unfortunately Juno had already quickly moved behind his back.
Guanghyun stomped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum, causing a terrifying explosion. All that was known afterward was the scene of the two of them punching each other in the face at the same time. Junho took a hit to the cheek, while Guanghyun was unluckier, taking a full blow to the face. Immediately, both of them left that position. Bang Ho asked with a worried voice, "Brother, Lord Guanghyun, are you okay?" Without answering, he angrily gave an order. "Hurry up, go kill the boss, clear the dungeon." She froze, asking back with a look of disbelief. "What? What do you mean?"
Disregarding her presence, Guanghyun charged straight ahead right now. On the other side, Junho was also in a stance ready to rush in, strengthening 15%. In just the blink of an eye, he leaped up. Meanwhile, Guanghyun advanced while wearing a maniacal smile. He was even more dangerous than the boss monster. With bloodshot eyes, he roared, "More! Come at me!" Junho and Guanghyun clashed head-on. From their collision, a series of shockwaves rang out, causing him to grit his teeth and endure. In just a moment, the two had exchanged countless moves. Witnessing him swinging his sword frantically, Guanghyun thought in shock, "I can see all of the enemy's movements and thoughts." Once again, he took a punch from Guanghyun. Seeing Junho's moving after images made him feel heavy. Guanghyun's heart grew heavy as he realized he couldn't keep up. His vision gradually blurred amidst the angry self-torment in his mind. How can I stop him now? That ability was the freezing technique. In just the blink of an eye, it froze Guanghyun's entire body into a statue, creating a golden opportunity for Junho to finish him off. As the ice shard shattered like a death knell for Guanghyun, his last bit of vitality faded away. At the same time, the sound of Junho sheathing his sword softly rang out.
Junho silently felt the aftershock from behind, where an explosion was expanding and swallowing his silhouette. Elsewhere, a voice rang out amidst the sea of fire. "No matter how strong the boss is, a monster is just a monster." That voice seemed to be melting into the raging sea of fire. "When will Lord Guanghyun arrive?" Shan spoke while watching the boss fade away. "He sent us in, which means—" Suddenly, Bang Ho interrupted him. "We can't communicate with the outside of the dungeon, so he sent us in first. He is fighting out there. But there is no way Lord Guanghyun would lose to that guy." Receiving no response, she turned her gaze to Shan. Every word Bang Ho spoke carried a white breath into the air. "What is this? Frost? Freezing magic? Is there another guy with freezing skills here?" In an instant, her fingers were completely frozen solid. With an indifferent attitude, Junho glided past Bang Ho's ice statue. He commented while his eyes were still fixed on her. "What an annoying skill. So this is how I was frozen back then." Selly appeared and grumbled. "I told you this skill is very convenient, didn't I?" Junho had no choice but to admit it. "It is convenient, but I don't feel very good." He described his feeling in a tired voice. "It freezes even the mind."
It drained a large amount of mental power. She continued with an air of absolute composure. "A dangerous skill. It must be used carefully. Never mind that. Thanks to you, the Mantis King has been frozen." Hearing this, Junho could only reply, "Yeah, just need one decisive strike now." He remained calm while activating the skill, Dark Guardian. Just then, he casually asked, "Do you know what excited me the most when conquering a gate in the past?" Soli replied with a skeptical expression, "When the reporters and the crowd cheered?" As Junho spoke, a round object fell. It was the reward for conquering the dungeon. This was the magic core of the Mantis Queen. Soli's eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at the item in his hand. What is this?" Junho smiled as he explained to her, "It's a magic core, the magic core of the Mantis Queen." Hearing that, Soli couldn't help but exclaim, "So many things really do drop from monsters, huh?" He asked back, unable to hide his surprise. Yeah, wouldn't you receive a magic core every time a monster was destroyed? This made her so astonished she blurted out, Ah, did I have one too? Curiosity spurred Soli to ask him, where would it be on the body? Suddenly she clutched her stomach, her face showing clear unease as she said, I have a bad feeling about this. Junho used a gentle voice to reassure her. Don't worry too much. There's a 95% chance a magic cord drops from high-tier bosses. Soli didn't give up, continuing to ask, but when the contract was made, I don't recall this being mentioned. Hearing this, he immediately asked back, Contract? With whom? She replied in a hesitant voice, with the floor administrator. After a moment of silence, Soli questioned herself, what is this memory? Is this my memory? A memory of the time when she was still the Frost Queen, after her kingdom had fallen into ruin. Back then, ice fragments like pearly tears had pooled at the corners of her eyes. I knew of an existence called the floor administrator. Junho didn't understand what he had just heard at all. Floor administrator? What are you talking about? In Soli's memory, an illusory figure with long hair flowing in the cold wind gradually materialized. That creature was not human.
That figure kept hovering in Soli's mind endlessly. She said she would give me another chance. Ultimately, she still couldn't recall it clearly. I can't remember anything else. Junho gently offered her a suggestion. Are there any facial features or identifying marks? After a moment of contemplation, Saoli replied, Perhaps I need to absorb some spirit crystals. He calmly advised Saoli, Don't push yourself too hard. If you remember anything else, just tell me, okay? She didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. All right. In truth, Junho already had a conjecture in his heart. Perhaps because her spirit rank had increased recently. If the lost memories return after each rank increase, then he silently made a decision for himself. I should let her absorb more spirit crystals in the future. Saoli looked helpless, her forehead wrinkling as she voiced her objection. No, not spirit crystals. How am I supposed to eat stones? I'm not eating that. Not long after, the two of them moved to another location together.
Is this where the treasure is kept? They didn't take long to find a treasure chest. There it is. A sound from the system rang out as if to verify. You have received 100 gold. Junho opened it with a look of relief. 100 gold is equivalent to 1 billion won, right? Sully looked at the item with eyes full of suspicion. Isn't that a skill book? A notification from the system rang out as if to confirm that speculation. Skill book, Shadow Wall, C rank. Then it continued to give a mechanical explanation. Effect allows you to turn into a shadow and move through walls for 1 minute. Upon hearing this, Junho immediately gave her mark. In other words, this is a characteristic of the manta species. She also gave it high praise, very useful for assassination or eavesdropping. Suddenly, the system screen displayed a notification line. A higher level ability of the same attribute, Watchman of Darkness, S rank, has been detected. Abilities can be fused together. The system continued to provide options. Do you want to combine Shadow Wall and Watchman of Darkness? If fusion is accepted, the effects of the lower level ability will be transferred to the higher level ability. He slowly repeated each word. Ability fusion? The system gave an answer to Junho's query. Depending on the effect of the higher level ability, the effect of the fused ability is enhanced. He put his hands in his pockets, speaking calmly. Or in other words, by fusing the abilities, Shadow Wall will disappear, and the ability to turn into a shadow can still be used through Watchman of Darkness.
Upon hearing this, Saoli expressed her opinion that there was no harm in fusing the abilities. For that reason, Junho quickly agreed. Accepting the ability fusion, in the blink of an eye, the system confirmed the success. The ability fusion was complete. Noticing a strange aura radiating from him, she hesitatingly remarked, So is this the end of the other world? Meanwhile, Junho proceeded to activate the Shadow Guard ability. Countless streams of dark energy began to radiate from him. Saoli showed clear skepticism, as everything seemed to remain unchanged. Doesn't it feel just like usual?
However, Junho calmly denied that, speaking while dark energy continued to pour out. No, wait a moment. Surprisingly, it spread to Junho's face and merged with him into a black shadow. From within, Junho was equally amazed. It really works. That black shadow slithered and moved like a python. That chaotic movement made Selly confusedly ask, Contractor, are you okay? You just turned into darkness. A moment later, the shadow turned into a vortex, and Junho slowly emerged from the smoke. He happily expressed his mood. More than fine. This is a forgotten technique, or perhaps it wasn't even mentioned in theory. Who would have thought it could be done like this? I'm so moved I want to cry. Moments later, outside the mountain range, a fully equipped person was drilling into the ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out, as Junho approached from afar and asked, Skaya, what are you doing here? Skaya sighed in relief and replied, Is that you, Junho? You're safe? You finished dealing with everything, right? He smiled brightly in response. Of course it's done, but what were you doing just now? She answered innocently, I was planning to use a gate drill to break the dungeon and go in to save you. That nonchalant reply only made Junho laugh. Skaya quickly asked further, How's our Frost Queen? Did she go into the spirit world again?
He calmly stated Selly's current condition. No, she's sleeping soundly on my head right now. That made her astonished. Spirits sleep too? I have to learn more.
A moment later, they sat gathered around the fire, chatting. Up to 7 forces? Junho confirmed it without hesitation. Yes, that information was in their memories. He recounted the entire story from beginning to end. The Fiend Association had developed 7 forces to the point of threatening even the Big Six. Each force had only a few members, but they were all terrifying monsters in their own right. With a steady voice, he began to list them. Pride, despair, wrath, gloom, gluttony, sloth. The last force was, and envy. Junho continued to clarify the organization's structure. There were 7 leaders of the Fiend Association. The living weapons under their command were obviously these forces. The king I defeated was once a member of the Pride Force. Skaya suddenly asked, each force has its own mission, right? He didn't deny it. Yes, that's why I couldn't find any information about the magic prison. Junho added a new piece of information. In 2 months, Pride plans a group operation in Sachien. Hearing that, she could only respond in kind. It certainly wouldn't be a small-scale operation. He suddenly smiled and asked, you look eager, don't you? It will be harder than you think. Skaya happily replied, that's exactly what I want. I'll explain more in 2 months. She abruptly changed the subject. Anyway, well done. Without waiting for her answer, Skaya revealed on her own, I plan to go to the Goblin Guild.
The guild leader over there contacted me and said he wanted to meet. That incident made Junho offer a suggestion. Skaya, let me go with you. With eyes full of tenderness, Skaya replied, no need. We're just going to talk a bit. You don't need to worry. In the end, she decided to go alone. If I find anything, I'll message you. I wonder if something is up. Before she left, Junho reminded her, all right then, remember to take care of yourself. The system suddenly displayed a notification. A message had arrived. He quickly opened his mailbox to check. Who could it be? Captain Gong Juha? Junho was extremely surprised because the sender was, hello, this is Kim Woo-jung. If you're not busy, could you spare me some time? Player So Junho, I need your help. Junho could not believe he received a message from that person. The sword master, Kim Woo-jung. Is he really the sword saint? As the firelight faded, Junho decided to ask bluntly. The person on the other end laughed and messaged back. Correct. Reading it, he felt a scent of a scam. It must be an imposter. Why would the sword saint need his help?
The more Junho thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. If it were night, I could understand, but right now, I am So Juno. Should I ask for photo proof? Suddenly, a new message was sent to him. What is being sent here? When the photo appeared in the chat box, Juno had to marvel. Wow, it really is you. Was that writing carved by a sword? The handwriting is beautiful, but your selfie skills need a lot of practice. He quickly composed a message to Kim Woo-jung. Thanks for the proof, but why contact me specifically while Selly is asleep? Juno patiently waited for a response. He wondered in a very small voice. No reply? Must be busy with something. Just then, he sent a message with a photo. Can we meet in person to discuss? That response speed made Junho feel extremely annoyed. Typing so slow. Crazy, did he take another photo? The scene quickly shifted to a snowy mountain. Selly suddenly asked, Contractor, where is this?
Junho, dressed warmly, spoke softly. The snowy region of Bam. Thanks to C-rank cold resistance, this place isn't as cold as I thought. However, her condition seemed unusual. But why do I feel a bit cold? That condition of Sally made him extremely suspicious. Tell the truth, you aren't a frost spirit, are you? Just as she was answering, they arrived. No, that's not it. It's just because I just woke up. Junho gently raised his hand to knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, he greeted, long time no see. The person opening the door was none other than Woo-jung. He greeted and invited them in. You must be cold. You must have traveled a long journey. Please come in. By the warm fireplace, Woo-jung was the first to speak. I will explain the reason I contacted you. He suddenly started with the topic. Player So Juno, do you know anything about dwarves? Hearing this, Junho honestly answered. Dwarves? I've heard of them, but never seen them with my own eyes. Woo-jung suddenly revealed a piece of information. They are currently living in caves in the Bam Canyon. That news astonished him to the extreme. They live in Bam Canyon? Even if it's in a cave, the cold in the canyon is no joke. Seeming to understand Junho's concern, he immediately explained. Just a cave can't block off the cold, but with their technology it's possible. Do you know what the dwarf's temperament is like? Woo-jung described the dwarf race frankly. They are aggressive, love alcohol, and are very stubborn. Junho suddenly added, I only know they migrate as a tribe at certain times. He did not refute that. That's right, they migrate in mass every few centuries. Now is that time, and the location is Hamelai's Canyon. While putting on his coat, Woo-jung continued the story. I am helping with that, but there is a problem with this relocation site. His voice became serious as he presented the issue. Hamel Canyon has turned into a dungeon. That aroused suspicion in Juno's heart. I thought the Sword Saint could handle most monsters alone. Actually, Woo-jung had his own reason for needing his help. The problem here is the Ice Witch, a spirit of the Snowy Lands who is the boss, and the cold has prevented me from getting close. Juno silently calculated in his head. The cold. I do have cold resistance, but it's only C rank, so this is going to be tricky. He smiled and made an offer. If you lend us your strength, the dwarves and I will assist you in any way we can. Right then, Soli voiced her opinion. Contractor, ask about the reward rights for defeating the Ice Witch as well. Wuzhong understood her meaning and immediately gave his assurance. Of course, I won't claim the credit for the work you've done. She was about to reply when she suddenly realized, Really? Wait, how can you understand what I'm saying? He calmly explained, I learned how to communicate with spirits from the elves. Is something wrong? Sully hurriedly denied it. No, your mental level doesn't seem low at all. Her acknowledgement made Wuzhong happy. Thank you for the compliment. His genuine smile made Sully feel a bit shy. It feels strange, but human. Learn to speak politely. The conversation ended there, and they set off together. If I offended you, please accept my apologies, Wuzhong said as he took the lead and turned back. How was the speed? I hope it's not too fast or causing you any trouble. Junho replied immediately. It's fine, you can speed up even more. That request took him by surprise. You mean, go faster? Kim Wuzhong's eyes flickered like a signal. As expected, always exceeding my expectations. Then I'll speed up a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot forward. We'll arrive in 1 day. Junho was still calmly thinking. This training is going to be a bit tough. Quick as lightning, he activated his skill, overclocked 25%. Power surged into his legs, helping Junho keep up with him. Elsewhere, amidst the rubble, someone suddenly crushed a rock right in front of them. Brother, isn't this interesting? Not a single trace left? The one called Guangyan replied from the void. Are there any survivors? The fiend stamped his foot on the ground and raised his voice. I don't sense any presence. It's like everything has been swept clean, like there's someone who cannot be caught at any cost. He seemed puzzled and raised an idea. Could there be a high-level player near the dungeon? He sighed and denied it. No, we always calculate that beforehand, don't we? The other one didn't think so, and said, could we have missed the movements of a high-level ranker? That thought made the fiend reconsider. Maybe it's Kim Wuzhong or Ramadat. Suddenly, he mentioned someone. Speaking of which, the whereabouts of Skaya, that woman is also missing without a trace. As for the 5 great heroes, in the end, they are just legends of the past, right? However, the one from the void topped a warning full of implication. You haven't seen them. You have no right to judge. After finishing the investigation, return immediately and don't do anything stupid. The fiend frowned and said, Leader, honestly, don't worry. His face now clearly showed a look of madness as he exclaimed, Saying that, but my body is itching to act. Maybe I'll play with a few kids on the way back. At the same time, in a frozen land, whoosh, we've arrived. The dwelling of the dwarf race, Whiteout. Kim Wuzhong introduced it to him. This is Delia. Junho was so amazed he was speechless. This place. He suddenly recalled Kim Wuzhong's words. You said you haven't seen dwarfs before, right? He quickly confirmed it. Yes, that's right. Junho recounted what he had learned about dwarfs. I'm also not sure about the exact appearance of the dwarf dwelling. Before the gates appeared, I only knew about them through images and movies. Hearing that, Kim Wuzhong also understood his situation. I see. Curiosity drove Junho to ask, what do dwarfs look like? Answering him was only mystery in Kim Wuzhong's words. It spoils the fun to say it beforehand. It's better if you experience it yourself. This way is the plaza. Suddenly, several children appeared in front of Junho. There are dwarf children here.
I haven't seen any adults yet. He thought for a moment, needing to make a good first impression, right? Immediately after, Junho took out a lollipop. Hello, I am So Junho. The dwarf child just stared intently at it, then immediately called out to Kim Wuzhong. The boy's words left both of them bewildered. Who is this retard that looks just like you back then? The dwarf beside him laughed happily and chimed in. I think he's cute. Why do you say that? At this moment, Junho still couldn't understand what was happening. What? What is this? The man smiled mischievously, as if mocking him. Look at that expression. Are you surprised? Junho, still dazed, turned to ask him, Did I do something wrong? Only then did Wuzhong agree to reveal the secret. Sorry, let me introduce them to you. The chieftain of the White Moru tribe, Bam Canyon. This information shocked him heavily. But he has no beard, and his voice is... He quickly extinguished Junho's train of thought. That's just a misconception from media and video games. Wuzhong even added the man's age. Let me tell you.
He is over 250 years old this year. That truth made Junho feel incredibly self-conscious. With only 51 years, he couldn't even compare. A while later, the figures of Junho and Wuzhong headed towards Hamel Mountain. The path became deeper and more rugged as they ventured further in. Suddenly, Junho looked ahead as if realizing something. The one having the best time here must be the Frost Queen. Except for being a bit cold, she didn't have to do anything at all. Wuzhong also quickly became alert and looked ahead. It turned out to be a snow monster. It was climbing on a cliff right in front of them. Going back a while earlier, when Juno was invited into the meeting room, the chieftain of the dwarf tribe spoke up. Many people have seen what the elves and orcs look like, but no one has seen what the dwarfs look like, because compared to their lifespans, humans are merely children compared to them, but there is only one description of us that is actually correct. Junho quickly replied, "It's dexterity, isn't it?" The chieftain coughed a few times and cleared her throat to confirm. "That's right. Our dwarven race builds furnaces and kingdoms on fertile lands." Then she continued her story. "This frozen valley is where I was born and raised, but unfortunately the resources here are running out, so we had to move to another place. But suddenly, a banshee named the Ice Witch appeared and took residence in the Hamel Valley after the constructions were completed. Kim Woo-jung also presented the reason he couldn't accept this mission was that he had to defeat her without causing damage to the place, which is why he failed. Returning to the main point, he immediately asked the chieftain, "Can you tell us about her in detail?" But she scratched her chin and said, "We don't know anything about her, but we will provide you with supplies." And the chieftain didn't forget to emphasize, "Because Kim Woo-jung trusts you, I believe you have the capability to do it, so our dwelling relies on you." She also offered a reward as a merit. "When you return, I will personally craft a weapon for you." Hearing that, he smiled and affirmed, "I'm not sure if I can defeat her, but I will definitely return." Back in reality, they arrived at the Hamel Valley and encountered the monster. He recognized it. It was a Yeti.
It didn't move. Kim Woo-jung's expression became extremely serious, a change that piqued So Junho's curiosity. What is he planning to do? But he didn't bother to answer. Instead, his sharp gaze shot straight at the snow monster, drawing his sword without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Kim Woo-jung soared into the air right in front of it. His eyes flashed as he sensed hostility, and just like that, he swung the sword in his hand at the Momentum monster. So Junho saw this and immediately understood Kim Woo-jung's intention, summoning his own sword to be ready to support. But before he could act, he witnessed every slash being swung. They were incredibly sharp and precise. The snow monster, after taking the full brunt of the slash, exploded, blood splattering everywhere. So Junho knew he was strong, but didn't expect him to be so efficient. After dealing with that snow monster, Kim Woo-jung's face was cold as if nothing had happened. He spoke up. "It's done. Let's go." So Junho gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He intended to help, but it turned out to be unnecessary worry. He replied softly, "Okay." After dealing with it, the two continued to stride through the snowstorm. He spoke up to remind So Junho, "We're almost at the Dwarf Valley." A while later, Kim Woo-jung looked ahead and said, "Hey, player So Junho, from here on you have to go on by yourself." Large rocks protruded majestically in front of them. They formed a path, however. Moving in this weather was a challenge. Junho looked at the scenery for a moment, adjusted his coat, and asked, "So Hamel Valley is inside that snowstorm?" He immediately nodded in confirmation. "That's right." He turned his head back, smiled, and replied, "All right, thank you for leading the way." Woo-jung also responded with a smile. "Good luck to you." Saying that, Junho headed straight into the eye of the snowstorm alone. The deeper he went, the thicker the snow became, reaching up to his waist. Right at that moment of discouragement, he saw the final destination, a massive architectural structure resembling a temple. The moment Junho pushed the door open to enter, a large amount of snow and ice from above rushed down as well. This place was indeed the Hamel Snow Valley, Nekapisache. After regaining his composure, he looked up to observe the surroundings. It truly had the architectural shape of a new village. Dwarven technology was indeed no joke. Suddenly, a system notification was sent to Junho.
"You have entered the dungeon, the Ice Witch's castle." The Frost Queen was now so cold she had turned to ice, while he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really quiet here." Not long after, when the encasing ice layer was broken, she started grumbling, "I thought we were going to freeze to death." Witnessing this scene, he helplessly asked, "How can you even be the Frost Queen?" Just then, a chilling voice rang out, "No, don't come here. Don't come here if you don't want to die." Not far away, two ghosts were hovering, their mouths ceaselessly emitting mournful wails. The Frost Queen, seeing this, couldn't help but shudder in fear, hurriedly hiding behind his back. "Hey, you have a plan, right? Are you sure you can do it? If you're scared, we can go back, you know. They said you'll die if you get close." However, Junho appeared extremely calm and took out a firework. Then he struck it against a nearby slab of ice. His voice was incredibly composed as he replied, "I'm not afraid. But why is a Frost Queen afraid of an Ice Witch, huh?" Instantly, a streak of light shot up, illuminating the surrounding space. She trembled, but still tried to act tough. "I am not." Just like that, more fireworks were fired up, making the surrounding scenery clearer. The Frost Queen still tried to persuade him, "Stop talking, let's just leave here." But right after, she trembled even more when those ghosts started circling around. Her face turned pale. "If you're scared, just hold on to me." Her whole body curled up in fear. "Good heavens, don't you know what a banshee is?" Junho calmly walked down the dark staircase and replied, "A crybaby ghost? An omen of the afterlife?" She immediately asserted, "That's right. Rumor has it that just hearing her wailing causes people to drop dead."
Usually, souls that die in unjust resentment will become a banshee. Hearing this, his footsteps paused slightly.
Unexpectedly, his joking remark turned out to be the truth, the Frost Queen added with a sad voice, but all she wanted was for someone to listen to her. Junho listened to her story as he walked, then spoke up. They say she is a vengeful spirit that has existed for centuries. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, she wasn't the main target, because the soul-sucking Shadow Guard was far more terrifying than she was. So she is not my top priority. Mentioning this, the Frost Queen seemed more confident. Ah, you also have the Dark Light now, so what do you intend to do? Junho's expression became colder, and he confidently replied, Simple. Anything that appears, I will destroy it all.
If you want to fight, bring it on. Just after asserting dominance, barbaric laughter rang in both their ears, scaring the Frost Queen stiff. It turned out that the mournful sound came from a girl in a slender blue dress, but her face was somewhat smudged, accompanied by glowing green eyes. This was the Banshee. She had 2 sharp ice spikes ready. Her body trembled, but her mouth still talked big. Let me stab her. Junho immediately reminded her, she doesn't have a physical body. The Frost Queen replied, then stab her with magic. Hearing that, he helplessly scolded, Don't be so stupid. Just as he finished speaking, she went mad, screaming ear-piercing sounds. It was unclear if the Frost Queen was foaming at the mouth from fear or from the attack, but she fell to the ground looking extremely ridiculous. Only Junho kept a serious face. He rushed towards it while silently calculating. Darkness energy can eliminate all obstacles. Just like that, he materialized the darkness into a hand that grabbed the Banshee's head tightly, locking it so it couldn't make another sound. Then immediately, he pinned its head to the ground. He silently calculated and finished off the Banshee instantly, as if nothing had happened. The unformed spirits, terrified by his aura, didn't dare to make a sound or linger near to help. Suddenly, she opened her mouth, but only emitted broken sounds. Why aren't you frozen? The 2 spirits flew around Junho. He prepared to summon the Shadow Guard for execution, while replying, I'm sick of ice and snow. Now throw away all your sorrows and rest in peace, Ice Witch. Upon hearing that name, the Banshee suddenly reacted extremely violently.
Junho also quickly noticed the abnormality in her. Immediately after, the Banshee slowly enunciated each word. I am not the Ice Witch. Hearing this, Junho was briefly stunned, not expecting her to say such a thing. The scene shifted back to a distant time in the past, where a fire was flickering with signs of dying out. A small girl, freezing and trembling all over, asked the person beside her, Big sister, when will Mom and Dad arrive? The older sister hugged her 2 younger siblings tightly and whispered in a weak voice, Soon. It turned out this was a house situated halfway up Hamel Mountain, a place covered in white snow all year round, and now the sky was pitch black. The little girl in her sister's arms asked sorrowfully, Have Mom and Dad been taken away by the Ice Witch, sister? The older sister's dry, cracked lips tried to move to comfort her. No way. Maybe they just have too many customers, so they're late. Let's try to wait a little longer, okay? The little girl nodded weakly, her appearance becoming fainter and fainter. But sister, I'm so sleepy. The older sister shook her sibling, her voice full of pleading. You have to stay awake. Stay awake to wait for Mom and Dad to pick us up and go eat together. The little girl replied weakly. But I can't take it anymore. She said, Don't sleep. Regrettably, even she couldn't believe those hollow words of comfort she used to deceive herself. Her eyelids also gradually grew heavy following her 2 siblings. Finally, she too couldn't resist the drowsiness washing over her. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun had risen high and shone into that dark room, that loud noises rang out, waking the older sister from her deep sleep. She stared drowsily at the door, wondering what was happening. Outside, the house was covered in snow. Surrounding it were only barren, thorny bushes, and there was absolutely not a soul in sight. The sound continued to ring out steadily. The noise grew closer, and she thought her parents had returned. Though her throat was parched, she still tried her best to call out, Mom, Dad. The sound got closer and closer. It was almost right outside the door. Tears streamed down her face at that moment, her expression shifting to one of immense joy. Why are you 2 so late? Why are you only picking us up now? The door creaked slightly. Her eyes were glued to it, her heart filled with jubilation. But what she expected did not arrive. Her eyes turned from hope to a blank white stare. Her pupils constricted sharply. She had witnessed something truly terrible. A boundless despair engulfed her. Back in reality, Junho had read that fragment of the Banshee's memory.
The banshee was slowly withdrawing its hand, and the Frost Queen, standing nearby, had witnessed the entire event. She silently analyzed. The contractor and the ice witch have been separated from each other. It seems he needs a substitute for some plan. Then she looked at them with eyes full of compassion. To create this thing, he murdered the child and her family, then placed a curse on them. The ice witch had turned ordinary people into monsters and used them as bait for all these years. The more he listened to these words, the tighter his brows furrowed.
The Frost Queen fell silent after speaking, seemingly pained by those unfortunate fates. Suddenly, the banshee spoke in a broken voice. "You don't see such scenes." The small spirits also opened their mouths. "Sister, don't cry, sister." The Frost Queen understood Junho's personality well, so she spoke up to advise him. "At times like this, you must be rational. Contractor, your opponent is a witch who has cast ice curses on countless people." He looked up at the spirits with a face full of resentment. "I don't care how strong she is, she's still not as experienced as the master of the magic tower." His voice rose with determination. "That is certain." At the same time, elsewhere, deep in a dark cave, there was the silhouette of a female monster wearing a crown. She was sitting on a throne. This must be the ice witch he was looking for. She was pouring a liquid from a test tube into a larger flask. Then she muttered to herself, "Starting experiment number 3184. This time I've increased the ratio of zinc and magic combination quite a bit. Your vitality will soon be restored." As she spoke, she poured the liquid onto a dry skeleton nearby. However, she waited for a long time but saw no change. She lowered her voice. "Failed again. This experiment needs more vitality." The ice witch turned to the goblins and ordered, "Squad 1, dispose of all the failed specimens and clear the table."
"What are you waiting for?" Her voice turned icy, revealing a gaunt face. "I need more test subjects. Bring them here." Seeing the goblins still hesitating, the ice witch grew even more annoyed. "If you lot continue to dawdle, I will use you to replace them." Hearing this, the goblins were terrified and scrambled away in a panic. Otherwise, that deity would certainly do as she said. Just as she returned to her seat and settled down, she suddenly froze. The beautiful silhouette of a woman appeared before her eyes, forcing the ice witch to let out a silent sigh. Since becoming an undead witch, how many times have I failed? I don't even bother counting anymore. Then her gaze turned towards a distant, indefinite space. "I want to feel." Her voice was full of nostalgia. "The touches, the scents, the pain, even the beat of a living heart. I want to become human again." At the same time, thanks to the guidance of that girl, Junho identified the entrance to the final boss's lair. He was a bit skeptical. "Are you sure this is his lair?" The Frost Queen looked around and concluded, "It looks exactly like it." Meanwhile, the figure of the banshee appeared not far away. She spoke up with a voice full of worry. "You will die if you go in there." She fiddled with her hands while asking curiously, "What do you intend to do if you meet the ice witch?" He replied in a calm tone, "Just give it my all." Junho continued, his voice sounding like he was talking to himself. "You and those people are being controlled by her." "I am stuck in this world. I need to get out." The banshee raised her voice questioningly. "Have you thought it through?" Hearing those words, his patience gradually ran out. "If you want to run, then run. Stop asking." Junho exhaled a breath of cold air and continued, "From this moment on, I don't want to get involved in any more trouble." As soon as he finished the sentence, he stopped his foot hard on the ground, releasing the darkness attributes spreading all around. That source of power moved as fast as lightning, weaving into every crack in the cave. In just an instant, it located a few small monsters and swallowed them whole without leaving a trace. At that same moment, from other locations in the cave, resentful and tragic screams echoed up and then suddenly died out in an instant. Next, Junho went deeper inside and directly cast the piercing magic skill. This skill directly impacted the pillars with the intention of leveling the place, forcing the ice witch to reveal herself. Violent tremors soon reached her location. The ice witch looked blankly, wondering, an earthquake? Impossible. They stopped hundreds of years ago. The collapse of the cave buried the small monsters unjustly. Only then did it realize the severity of the situation. It roared in order. "Guards, go out there and see what is happening." Receiving the command, the swarm of monsters roared frantically and rushed straight toward the cave entrance. He seemed to also sense their chaotic sounds. However, he did not care in the slightest. Fundamentally, this place was Junho's forte. The dark matter was more than enough to swallow these minions whole. After all, they had all once been innocent civilians, transformed by the Ice Witch's magic. Now, death was more of a release for them than suffering. After cleaning up the swarm of monsters, he snapped his fingers, causing the covering ice layer to vanish. With a sarcastic tone, he growled, "Stop sending your subordinates. Face me yourself." Having said that, he ordered his shadow guards to devour another series of hideous monsters.
Along with their demise, the pillars supporting the cave also collapsed completely. Finally, a gaze as cold as ice gradually emerged from behind the screen of smoke and dust. It was the Ice Witch, screaming like a madman. "How dare you!" He replied with a serious expression. "So you finally decided to show your face, Ice Witch." Junho walked through the dark magic shield and entered the interior. The Ice Witch could not have foreseen this situation and was utterly furious that his plan had gone up in smoke. How? How could you pass through the magic barrier and get here? Ignoring his furious questioning, he didn't care at all. Before the Ice Witch could react, Junho's eyes became sharp, like those of a predator. With just a wave of his hand, a surge of power from him rushed straight forward in the designated direction. The attack swept away every object lying behind him. Countless magic papers flew scattered in midair, leaving the Ice Witch stunned. He watched the papers, his voice trembling. No! Seeing his research notes being swept away by the wind, the Ice Witch completely collapsed. My research! After the collapse came a fit of extreme rage. My efforts, the treasure of a lifetime that I researched to obtain. He began to frantically release his power like a madman. Do you know what you've just done? The Ice Witch summoned his skeleton army, the Vithat Legion. He and Junho stood facing each other. Hundreds of years ago, humanity feared and revered my power. His eyes were filled with contempt for the lowly status of humans. They could never understand my great ambition. Even my master couldn't understand me. The Ice Witch caused the mountain in front to explode. Today is indeed the fateful day. It is time to leave this mountain.
He did not hide his ambition at all. I will return to let the world know of my existence. The Ice Witch's rage rose higher and higher. The Vaitha's army swarmed towards Juno, growing larger by the moment. I will let you know. He clenched his fists tight, his teeth grinding together as he growled out each word. Who is wrong and who is right? The Banshee clasped her hands together with a face full of fear. I have to flee from here. There is no way to defeat the Ice Witch. The Frost Queen maintained a calm demeanor as she observed the situation. Do not panic yet. The thing you should fear has not appeared yet. From the back of a giant winged serpent, the Ice Witch watched Junho fighting alone against his army. No matter who dares to stand in my way, he continued to attack. I will bring death to that person. Ice Storm. From above, he channeled his power to create countless sharp ice shards raining down. He just turned his head to observe when a voice rang out, stunning him. My contractor. Soli had stepped forward to shield Junho from the ice shards. This time, I will take action. She showed a determined will not to submit, utilizing all her power. I cannot stand by and watch someone dare to look down on my frost power.
I am the one who will freeze this entire world. How dare you use that kind of power in front of me? Sully's frost shield firmly withstood the torrent of sharp ice spikes rushing in. Infinite frost. The presence of the Frost Queen left the Ice Witch astonished. Are you in league with that guy too? Do you think you can stop me? With fury erupting, she continued to channel all her power to attack. Why do you people, one after another, keep wanting to stand in my way? Sully turned her head and urged Juno. Go, quickly, contractor. He looked at her with a slightly confused gaze. What are you saying? The Frost Queen replied in an urgent tone. Leave this worm to me, contractor. Juno wasn't a pushover either. He decided not to retreat until the Ice Witch was defeated. I'm not done here yet. After fully equipping his armor and weapons, he rushed forward to attack. The Vathos army immediately formed a formation to block Juno's path. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at them. Immediately after, moving with lightning speed, he used his ultimate technique to pierce through the dense legion, then flew straight towards the Ice Witch at high speed. After suffering defeat, he was stunned, unable to believe the truth. Do you really possess strength greater than mine? It even exceeds my expectations. Inside a gloomy, freezing house, the Banshee was also shivering from the cold. A voice suddenly rang out, "My lady." Her eyes turned towards the door that was still tightly shut. She trembled and hugged her two younger brothers tightly, begging, Ice Witch, I was wrong. Please spare me. Please only punish me. Don't turn my siblings into banshees. Seeing the doorknob turning, the Banshee's heart sank. Please. Contrary to her fear, an affectionate and warm voice spoke up, My children. Her father smiled and strode into the room. I'm sorry, kids. I'm late because I was busy selling the tiger skins. Her mother walked right behind, carrying a large sack on her shoulder. Mommy bought some cakes for you. Oh my, forgive your father. Did he leave without lighting the fire for you? Seeing her parents, the Banshee felt incredibly moved. Are you very cold? Why did Mom and Dad work so late? Her father hugged the Banshee tightly. Dad was wrong. Did you wait long? You've suffered a lot. Junho asked, Have they passed on? The Frost Queen couldn't give a definite confirmation either. Perhaps so. He watched the family's happy reunion, a silent prayer rising in his heart. Anyway, I hope they have a happy next life. Noticing Junho was still hesitating, the Frost Queen reminded him, It's time to leave. But he couldn't take a step yet. Wait, there's one last thing to do. Earlier, the Ice Witch said something very strange. Sully looked puzzled. A strange sentence? Junho wasn't surprised that she didn't catch it.
You probably focused on the blinding light earlier, so you didn't hear it. Junho recounted those strange words. She suddenly said to them, "Confession of the dead." He used his ability to infiltrate the Ice Witch's memories. The flow of the past stopped at an image of someone brewing a pot of mysterious green potion. So she was in a place like this. A man in a suit with a blue rose pinned to his chest walked up. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ice Witch." He looked at Isaac and asked, "Who are you?"
The man pulled the brim of his hat low. "Forgive my rudeness. My name is—" The Ice Witch interrupted him before he could finish his introduction. "I don't need to know." She showed no mercy and immediately used her power. "A human dares to step foot in here? Be gone." Isaac maintained a calm attitude in the face of her provocative action. "Oh my, you're making this hard for me. I just wanted to chat a little." No more words. The Ice Witch controlled a rain of ice to strike. However, something strange happened. As the ice shards approached him, they were all blocked by an invisible shield. "You're not the only thorny rose here." The incident left her stunned. Isaac took off his hat and smiled. "I am a wandering mage, looking for monsters like you, and a member of the Fiend Association. Recently, I became the 5th member of the 9 Heavens, Isaac DeVore."
Witnessing this scene, the Frost Queen showed extreme astonishment. Regarding the 9 Heavens, Junho was no less surprised. I had only heard rumors about Isaac of the 9 Heavens. I never expected to actually see him. "Only heard rumors? So you haven't met him yet?" Junho admitted, "That's right, the fiends of the 9 Heavens are very hard to track down." At that moment, Soli realized a suspicious detail. Wait, then who ranked players and fiends together in the 9 Heavens, and how could they do such a thing? Junho sat down. "I heard about this from Duckgu. It's quite a long story." She appeared extremely curious. "I have free time, just go ahead and tell it." He began to recount the story. Although it is a very common name in the current generation on Earth, the 9 Heavens only came into existence recently. He continued to delve deeper into the narrative. The first person to call himself the god of the 9 Heavens was a fiend from 11 years ago. In Junho's memory, a man in a cloak gradually appeared. He had proclaimed himself God before the entire world and issued a challenge.
Sale spoke softly. Surely everyone considered him a madman. He confirmed. Of course, they all thought he had lost his mind. Those who heard his words mocked him. She guessed the next plot point. That fiend certainly wouldn't stay silent and endure it, right? Junho continued his unfinished story. He wiped out all of those people. Even Junho himself had to admit one thing. That debut was truly magnificent. He evaluated everything from an objective perspective. Of course, that guild was far from reaching the level of the Big Six, but the top players from major guilds were still defeated by him. That guy didn't hesitate to purge anyone who stood in his way. After stepping onto the mountain of corpses he created with his own hands, he declared that whenever a battle ended, when his body was bathed in the blood of his enemies, he would smile and proclaim, "I am." His eyes were filled with madness, the heavenly demon. That moment also marked the birth of the Fiend Association along with the first god of the 9 Heavens. Junho still remembered the chaotic situation back then vividly. That shocking event was enough to terrify everyone. The fiends of the first floor and second floor all felt extremely agitated.
He bestowed upon everyone a look of absolute contempt, a smile full of triumph. In a world dominated by fiends, players had to resort to other methods. Because the number of people coming to stop his appearance was increasing day by day, the players who became symbols representing the faction opposing the heavenly demon had revealed themselves. The Thunder Emperor, the second god of the 9 Heavens, Yaja from the Yokwai Mini Guild, and the Sword Saint from the Silent Moon Guild possessed strength equal to the heavenly demon. 8 more players also proved their divine status, thereby giving birth to the 9 Heavens. Junho continued his story. And then, 5 years ago, the heavenly demon revealed himself at the capital of the Ruben Empire. He instructed his subordinate, "Season, from here on out, let me handle it myself." Valencia worriedly asked, "You're fighting alone. Will you be all right?" Eledvong turned and walked away, not looking back even once. "What? Do you think you can help? They are the high-level rookies of the Big Six." Valencia had no further objections. "When you're done, I'll help you clean up the mess." He smiled with satisfaction. That's how it should be. A group of people stood blocking his path, annoyed by his arrogant and imperious attitude. "You talk too much." Johann showed no friendliness when Eledvong appeared. "Why did you come all the way here? No one will welcome you happily."
He appeared incredibly arrogant. "That is why I am here." He tilted his head and smiled. "Before that time comes, I have something to prove. My status is the absolute supreme god." Kim Woo-jong did not want to waste any more words with the heavenly demon. He immediately drew his sword, ready to unleash Memento Mori and the counter-shield stance. The opponent was no less formidable with his current swift reactions. The heavenly demon rushed forward enthusiastically with an energy orb in his hand. Truly like a god, his power reached an unimaginable, terrifying level. Then an earth-shattering collision occurred. Kim Woo-jong sensed something was wrong. He furrowed his brows in vigilance.
Von Haka seemed to have somewhat seen through the heavenly demon's true strength. Sung-hyun realized that he could not underestimate him. A chaotic battle broke out instantly. In the end, Shin Sung-hyun and Kim Woo-jong joined forces to attack the heavenly demon. Everyone cooperated, continuously pressuring the heavenly demon. If the heavenly demon had been just a little stronger, the entire 9 heavens would have been wiped out that day. When the story reached this point, Junho suddenly paused, making So-e extremely curious about the heavenly demon's fate. He continued telling the story. A subordinate of the heavenly demon named Wee Session had defeated all the high-level players there. Afterward, because the heavenly demon's injuries were too severe, she escaped with him. Just when it seemed everything was over, she was later recognized as a god as well.
Junho was lost in thought. From the duel to proving his status, there was no doubt anymore. The heavenly demon had achieved everything he wanted before disappearing. Woo-jung approached with a faint smile, looking at Junho, who was still sitting pensively on the railing. However, a flicker of sadness passed through his eyes. The 9 heavens had used all their strength, yet still could not stop him. Woo-jung looked down at the frozen heart in his hand. We missed the opportunity. The system board suddenly displayed a notification. Quest reward. Frozen heart. Upon use, your magic stat will increase by 15. Junho was still lost in his own thoughts. Since then, the heavenly demon had remained quiet, but it wasn't because he was recovering from injuries. His wounds should have healed long ago. He recalled the scene from that year when Momentum was covered in blood and riddled with injuries. However, that probably only made him more excited and frenzied. He laughed loudly. Very well, I will also participate in this play of yours called The 9 Heavens. The next time I return, make sure to amuse me more than today. I will give you 6 years. Try your best to stop me. Junho frowned. That man's goal was to become the strongest in the world and claim the highest position in the 9 heavens. He looked at the frozen heart in his palm and silently resolved. Therefore, I must become stronger. Just because of a single individual, this entire world is facing the risk of annihilation. End of chapter 115. While waiting for Junho, Selly sat enjoying her cake with delight. Woo-jung approached to ask, have you decided what weapon you'll ask the dwarves to make?
He replied, I have thought of a few. I didn't say there was only one. He laughed. Wow, you really didn't say that. You're quite sharp. It would be great if you could get to the 3rd floor soon. Junho immediately seized the opportunity to ask, speaking of which, can you tell me the conditions to reach the 3rd floor? He laughed. I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to. You know the Cave of Trials, right? Junho scratched his head. He had to put that intention aside. I understand. But Woo-jung had another piece of information he could share. Perhaps I can tell you this. In my guild, Silent Moon, we suspect there is a floor master on every odd-numbered floor. Junho glanced at the Frost Queen, who was sitting and eating cake. Floor master? He tried to dissect the current situation. The Frost Queen was the final boss of the 1st floor. That puzzled him greatly. So there isn't a final boss on the 2nd floor. Then what is the condition to ascend to the 3rd floor if we don't need to defeat a boss? Seeing Junho deep in thought, Woo-jung spoke up to comfort him. It probably isn't too difficult. After all, many people have met the conditions to reach the 3rd floor. He also provided another clue. However, they cannot be activated because of environmental conditions.
Do you still have Sinuf's bow from last time? Junho replied, I still do. He gave a piece of advice. Then go find Duke Schubert. Woo-jung explained in more detail. He is one of the 2 Grand Dukes of the Empire. Go meet him once. Suddenly, the system board displayed a new notification. Notification displayed. Notification: the 2nd floor administrator is annoyed. The shop will open in a week. Come if you want. Junho felt a bit puzzled. This isn't exactly urgent, is it? He looked at the notification in front of him with surprised eyes. This is the first notification I've ever seen, but why is the administrator's tone like that? With the look of someone who has seen it all, Woo-jung explained. That's just their personality. Anyway, it says the shop is opening. Do you have enough PP to use? Junho opened his system board to check. Let's see, I have over 80,000 points. That's a bit low. You should have at least 200,000 points. He froze. 200,000? Wait, what? Woo-jung explained the reason. There are many valuable items there. In my case, the guild uploaded videos of our activities, and I received a share of the PP revenue.
It will be very difficult for you to earn fame points alone, won't it? Junho wanted to ask for an opinion. I think so. Is there any better way than making videos? He then pointed out a few other new things to him. Occasionally check the matchmaking board on the public channel. I do that sometimes too. It can be useful. Junho was still a bit vague about the concept he just heard. Matchmaking board? Yeah, I think it's a good idea when you have free time. I think I should go now. He felt incredibly grateful for what he had learned from Woo-jung. Thank you for your help. He stood on the railing preparing to leave. No, you are the one who has worked hard, player So Junho. If it were me, I would have thrown away all these difficulties. He turned his back to Junho and gave some advice. Oh, and don't use honorifics next time. We aren't that far apart in age. He just smiled to let it pass. Sure.
he thought to himself, but I'm old enough to be your father. Wuzhang jumped off the cliff. Well, see you later. He used his skill to leave. A light from the heaven-turning slash flared up, eliminating the whole area. Scene change. The dwarf was discussing his weapons. Hey, so Junho, are you telling me to make this whole pile? He replied bluntly. Yeah, is it impossible? Junho feared the quantity was too large, so he made a suggestion. If it's too much, should I withdraw a few of the newly added weapons? The dwarf let out a sigh. When forging swords for Kim Wuzhang, I used to say he was the type of person who would drain a dwarf's energy. He mentioned you, but in the end, such a person is actually standing right here.
Without hesitation, he immediately set to work. Hey everyone, do you like festivals? Of course you do. Then it's time to work. Fire it up. Everyone quickly worked together to complete the assigned task. Fire it up. With extreme speed, they reached the stage of shaping the blade. While waiting, Junho opened the system board to check the situation. While waiting, maybe I should take a look at the news board. The system displayed. Matchmaking board opened. 500p consumed, pp deducted. The Frost Queen grabbed Junho's head. It hurts my wallet. It's too expensive, contractor. But he replied with an incredibly laid-back attitude. Can't be helped. The Frost Queen voiced her question. Can we not watch it? He bluntly refused. No. After that, he was teleported to a three-dimensional space. Many other players were also present here. Junho opened his eyes to observe everything around him. This is, even though he was in a virtual space, he could still converse with Selly. It's an arena. She seemed quite surprised. An arena? He explained more thoroughly. Yeah, it has the function of hiding the participant's appearance. It is.
There's a challenge system where players can challenge higher-level players to earn more PP. The Frost Queen felt relatively interested. There are rankings too. In Junho's mind, a plan for the next steps began to form. I guess many people stay here all day to challenge each other. I can earn PP here. The arena space began to change again. I can earn at least 200,000 points. His opponent was a muscular man with a mohawk hairstyle. As soon as he saw Junho's silhouette, he looked extremely smug. It's no fun if I keep winning this easily. The system board suddenly popped up a notification, pairing him with a new opponent. He glanced at the statistics and strength of Junho. What is this? Unknown. 275429, level 76, 0 matches, 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws, betting 10,000 PP. The man glanced at Junho. He felt that Junho was no different from a brainless rich kid throwing money out the window. Coming here to spend money tonight after hunting, huh? Not keeping both waiting for long, the system displayed a notification. Ready for the next match, he was extremely triumphant. It was as if victory was already in his hands. Free PP from a newbie, here I come. The match between the two began, and the space changed once again. This time they were transported to the Han River battlefield. Seeing Junho hide his presence, the man became even more arrogant. Since Junho hid his information, the man had his own deductions about him. How cute. Players who only know how to hunt monsters usually have no experience in PvP, even if they are high level. The man quickly tightened his grip on his short sword, ready for battle. This is reality. In here, levels mean nothing. In complete contrast to his opponent, Junho maintained a calm demeanor even as the match countdown was ticking. The man prepared to rush forward. It will hurt a little, but this is a lesson for you. The moment the system countdown reached 1, he rushed towards Junho. Sorry, rookie.
He dashed forward with a determination to win. The man charged straight at his target, thrusting his short sword forward. I will make good use of your PP. However, the surprise always comes at the end. Junho quickly dodged the attack. Immediately after, he threw a powerful punch at him, sending him crashing face first into the ground due to inertia. The pavement also buckled under the immense pressure. In just a brief moment, the virtual arena continuously blared defeat notifications, throwing everyone into a frenzy. Hey, has the arena system been hacked? I was declared the loser the moment I entered the match? This is crazy! Everyone chipped in, complaining to the heavens.
It's unbelievable how fast you got eliminated. No, look at my info. I'm level 102 and in a major guild, yet I lost as soon as I entered. Really? Everyone started arguing more heatedly about this issue. I also lost right after pressing start. Maybe it's just a skill issue on your part. No, I believe they are right. Were you also taken down by a swordsman? No, I was hit by a spear. Others chimed in, wanting to confirm if they were eliminated by the same person. That's right, I was also taken down by a guy holding a spear, but someone denied it. I saw him holding a halberd, not a spear. Regardless of whether it was a spear or a halberd, we all got eliminated the same way. Someone interrupted the noisy conversation. Sorry to interrupt everyone, but I saw it was a short sword. No, I saw him holding a bow. An arrow to the head sent me packing. Another person thought this story was too absurd and unacceptable. I'm a level 117 tanker, taken down after just 2 hits to my shield. This is impossible. Damn it, the plague of game hacking has started to run rampant. How many bastards are using it? One person spoke up indignantly.
Everyone, report this to the admins immediately. Anything goes, but this cannot be ignored. Another battle is about to take place. A spear wielder rushed in, using all his might to slash down, but was leisurely dodged by Junho. Despite the opponent trying his best to attack, he still appeared unusually calm. Your spear art is pretty good. The man was furious, gritting his teeth. Impossible. The guy continued to unleash attacks. How do you know the weapon I am using is the worldly spear art? But just waiting for him to rush in, Junho pulled out his gun to finish off the man. And opening, just a single shot without wasting any effort, reached 80,000 points. He blew into the gun barrel, which was still smoking from friction. Earning points isn't as hard as he thought. When the match just ended, the system displayed a notification. You have won, transferring to waiting room. Junho lay sprawled on the floor with a bored expression. Now they have to hesitate for a long time before daring to accept a challenge. The Frost Queen didn't find it strange at all. You're so strong that you are suspected of cheating. He didn't care much. I have to earn at least 500,000 points. Soli appeared calm. Probably still in time. Your point-earning speed is terrifyingly fast. I wonder how many points the richest person possesses. Junho also couldn't know for sure and answered vaguely. Maybe 10 million, maybe even a billion. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. Message from Wrath. So Junho, we need to talk. She also appeared quite surprised. Isn't that guy the administrator of the second floor? Before the two could prepare, they were teleported away. What is it? Did I do something wrong? He was taken to an extremely large room. A series of accusations appeared right before their eyes. Admins, shouldn't you guys arrest the hacker? The hacking problem is rampant in the arena. How long does the administration intend to ignore this? Admins, if you don't catch that hacker, my whole guild will send 100 reports every day. Wrath explained, your strength is truly great. She was puzzled, not understanding the cause. But who are you, and what are you doing for me to receive hundreds of reports a day like this? Usually, I just run the program and then sleep.
Accusations could be ignored, but not this time. Junho was not surprised by this trip. Yes, I know. This person was an administrator with the nickname Wrath. I must be extremely careful. She beckoned him closer. Come here. Sayali complained. Gosh, why do we have to come here again? Wrath explained. You saw my name. I am quite lazy, but the higher-ups forced me to monitor this system carefully, so it is quite troublesome. She simply wanted to get it over with in a perfunctory manner. I will check briefly and let you go, so just wait a moment.
Junho silently assessed that she shouldn't be called Wrath, but rather Sloth instead. She began to examine the statistical information. Your name is So Junho, a tower climber, born in Korea, born in 19XX. Reading this far, Wrath could not hide her astonishment. What is this? You're already 50 years old? Without giving Junho a chance to retort, she continued reading. An Earthling, extremely proficient in disguise techniques, eccentric personality, defeated the first floor master 26 years ago. Just as she finished the sentence, Wrath seemed to realize something. Wait. At this moment, she finally noticed the Frost Queen standing next to him. Are you that specter? Soli was indignant at this delay. I can't believe you didn't recognize him immediately. She happily gazed at Junho's figure. So this is what you look like. Wrath was overjoyed to meet the person in flesh and blood. I don't even need to go look for you. So you are one of the 5 great heroes? Then that little girl is the Frost Queen? Soli clung to him and kept nagging. Why are you so rude? Wrath just smiled lightly. Spectre and Frost Queen. Unlike other administrators, I trust you two. She gritted her teeth, her attitude extremely eager. Hurry up, conquer the 10th floor. I really want to retire.
Forget the investigation. Consider it as if nothing happened. Junho couldn't hide his astonishment. Is this what she wants? She didn't even realize her fluffy slipper had fallen to the floor. Wait, I shouldn't do that. The girl winked with a playful look. It seems I've wasted quite a bit of your time. As an apology, I have something to compensate you with. How about it? He was surprised. Compensation? She immediately stood up abruptly, grabbed his shirt and instructed, Get ready, I'm going to open a store soon. Bring me 800,000 points. What? Not letting Junho make heads or tails of it, she decided everything on her own. So I'll consider this a covenant between the two of us. You'll keep your word, right? Remember to keep it. He hesitated a bit, but finally agreed. I'll try my best. Good, Junho asked. In the end, does this benefit me or you? Meanwhile, at a skyscraper, a voice suddenly spoke up. He cannot be defeated, truly unstoppable. Their conversation reached the ears of Juha, who was getting water in the back. Hey, wasn't this guy reported for cheating? No, the administration announced he didn't cheat at all. One of them exclaimed. Really? His skills are top-notch, undefeated in the arena.
The other person continued searching for more information. It seemed he no longer wanted to fight those of a lower level than himself. Juha curiously stepped closer to ask, What's going on? The young man didn't rush to answer immediately, but turned to tease her instead. Oh, little princess, have you grown any taller since last night? On the surface, she acted as if nothing was wrong, but inside, a fire of anger flared up, causing the cup of coffee in her hand to boil.
No, I actually lost a bit. Shall I take your height to make up for mine? He just laughed it off. No way, I'm not trading. Returning to the main topic, Juha asked again, but what is it? Is it related to the arena? That's right. I remember there was a time you were really into this game. There's a new player, and he's doing something terrible. The young man told her about Hunho's resounding victories over the past few days, winning continuously right from the first matches to the point of being suspected of cheating. Now he could defeat even level 120 players. This astonished Juha greatly. That's strange. He added a few other pieces of information. The special thing was that he was only level 76. Isn't that great? He's so strong that he doesn't even bother fighting guys of the same or lower level.
Juha stared intently at the screen, unsure of what she was thinking. What is his account name? The screen displayed a notification about a new challenger. In the Antarctica battlefield, both were preparing for their confrontation. Juha looked at the man before her, filled with curiosity. Is he really the level 76 from the rumors? When she looked up, a razor-sharp sword had already appeared in Junho's hand. This made her feel a bit suspicious. Wait, I didn't even hear him draw his sword. Is he really only level 76? Without a word of warning, he leaped up and attacked first. Juha smiled with amusement, still harboring a bit of an underestimating attitude. Surprising, I'll start with a few light attacks first. Her firepower flared up violently, creating pressure that caused the ground beneath her feet to collapse. That power formed an incredibly sturdy wall of fire. Juha began to get more serious. It's not over yet. She showed her determination not to lose. I don't intend to underestimate him just because he's a rookie. Just as she finished speaking, Junho leaped forward and slashed out a sword path, cutting the wall of fire Juha had just created in half, a strike aimed right at the opponent. Witnessing Junho's skillful technique, Juha froze in place. So beautiful, that sword path. No, only then did she startle, remembering she was in a battle. The sword tip was getting closer by the second. Juha urged herself on, thinking she had to dodge. She channeled her power to block the sword that was rushing down. Fire burst! The two had their first spark-flying clash of the match. Even though it was just the opening act, she could already recognize the gap in skill between them. My opponent is only level 76. I shouldn't be losing this easily. While Juha was still lost in her thoughts, the sword tip was already right in front of her face. She felt truly bewildered. What was that? I don't know why it ended so quickly. Observing the man opposite her, Juha sensed a tacit concession from him, even though the contest had ended in the blink of an eye. This realization added fuel to the fire of Juha's anger, something her pride would not allow. I am a captain in the Dokkaebi Guild after all. She decisively stood up, her movements quick as she tied back her long hair. I made a mistake back there, Junior. With a will refusing to accept defeat, Juha became more serious than ever. From now on, let's get serious. A ray of determination flashed in the depths of Juha's eyes. I will go all out. She gathered all her strength into the fireburst skill, aiming straight at Junho, but he calmly dodged it. An earth-shattering explosion rang out from her attack, yet he remained safe and sound amidst the sea of fire. Using the thick smoke as cover, Juha rapidly closed the distance with Junho.
A brilliant fireball was launched, obscuring his vision. A heated skirmish broke out between an unarmed fighter and a sword user. Both moved nimbly, dodging and attacking at incredible speeds, creating a spectacular dance of combat. However, even though Juha unleashed kicks at her highest velocity, Junho calmly evaded them. Some kicks couldn't even touch him, merely grazing the empty air behind his back. Seizing the opportunity, Junho caught her ankle as quick as lightning, but Juha immediately turned the tide and broke free. In this confrontation, neither side showed any hesitation. She suddenly paused when she realized their fighting styles had a strange similarity. The same technique? Junho turned both the terrain and his weapon into an advantage by stabbing his sword straight into the ground to use as a pivot point. He spun around and landed a kick on Juha, causing her to stumble and fall, but she still didn't give up on attacking. But it was too late. The sword was rushing towards her with wind-tearing speed. Freezing in place, the sharp blade stopped right above Juha's head. This event forced her to completely concede defeat. He wasn't just a genius. The flames of battle were still burning fiercely, actually deflecting the nature of the duel. He was a monster, just like Shin Sung-hyun and Kim Woo-jong. Junho suddenly asked, "Do you happen to know Spectre?" She frowned, unable to understand why the opponent would ask such a question. How could I not? That is the player I admire the most. Finally, Junho understood the issue, so there was a reason why our close combat techniques were so similar. He pointed out a few of Juha's weaknesses. When using elemental skills to attack, it's best not to think about defense at that moment. Your body becomes more rigid when you do that.
After sheathing his sword, he continued to offer a few words of guidance. If you are afraid of getting hit, you can either use a feint before rushing in or skillfully weave in other attacks alternated with magic using elemental skills. By filling in the gaps like that, you will find openings in your opponent's defense and attack more effectively. Juha could not hide her astonishment mixed with a bit of confusion. Why are you telling me all these things to someone you've never met before?
Junho hesitated slightly before letting out a long sigh. Because you were cute. Juha's face flushed red with embarrassment. What? The match ended with the opponent's surrender. Victory achieved, earning 180,000 points. She sprang to her feet, determined not to owe anyone a favor. I will definitely pay for this lesson. Junho remained silent despite Juha's ceaseless words. If it's not enough, I will pay you back in full later, and once I overcome my weaknesses, I will challenge you again, so you better watch out. Before turning on her heel to leave, she bowed her head. Thank you for the instruction. Junho stood rooted to the spot, feeling a bit flustered. He remarked, It seems fire mages tend to blush easily. The Frost Queen scolded him.
You're making thoughtless remarks again. Junho didn't pay much attention. Anyway, I've got over 800,000 points. Sully felt happy for him. So you finally collected enough. Junho opened the system board to check. The Tower Administrator's store should be opening soon, probably in another hour. He happily scanned the system board. Now I need to talk to Skaya for a bit. Hearing that, Sully immediately tried to stop him. Hey you, stop! She pinched his cheek. Her face showed dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Why are you contacting that archmage? Junho remained determined. I have something I need to ask. Suddenly, a finger lightly touched Sully's face, making her freeze. With just a snap of her fingers, Skaya could send her flying into the air. Junho warned, Hey, barging in like that isn't nice. She stubbornly replied, Leave me alone. He asked about the situation. Did your meeting with Shin Sung-hyun go well? Mentioning this, Skaya gritted her teeth in anger. Ah, that bastard? We met, and I'm planning to deal with that guy soon.
Seeing Skaya's terrifying expression, Junho involuntarily shuddered. What was wrong with her? Chapter 118, The Frost Queen trembled, daring not to approach. Skaya recounted the meeting with a tone full of frustration. Just because he has good looks, why does he call himself the Space Master? I feel embarrassed for him. Junho, however, felt this issue wasn't a big deal. You could call the Archmage by people, though. Skaya frowned at him, clearly showing her dissatisfaction. So, Junho, whose side are you on? He replied bluntly, Gilberto, Mio, and Ramadad's side. What? First tell me the details. How shocking was it? Skaya put down her teacup, letting out a sigh as she recalled the scene back then. Shim Sung-hoon lifted his hot tea. Thank you for responding to my call, Space Master. My name is Shim Sung-hoon. His story was somewhat rambling. To the public, I am known as Dokebi. Skaya lost all patience and reminded him politely. Yes, Mr. Shim Sung-hoon, let's get straight to the point. I want to ask you a favor. He stated his request. Please stop posting your hunting activities on your SNS homepage. She couldn't help but wonder at this abrupt proposal. Why? Shim Sung-hoon explained his reasoning more thoroughly. I heard that you recently woke up after escaping the ice. In my opinion, hunting alone right now is not only careless. He tried to express his point of view in the most general way, but it also reveals all your movements on your SNS account. What do you plan to do if the Fiend Association decides to surround you?
After listening to Sung-han's explanation, she finally grasped the key point. So you mean I've become weaker than before, so I shouldn't push myself too hard, right? Realizing that, he didn't deny it. Yes, you might even die, Senior. For someone with high self-esteem like her, these words from Sung-han were nothing short of an insult. Not very pleased, she said. Are you worrying about me, or is that an order? It's really confusing. Sung-han replied, Both, in case you get taken hostage. She let out a self-mocking laugh. Who? Me? Sung-han didn't hesitate to speak his true thoughts. If it were 25 years ago, you would be undefeated, but this isn't a time where you can act as freely as before. He spoke to reassure Skaya. There's nothing to worry about. You just must be careful. Not wanting to stay any longer, she immediately stood up. The tea is delicious. I'm glad you like it, Archmage. Though it's still not delicious enough. After Skaya left, the secretary with a panicked look turned to question Sung-han. What are you intending to do, Master? Even so, she is still a person recorded in history. He maintained his calm attitude, continuing to sip his tea. What am I doing? I'm just telling the truth. The secretary still couldn't agree with his blunt words. Even so, honestly speaking, she is on a level with a much higher status than you. Why did you hurt her self-esteem like that? Sung-han didn't place too much expectation on Skaya. Level. If we compare, she's just on Junho's level.
Even though he had left, Shin Sung-hyun's words still made her seethe with anger. In another aspect, she was no longer the person she used to be. It is true that once a hero, always a hero, but he believed that everything should be approached with caution. Even heroes need to be careful at this time, when heroism is so different from the past. Ah, have you passed the message to Junho yet? The secretary reported on the progress of inviting Junho for the upcoming campaign. He is deciding on the time to accept that mission. Shin Sung-hyun smiled. No need to rush. This is going to be very interesting. The more she thought about it, the more stifled she felt. She squeezed the teacup in her hand until it shattered. Calm down, Junho scratched his head. What he said is true, isn't it? Her irritation rose even higher. What do you mean? Slapped in the face by the truth? Junho tried to soothe her anger. I think so too.
Besides, if the 9 heavens warned you themselves, you should know how much thought they put into it. Junho smiled faintly.
If we hadn't been frozen, we could have been 10 times stronger by now. He advised her that whatever the reason, the fact that they are currently stronger than us is undeniable. Once you return to your prime, you can go right up to Shin Sung-hen's face and say, "Stop prying into other people's lives. What does a junior like you know to be lecturing your seniors on what to do?" This somewhat soothed the rage surging within Skaya. The two began to shift to another topic. "So what about that matter?" "Ah, what matter?" Skaya reiterated the focus of the meeting. "You said you had something to discuss when you contacted me. What is it?" Finally he remembered. "Ah, that's right." Junho recounted everything to Skaya. "I came up with this while facing a high-ranking member of the Fiend Association last time." She listened to him intently. "Oh, Mithro." He then made a request. "So I hope you can enchant it for me." Skaya took the bracelet. "You want me to enchant it?" Junho affirmed. "Yes." She seemed uninterested. "It's not impossible, but it will be time-consuming and troublesome." He guessed she wouldn't agree. He had prepared an item for exchange. "In return, if you can do it, I'll give you this." Junho took out a sheaf of ancient parchment, a lich's spellbook. "I glanced through it, and it seems it will be helpful for your magical achievements." The power emanating from the book immediately attracted Skaya. Even a lich had a thorough retirement plan. It recorded theories of magic in there. She tried to pounce on the book, but was blocked by Junho. "Wait," he stated his requirement. "I need 3 enchantments on this bracelet. Can you handle it?" Just because she had a target, Skaya became unusually enthusiastic and agreed immediately without hesitation. "It will take about a month. Yeah, to get stronger, I'll accept that condition."
The Frost Queen knelt on the ground, her expression revealing utter disappointment. "Contractor, my mission ends here." Junho asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" She sobbed and recounted, "The Archmage has attached a tracking device on me. I am now bound to an inescapable fate." Thinking it was something terrible, Junho could only sigh. "Just handle it well, and I will remove it for you. I can burn the tracking magic using Shadow Guard." Sally was moved. "Really? This is the first time in my life I feel this touched." The system displayed a notification that the Administrator Store had officially opened. He can request access via the community window. Entering the Administrator Store. Without giving the two a chance to prepare, the event recurred once again. The surrounding space instantly shifted. "Ah, I haven't requested it yet." "Ah, I summoned us myself again." Both were transported to a vast hall displaying countless items. Wrath was sitting and reading a newspaper at the desk in front. "Have you collected enough points?" She didn't even bother looking up. 800,000 points. Junho answered honestly. Yes, I collected enough." But the two began to converse.
"Well, I already put up explanatory notes for you, so obviously this is the administrator store, but it looks smaller than I thought." She explained that every store has different items and every administrator has a different store, since she is an administrator after all. Wrath spoke up to remind Junho, "Appraising items is forbidden, so think carefully." He wondered, "Then what was the reason you told me I had to earn 800,000 points? She panicked a little. "What are you saying? When did I say such a thing?" Don't you realize that what you say is being recorded? If the higher-ups hear this, you'll be in big trouble." She reminded Junho once again, "Just stay silent and pick what you need." Sully whispered to him, "Does she really just do whatever she wants?" Junho started walking around to take a look. "Is this an elixir? It looks good." Wrath introduced 100-year yellow essence. She introduced it without taking her eyes off the newspaper, acting nonchalant. "It smells nice, but its effect is so poor it looks like a child's toy. Even though the price is up to 300,000 points, it is the least effective item here. What's wrong with the newspaper today?" Hearing that, Junho immediately shifted his focus to search for another item. Could it be? As his hand just touched a glass bottle, Wrath spoke up again to give a subtle hint. "Plasha essence, very good for strengthening health, but you will be covered in the scent of flowers." Hearing her explanation, he could only chuckle. It would make stealth or surprise attacks impossible. That's interesting. Wrath even showed favoritism by reminding Junho, "Remember, there is no time limit for staying in the store."
This store possesses countless items for enhancing magic power, strength, along with a myriad of different weapons. Feel free to trust in your own decisions and luck. Wrath believed that Junho would find an item useful for his abilities. She gave a meaningful smile. "Even though I want to retire, I am still a fair administrator, you know." Finally, he understood everything that Wrath had arranged. "I didn't expect her to help me in this way." To bypass the security surveillance system, the two of them began their act. Junho let out a complaint while looking at a glowing box containing a nucleus. "What kind of store is this heartless? How can I buy anything without knowing any details? Should I buy the Tygal's nucleus? It costs 700,000 points."
Wrath grumbled again to subtly remind him, "Why are you so slow? And for a hero, you really lack knowledge." Her eyes remained glued to the newspaper in her hand. "I guess you only know how to throw points out the window." Junho quickly grasped the meaning behind her words. That meant there was a more effective way to spend these 800,000 points. Thanks to that, he quickly found what he truly needed. Then I found them, Mita's holy water and Gaesam's heart. Wrath began to introduce them. Mita's holy water is a very convenient spiritual essence. If you can't withstand the cold, you could very well freeze to death, right? She feigned dedication befitting her role, but in reality she was offering a hint. As for Gaesim's heart, gosh, if you don't have the darkness attribute, you won't even be able to touch it. Do you have it? In total, these two essences cost 400,000 points each. After listening to Wrath, Junho became even more determined in his choice. I don't know about others, but for me, these two essences fit perfectly. I have to buy them. He also understood why she required him to have exactly 800,000 points. Wrath proceeded to process the payment for the items for Junho, exactly 800,000 points. He felt incredibly grateful. Thank you, Wrath. Wrath pretended not to understand. Thank me for what? For selling you things? The two continued their conversation for a little longer. You really should learn some manners. But hey, can I ask you a question? Time is tight. If you have a question, make it quick.
Junho wondered, this store is open to all players, right? So doesn't that mean those exploiters can enter too? I really want to know, why don't you let them buy items? Just mentioning them, Wrath seemed annoyed, her hand crumpling the newspaper. Sorry, but the administrators don't want to, or rather cannot, interfere in players' affairs. Junho continued to ask, why is that? She explained enthusiastically, because that is a rule set by the higher-ups. He didn't intend to stop yet. Higher-ups? You mean the gods? Wrath didn't answer anymore, clapping her hands once to tactfully send him away. That's saying too much. It's my bedtime. Sorry, but I have to ask you to leave immediately. Although Junho still had countless questions, the teleportation space had already started activating. Let me finish speaking first. No, she didn't want to talk. He had successfully brought back the two items he just bought. That woman really works too arbitrarily, but no matter how you say it, this deal was too good.
Looking at the billowing smoke with a worried gaze. However, the dark aura surrounding this thing was too strong. She feared he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Junho wasn't sure either. Even his current frost skill wasn't enough to resist it. Regardless, he was the one who made this choice, which was rather sad. But no matter what, the dark aura wouldn't fade over time. He had to absorb it now. His mouth. His eyes instantly turned pitch black. Power erupted violently. The diffusion of power grew larger and larger. The system displayed a notification. Magic stat increased by 50 points. Darkness attribute aptitude increased. The general power system board appeared. So Junho, level 76. Title, Spring Opener, and 2 other titles. Strength 238, Stamina 227, Agility 225, Magic 277. Even Junho's breath was tinged with the color of the heart. Possessing this, he had absolute confidence in his current abilities. I have completely surpassed myself in my peak in the past. A completely new skill had been unlocked. Now I can awaken one more teammate, but then my stats will drop. It's really a difficult decision. The scene shifted to the dwarves' cave. The old man was stomping on a wooden box in front of him. Usually dwarves wouldn't forge weapons for suspicious people. Such people couldn't use equipment made by dwarves. He reminded Junho, "Take it, you who resemble Kim Woojung. The rest will be finished soon." He couldn't hide his joy when the weapon was completed. "Thank you, and please take care." Skaya turned away. Goodbye. Junho jogged to train while testing his current power. His mind was wandering. A great battle was about to break out on the upper floor.
Is there really a need for another hero? Soli floated right behind him. Junho ran towards the vast grassland, his thoughts unceasing. Or am I alone enough? I don't know either. He ran amidst a migrating herd of deer. My current strength has already surpassed my past self. Lost in thought, Junho paid no attention to his surroundings. As he continued running, his confidence was surprisingly low. In a moment of impulse, he activated his power. It was also because right now, there were too many strong people in this world. Junho utilized his power to dash forward like an arrow. But in the end, the twin divine eyes remained the only choice. At a beach, the two were admiring the sunset together. This sea, Junho turned to look at Soli with a look of great interest. By the way, is this the first time you've been to the beach with me? She honestly replied, yes.
Before this, I had only ever seen the ocean through an airplane window. He began to scout the terrain of the surrounding area. Topographically, this is the perfect place for sniping. Junho turned his gaze towards a high cliff in the distance. If I use that place, I can make the most of the horizon. However, this still isn't truly perfect, but those guys will definitely think the same way. Therefore, he decided to ask for Selly's opinion. Frost Queen, look at those spots over there. Junho pointed forward. Those cliffs. Which one do you think is higher? She thought for a moment. To me, she pointed at the distant clock tower. That place looks a bit higher. Junho immediately made a decision. Is that so? Then let's pick that spot. Selly wondered, but contractor, you should have taken the clock tower. Why are you digging here? Junho replied, think about it. Why would I intentionally leave a more advantageous spot for the opponent? The Frost Queen realized, to trap them. Junho continued working diligently. That's right, they will naturally try to choose the most advantageous position possible. He revealed his ambition, and then all of them will have to kneel at my feet. Sweat had soaked his entire body. Finally, it was done. Selly looked at the deep hole he had dug. I didn't expect the dwarves to give you bombs as well. Junho was extremely grateful for that. And they aren't just some random bombs, they are all special types.
In his hand, he was holding a bomb detonator. Preparations are all complete. Now I just need to press the button. Seeing him tossing the remote control up and down, the Frost Queen appeared extremely worried.
Elder Quan, please be careful going in, Junho suggested. Let's stroll around the clock tower for a bit, then we'll go hunting, Soli reminded him. Oh, there's a message from Daku. The system displayed the message. Shim Daku, Gilberto's son is in danger. Stay home. He received the news. Arthur is in danger? Junho immediately teleported to Daku's room. Shim Daku, what happened to Arthur? He's trying to suppress his emotions. It's my fault. He wondered. Isn't he fine at the estate? He put his hand to his forehead. It's hard to explain. That's not a good place to be. Have you ever heard of the Guardian Corps? Junho stepped closer to Daku. Guardian? You mean Watchman of Darkness? Hearing that, he understood the issue. So that's a no. Daku recalled. The Guardians, it's an organization Arthur founded when he came of age, about 10 years ago. The name indeed comes from Watchman of Darkness. When Arthur grew up, he managed in himself to continue Spectre's will. He is the head of an entire organization, leading thousands of members. The goal is to control the fiends. Junho felt confused. Why am I only hearing about this now? Daku clasped his hands together. Arthur told me not to say anything. He didn't want to be a burden to you. He blamed Daku. You should have told me. Junho was truly worried about Arthur's situation. What if Gilberto awakened and something happened to the kid? Daku explained. Knowing your level had returned to the beginning, I agreed with Arthur. After all, he just wanted what was best for you. You would certainly help the kid even if it exceeded your abilities. I'm sorry. Junho felt incredibly guilty.
It's my fault that things turned out this way, damn it. Daku reminded him so he would remember, and Arthur is no longer a child. He is 30 years old already. There are things they must etch into their hearts. Half a year ago, Arthur reached level 113 and was investigating the person believed to be an executive of that organization. The kid is still in Lasan. Juno frowned, turning to look at Daku. Executive? Tracking them to that extent? He has been trailing this person for 3 whole years. Today, I received a report from Arthur.
Junho immediately opened the system board to learn about that dark force. He froze. Their purpose was to periodically contact the chef, a powerful figure capable of absorbing skills. Sully suddenly read out the names of the 7 human sins: pride, despair, wrath, gloom, envy, sloth, and gluttony. Sully rested her chin on her hand, her expression still bewildered. What do you mean? She explained. One of the 7 fiend squadrons. It seems Arthur is tracking the gluttony squadron. Junho felt his head buzzing intensely. That reckless guy. The screen displayed a desolate, ruined house as a voice rang out. We lost contact after receiving the report, and now this is the current state of his house. Junho's face darkened and he ordered, contact Skaya immediately. Tell her to stop whatever she is doing and come here. Sully complied at once. Understood. Skaya also appeared in a flash. I told you it would take some time. Why are you so impatient? Junho went straight to the point. Arthur is in danger. Who is Arthur? He looked astonished at her question. What? You really don't know? Skaya tried to search her memory. Arthur, Gilberto's son. Finally, she realized the gravity of the situation. Wait, you're saying the boy is in danger? How dare those lowly scums touch our precious darling? Unable to delay any longer, Junho wanted to depart immediately.
Let's go, he laid out the plan. We need to awaken Gilberto. Diogo felt extremely guilty. It's my fault for not fulfilling my responsibilities as an uncle. Please find Arthur and bring the boy back. Before leaving, Skaya comforted him. We will bring the boy back without a scratch, don't worry. Frowning like that will make you age faster. Junho urged everyone. Let's go. Inside a dark cave, 2 people were still frozen. Skaya appeared a bit hesitant. I agree that we should awaken Gilberto for his son's safety, but are you sure it's okay? Your stats might drop again. Junho didn't turn back. That's not the problem. Luckily, my magic stat has increased significantly recently. He had made up his mind to do this. We don't have time. We must hurry. The system displayed a notification. Unsealing will permanently consume 30 magic points. The Curse of Bitter Cold will reduce strength by 50% for 20 days. Cannot unseal any other ice seal for 90 days. He could notice that the penalty had been lightened compared to the last time. Everyone was extremely tense. Junho really needed him right now. Gilberto, wake up. The ice layer gradually cracked open. The Curse of Bitter Cold was infiltrating. Junho could feel his power declining, permanently consuming 30 magic points. Gilberto collapsed. He approached to ask, "Are you okay?" He grabbed the hand Junho was extending. "Don't touch my hat."
Skaya sighed in relief. It was truly a relief to see that someone hadn't changed. Gilberto was still a bit groggy. Where am I? He stood up and adjusted his hat. What is this terribly dirty place? Junho scolded. It's your house, you idiot. Gilberto brushed off the remaining ice shards from his body. How are the others? He summarized the situation briefly. They didn't have to wait for the right moment like him and Skaya, which made her feel uncomfortable. Why does it sound like playing the lottery? His eyes became extremely sharp. It really was right to trust you at the very last moment. Suddenly, Gilberto pointed his gun at Skaya while she was still bewildered. Oh ho! He showed a vigilant attitude. I felt a chill from you just now. Junho intervened. Hey, calm down. Gilberto needed to know everything clearly. I hope you explain everything exactly. But there was something more important right now. Junho tried to explain while informing him. I will tell you everything, but there is a more serious problem happening. Your son.
Arthur is missing. I'll explain briefly. Listen carefully, Gilberto. 26 years have passed since we were frozen. He lowered his gun. Junho recounted that Arthur had grown up and was on his way to hunt down the fiends. It might be confusing, but the reason we woke you up now— Gilberto turned around in a rush to leave. Tell me on the way. Lead the path. The figures of the three people moved together towards the blinding light. Wait, before we depart. Junho was standing behind the two of them. Skaya, can you give me that bracelet? Gilberto turned back, his brows furrowed in anger. Are you planning to use it right now? Gilberto shot him a look as sharp as a knife. Probably. The current situation is quite bad. Gilberto and I are both suffering from the frost curse. A metal bracelet appeared, emitting sparkling rays of light around it. Now is the time to use what we prepared. Junho put the watch on one hand, while on his shoulder, Selly sat perched, mischievously pointing her finger. To stabilize everything, don't spare anything. With a brutal face, in wild excitement, Ramadat swung his fist while blood flowed from his head down to his hand. Before, I fought a person named Guanghyun. He used the dispel magic skill, so I thought— He glanced upward, expressing annoyance and a bit of anger. We can try using that move to remove the frost curse. Gilberto adjusted the lapels of his vest with both hands while grimacing as he talked to him. It's just a matter of time. Juno, we need to hurry. Draping a cloak over herself, Skaya rested her hands on her hips, exuding a confident and magnanimous aura. I have already transferred that skill, but you will still have to continue pouring mana in to maintain it. Junho's aura deepened. A stream of frost energy radiated from the bracelet until the curse was unsealed. He pressed his hand hard onto the watch, causing it to release a surge of dark power. Selly was feeling anxious for his safety. The frost curse was resisting. Selly stood with her arms crossed, watching, her eyes not leaving him for a second, filled with anxiety. Dispel magic is weakened. Gilberto glanced over, his gaze deepening. His entire arm wearing the watch had been stiffened and stung with pain by the frost curse. The duration of the frost curse has decreased by 30 minutes.
His body was falling apart. He breathed heavily, his eyes listless, and his other wrist had been blackened by the watch. Under Gilberto's watchful gaze, he bent over, hands resting on his knees, gasping for air. Almost there. He adjusted his hat and turned to walk away. Even mithril, the material with the highest magic conductivity, was about to overload. That was the price to pay for shortening the duration of the frost curse. She pondered in silence, her face showing clear signs of worry and unease. She didn't know if he would run out of magic first or if that bracelet would bring him up first. Soli had also tried her best. Gilberto still had to go find his son. His pupils were lifeless but still shone with determination and exhaustion. I don't want to be a burden to them. Both of them turned around, their faces filled with shock at his words. Dispel magic. Junho gritted his teeth to withstand the pain. He roared, his body leaning back, but his hands still tightly gripped the arm wearing the watch, forcing the curse to be broken. His vision gradually became blurred. Soli used both hands to hold his head to help support him. So dizzy. Suddenly, Soli popped off Junho's shoulder, surprising everyone. Soli looked at him with eyes full of worry and concern. So Junho, are you okay?
Black smoke rose from his hand, the one wearing the watch. I'm sorry, Gilberto. One knee buckled, his hand bracing against the ground as he looked up wearily. Tiny traces of energy still lingered around him. The duration of the frost curse had ended. Perhaps I cannot lift the frost curse for you. Overcome with worry, she screamed at him. That's enough. You always make me worry. He replied coldly. No need to worry about me. Worry about yourself. Junho put his mask back on. Simultaneously, both Junho and Gilberto reached out toward Skaya, intending to join in. We will rescue Arthur and return to the first floor. In the meantime, does anyone have any questions? No. Then let's go. She breathed a sigh of relief. Clattering and whispering sounds echoed.
It's been a while since I heard that name. You want to be escorted by an archmage like me? Skaya looked extremely excited and enthusiastic. My pleasure. All three of them stood inside a summoning magic circle to teleport. Let's go save Arthur. In the outskirts of Jason, a fierce fire consumed the trees, leaving behind a desolate and ragged scene. A player holding a knife with maddening excitement was demanding to catch the one he wanted to destroy at all costs. Catch him! I have orders to capture him alive! Arthur and Guy fled in mortal fear from the fierce pursuit of two other players. Don't let him escape. At a lake with a floating buoy, Arthur's voice rang out irritably. Captain, the teleportation point is right ahead. We need to hurry. Jump straight down. Don't hesitate. Arthur and Guy jumped into the water at the same time, eyes closed tight, holding their breath and blowing out air bubbles. Suddenly, Arthur was teleported to another dimension. Identity confirmed, Guardian automatically teleporting. His eyes showed disbelief and astonishment. They were brought to a towering cave with a small entrance.
rumored to be the shelter of the Guardians. What the hell? Why is the cave door open? A flash of surprise appeared in Geeve's eyes.
Arthur's words rang out along with footsteps passing through the illusory dust and smoke. You landed a bit poorly there, Captain. Come on in, take it slow. As the voice faded, someone's legs appeared faintly behind the haze. Hui Vu? That is Mr. Zhang's skill. Mr. Zhang, what is happening here? Why is the door left open like that? Speaking up, a man gradually emerged from the thick layer of dust. You're here, Captain. Before Arthur's eyes was a group of people sitting in a circle, all tightly bound together. He asked, his eyes unable to hide the shock and unease. What the hell is this? The arrogant man tilted his head and replied, Looking at this, do you still have to ask? He explained, because those specialized hunters are about to enter here, therefore I conveniently rounded up these people here as well. Arthur asked back, why? Shock was evident on Arthur's face. He completely could not believe the person standing in front of him. Why did you betray us? The guy replied, I betrayed you? Your Mr. Zhang died a year ago. With the eyes of a beast, the man continued his explanation. I usurped this power and body of his because I found it useful.
A manic smile blossomed on his lips. He laughed heartily, his arm tensed with power. And that is also the reason why I know your identity. Arthur's hand gripped the gun stock in his hip tightly, his gaze becoming sharp and cold, ready to strike at any moment. Arthur Green, son of Gilberto Green. The sky was clear, dotted with a few soaring birds. Both players appeared astonished by the presence of the newly arrived figure. Hey, look there! One person spoke up. Isn't that Spectre? The other was equally shocked. Spectre? There's another one there too. Someone speculated. Could it be the Gray Sniper? A cold look enveloped Junho, one eye flashing with energy, making him look doubly dangerous. When the trio, the Archmage and their teammates, entered the second floor together, they immediately became the center of attention, like stars appearing at a major event. Hey, come see this. Are they planning to conquer the second floor? A terrifying power radiated from the man. His face was frantic, cruel, yet arrogant, as if ready to swallow the boy whole, the last descendant of the late 5 great heroes. He continued, Our Fiend Association also had to spend a lot of effort to find you. Arthur fixed his gaze on the man, his hand not leaving his gun to guard against any mishaps, silently questioning. The reason he hasn't destroyed me yet is, Arthur deduced, they also want to target Uncle Junho. The man cast a threatening look. Surrender. Fighting is useless. Anger rose within Arthur, his expression towards the man showing increasingly clear disgust. Thrusting both hands deep into his pockets, the man began to state his conditions. If you come with me, I will spare your teammates. You consider them family, don't you?
He muttered, Why haven't Guanghan's useless subordinates arrived yet? A brown-haired player was hiding behind the door, his face a mix of fear and anxiety as he listened to the conversation. The guy continued using his words to urge, Once they arrive, I can't guarantee your teammates will be safe. Decide quickly. You are the leader of the Guardians. Arthur gritted his teeth, his heart filled with indignation when thinking about his close ones, the Guardians he always considered family. They won't spare us. Val crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sternly looking straight at him. Everyone, I'm sorry, he added. Right, it's best not to shed blood. In his eyes a blue power flared up, symbolizing his rage and his will to protect his family to the very end. Right here, right now, with a fierce expression, Arthur fired a shot towards the man, causing smoke and dust to rise wildly. I will protect everyone. An arm reached out, a hidden symbol on the wrist gradually absorbing that blue power. 800 kilometers away to the west, Gilberto was lowering his center of gravity to observe the tracks.
Juno put his hands in his pockets, his tone serious. The road is still very long. The masked person turned back and began to explain. We have to run. He bowed his head, his voice dropping low. Teleportation will be detected because the magic waves are very strong. He instructed, If you encounter any trouble, let us know. We'll go ahead first. Gilberto turned back with a solemn expression and spoke up. It's fine. I have to go there to find my son. Juno, you even criticized the boy's tattoo. Gilberto continued, But having a tracking tattoo is good, right? Amidst the majestic overlapping mountains, Gilberto was lost in thought. I didn't expect it to be this hard. In 26 years, even machines and items have all broken down. He was carefully considering the plan to find his son. It's true that I pushed myself too hard right after waking up, but if I'm even a little late, I don't know what will happen to my son. An unclear source of energy was hovering around. The guy closed his eyes tight, his attitude arrogant as he spoke. Actually, it's fortunate. That's why I don't like those brats you mentioned. He continued, causing trouble all day, covered in wounds. Arthur was constricted by the guy's power and fainted. The guy's face showed clear satisfaction and delight as he spoke up. Speaking of special abilities, I think I use them even more proficiently than those so-called masters. Arthur could only hear vaguely, his body falling apart, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Answer me, Captain. He saw that his teammates were all tied up. The man said, "If I didn't have to take you alive, your limbs would have been crippled already." He grabbed his body and lifted him up, preparing to strangle him. He looked up at the sky and whispered, "When Spectre returns and the Archmage awakens, their nephew is captured. What a coincidence, isn't it?" A hand suddenly yanked the rope from somewhere. Giev wondered, why are they so late? Activating his special ability, Giev dashed away like lightning, pulling the whole group of bound people into another dimension. "You bastard!" Giev nimbly pulled the group into the other space, his eyes not forgetting to look back anxiously to observe. "I must save them." He brought them to a safe landing in another space. "Here we are." His face grimaced slightly, due to the somewhat rushed landing. After being brought to a room, the bound and blindfolded people began to move. Giev let out a sigh, wiping away a bead of sweat from the tension. Giev untied them one by one. "I did it." Holding the cut rope, he turned back to respond to everyone's thanks. "Well done, Giev. Thank you. Hurry and call for backup from the organization." Someone said, "No, I must go to the guild right now." Another news report was broadcast. Next news, Spectre and the Archmage conquering the second floor is a hot topic. On the TV screen, Junho's portrait just appeared. Additionally, the appearance of the Grey Marksman was confirmed. They have not released any official statement yet. Giev couldn't help but be stunned by this news and suddenly realized something, drawing his attention. "Spectre is buying time for me. I cannot waste this opportunity." Under the flickering twilight, a group of people was stepping forward. A voice rang out, "Why are you guys so late? Haven't you watched the news?" That person continued, "Spectre has already reached the second floor." While carrying Arthur on his back, he turned to talk to his henchmen. "We have to guard the children and set up surveillance everywhere." He explained, "We couldn't arrive early. I was late by several hours." While carrying the boy on his shoulder, a thought crossed his mind. "In that time, those bastards will catch up to me." He muttered, "This brat has interfered too deeply." Hiding in a tree branch, Giev carefully calculated how to rescue Arthur and realized one thing. They hadn't gone far yet. Looking down from the tree, Giev thought to himself, "I have to wait until he is not next to him." Fortunately, the captain is still alive. Someone suddenly appeared right behind Giev, making his heart skip a beat. "How can you keep hiding without being detected?"
He glanced down and asked, "Is this the teleporter you mentioned?" Brave indeed, coming back to save his captain. With a ferocious face, the fiend pinned him tightly to the ground, preparing to finish him off. "Let me go, you bastard!" He turned to order his henchmen. "Kill him, annoying brat." Giev grimaced as he was pinned down by the fiend. A desperate thought surged up. "Damn it, I was too careless, because I'm weak." As the fiend displayed a cruel face like a madman, his head was suddenly blown away by an invisible force. Giev's eyes turned red, tearing up. The remaining subordinate reflexively turned into a defensive stance. "What is it?" He looked around nervously, raising a knife with one hand while the other pinned Arthur's neck to control him. "Sniper?" he shouted. "It's Spectre! Did you come to save your nephew? If you shoot one more time, this kid will explode. Don't do anything foolish, understand?" Countless vines suddenly intertwined tightly around one's legs from out of nowhere. "What is this? Hey, what's wrong with the ground?" The subordinates looked down at their feet in horror, where a deep blue energy was enveloping and tightening around them in the darkness. Junho appeared like a hurricane, rushing in with a sword in hand, his demeanor imposing and his face cold as ice without a single change in expression. Death Scythe. He burst into insane laughter. "Not bad, Spectre. I must steal that ability. I can use it even better than you." A blazing red fireball flew in, catching him off guard. From a very long distance, through the scope of a sniper rifle, his body was pierced by a bullet, leaving a large hole. In a prone position, Gilberto aimed at the guy, his face cold and his eyes sharp. "If you don't know anything, you shouldn't bark nonsense." A line of sight was aimed straight at Guangqian's head while he was strangling the other man. From afar, Gilberto had locked on to the target in his scope. That ability is truly strong, worthy of Spectre. After getting into position, he decisively pulled the trigger and a bullet tore through the wind. Just as the man was roaring frantically at Junho, "I will definitely steal your ability and use it better than you." As soon as the words ended, a bullet tore through his chest, creating a perfect circular hole. Arthur also slipped from Guangqian's grasp, his head hitting the ground with a painful thud. At the same time, Junho's rage flared up, and he moved to deal with the remaining two. "You dare touch my nephew?" He ground his foot deep into one guy's wound while cursing, "Bastard." Arthur's face was covered in bruises. Using one eye that was swollen shut, after looking vaguely a few times, he finally recognized him, Uncle Spectre. The henchmen were quickly knocked out but continued to twitch on the ground. Seeing that things were temporarily settled, he spoke. "Kids these days are spoiled, so they don't know anything. I'll have to teach them more about the world." Jeev used all his strength to run towards Arthur. "Captain!" As he scrambled to sit up, he realized something. "Over here, even Miss Skaya came here?" Skaya withdrew her magic, smiling in greeting. "Oh, our little Arthur, you recognize me fast." Arthur replied with a distorted smile. "Well, you appear all over the newspapers." But immediately he stood up straight properly and said, "No, it's because I vaguely remembered. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for saving us. Bothering you to come all the way here makes me ashamed." Skaya placed her hands on her hips, teasing him. "Look at that. You've grown up, so you speak too formally to us now." He turned his gaze towards Juno.
his heart filled with gratitude.
Arthur added that thanks to the bracelet Uncle Spectre gave him, he was able to hold on until now. He repeated once more, thanking them very much. At that moment, a man wearing a cowboy hat slowly stepped out from the patch of sunlight behind them. His strange appearance made the boys squint to see clearly. Gilberto approached, speaking in a hoarse voice. "You've grown so much." His eyes gradually turned red and welled up with tears. He asked, "How has your life been lately?" Arthur froze in place for a moment. It took a few beats for him to vaguely recognize the person opposite him. "Dad!"
Gilberto let out a long sigh, his eyes looking at his son with a mixture of overflowing love and guilt. "I'm sorry, I arrived a bit late." Looking closely, just a moment later, Arthur could no longer hold it back. Mucus and tears streamed down his face as he rushed forward. After so many years of separation and suppressed emotions, the father and son embraced each other tightly. Standing not far away, Junho and Skaya couldn't help but tear up, moved by this sacred father-son bond. It had been a very long time since Arthur had felt his father's embrace. Gilberto felt the same. He had wished for this moment 10,000 times. The sunset scene, with its streaks of golden sunlight, further accentuated the warm affection between father and son. "Good heavens," Jeeves marveled. "Am I dreaming?" he said to Arthur excitedly. "I can't believe it. I'm meeting Spectre in person." The person sitting opposite frowned and reminded him, "Hey, keep it down." But it seemed nothing could stop his mouth, which was working at full capacity. "The Archmage is here too." Jeeves gazed and praised repeatedly. "And the Grey Sniper too. I wouldn't have dared to dream of this." At this moment, Arthur was urgently exchanging words with his father and his aunt. "Thanks to that teleportation point, my teammates survived, but now our base has been exposed. Perhaps we need to change locations immediately." Skaya frowned, her voice full of skepticism. "By the way, why did you guys set up the security system with such outdated magic? I mean, why not just use it directly on the door for convenience?" He replied with a somewhat embarrassed tone. "Well, you know," Arthur explained, "that magic was cast by a mage from my guild, Joe Hosen, and it was supposed to have a more complex structure."
He added that the scrolls and spells had all been destroyed. She sighed, nodded, and spoke. "Give me the address. I'll take everyone there." He gaped, his shout echoing through the room. "What? You can teleport everyone at once?" While Gilberto quietly stood watching his son, she smiled, patting her chest proudly. "Is it that surprising? I am an archmage after all." Sial held food in both hands, chewing a large bite as she asked, "Contractor, why are you so dazed?" A series of notifications popped up from the system. System notification. Confession of the dead has advanced to A rank. Memories will now be automatically preserved. A series of terrifying scenes replayed in his mind. A hoarse voice rang out in his head. Below were people tightly bound by him. "I can help you become stronger. I am a brilliant chef." He continued, "My cooking is so delicious that 10 out of 10 people die eating it. Enough talk. Let's proceed with the leveling up process." Spirit crystals were quickly brought to the victims' mouths. They used tools to pry open the victims' mouths and force them to swallow. "Endure it. If you spit it out, you will die. Endure it."
The fiend with sharp fangs looked extremely hideous. Their survival rate was 10%. The place that used these tamed fiends for evil purposes was called the Gomake Squad. This squad played a role similar to a monster cleanup unit of the player association. The number of people they used as test subjects to increase their power was extremely large and was still continuing to rise. Their scale was even comparable to a large guild. Their leader was named Gomake. Soi also nodded in agreement. She said, "The most terrifying enemy is when we don't know their true strength." Juno also wondered why the player association hadn't made any moves to suppress them. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. With just one organization supporting them from behind, perhaps they could overthrow the whole world. That was why having a force was so important. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned her attention to the group of people in front. One person said, "Miss Archmage, don't push yourself too hard. Let me help you." Skaya shook her head, indicating she only accepted his kind intentions. Skaya refused. "It's fine." Little Mage, despite the advice, she still insisted on casting magic right in front of everyone. But mass teleportation was a magic that, the other person continued, consumes a lot of magic power. A blinding stream of magic flared up, covering the entire room. Skaya said,
At the same time, she cast a teleportation spell to move a whole group of people elsewhere, noting that doing it alone would be easier. Saying that, she gave a slight smile. As soon as they opened their eyes, everyone exclaimed in astonishment in unison, "Teleporting more than 13 people at once?" Arthur, standing nearby, hurriedly spoke up to reassure the crowd. Arthur shouted, "All right, everyone, let's open up the gear and start the construction work." "The Archmage is truly strong." Skaya scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. She asked, "Is this the first time you've seen someone do that? Arthur, you haven't seen me since you were very young, have you?"
He shyly turned away before speaking. Once again, thank you, Auntie and Uncle. I thought I would never see my dad again. I've always wanted to. I just didn't expect it to happen today. Junho also appeared just then. He put his arm around the boy's shoulder to both comfort and encourage him. That's right. Today is a meaningful day, Arthur. He continued. Reminiscing like uncle and nephew is probably enough for now. Now sit down and talk to me as the captain of the Guardians, all right? As Arthur stepped forward, he spoke slowly. Uncle, you can take off the mask now. He remained standing in place as he responded to the boy.
Junho explained, No, I still can't fully trust your people. Seeing this, Arthur immediately tried to clarify. My subordinates, they are all trustworthy. He continued, Uncle, you don't need to worry so much. Junho's face froze slightly. Then he asked, What I'm worried about is their skills. Junho asked further, In your opinion, what are the levels of those guards? His hand gently glided over the wine bottle reflecting the sunlight. Arthur smiled, turned to him and replied, Most of them are non-combatants. Counting me, there are 9 people capable of fighting, and I am already the strongest. He asked, Do you want something to drink, Uncle? Junho suddenly cut him off. Arthur? He spoke in a serious tone, causing the boy to freeze in surprise. I want to train those soldiers. Junho added, You too. He explained hesitatingly, Because I need allies. Sweat trickled down Arthur's forehead as he slowly repeated his words. You need allies? Staring intently at the wine bottle, he continued speaking while twisting the cap. Don't you still have the big 6? Arthur continued. I heard rumors that you are still cooperating with Mr. Shimdaku. Junho replied softly but clearly. That's just him wanting to use my name. Junho explained further. He's ready to stab me in the back whenever he gets the chance. Arthur's eyes drooped as he fell deep in thought. Being trained by a hero is something everyone desires. His voice remained steady while his hand left the bottle mouth. But we need to recover first. We lost too much manpower in the Joseon region.
Before the silent listening of Junho and Solly, Arthur began to reveal his emotions. I deeply respect your suggestion. Arthur seemed hesitant but still tried to express. But as a captain, I need to prioritize rebuilding the team first. Junho gently replied, I understand. At this moment, Arthur called his name in a much deeper tone. Uncle Junho. A look of sadness flashed across his face. My father. There was a time he was called trash. Arthur's consecutive questions forced Junho to turn his head. Is that right? Arthur continued. He was in the lowest class. Junho was forced to confirm every word, which stunned Arthur. And then, my father, Gilberto. Through his narration, the image of Gilberto with a gun in his hand gradually appeared. He used to take all the dirtiest jobs, living like that until he met you. Arthur hurriedly expressed his question. Was it because of me? I wonder, was my father ever angry because of my birth? Junho quietly lowered his head. He replied, A father doesn't have time to be resentful. You were never a burden to Gilberto, not for a single moment. Junho's words sent Arthur into deep thought. Instead, you were the motivation for him to overcome his mental barriers.
As Arthur subconsciously clenched his fist, he turned his back and left a remark. Don't forget what Uncle said today. He called out, Arthur! The boy instinctively looked up, his gaze fixed on a distant place. At that moment, Gilberto appeared with a solemn, icy expression, standing on a rock and looking up at the sky. He spoke, 26 long years have passed, yet the stars still shine. Standing behind Gilberto, the boy spoke softly. Father hasn't changed much after all these years either. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he began to confide. It's strange, isn't it? The child who is just learning to walk is now a talented captain. Arthur smiled upon hearing the praise from his father. Time really flies. He spoke while gently placing the beer bottle on the rock slab. He said, This is butterbeer. I don't know if you like it or not. I don't know anything about your taste. Gilberto looked at Arthur with a somewhat puzzled gaze. You know how to drink? He smiled and leisurely sat down, replying, I'm an adult now, and I've always wanted to sit and drink, chatting with my father. Arthur smiled until his eyes formed crescents and offered an invitation. Just a small wish of mine, but can you drink this? Gilberto reached up and pulled the brim of his hat down a little lower.
He replied, If it is alcohol, I can drink any kind. Just like that, the father and son sat confiding in each other under the moonlight and the heady scent of wine. Arthur advised, But don't drink too much. I don't know much, but you've had a pretty hard time too, haven't you? Gilberto replied, I'm fine. He added, Now that we've returned safely, let's put all worries aside. The boy suddenly changed the topic. Father, I have something I need to tell you. Arthur looked at his father and recounted the whole situation. I will be training with Uncle Junho, and my teammates will too. Gilberto was so stunned that he stopped bringing the wine bottle to his lips. With him? He asked. Why? The boy was equally confused and asked back.
Why are you so surprised, Father? It's a wonderful opportunity. Arthur smiled slightly, continuing the unfinished story. But I want to undergo serious, rigorous training, he continued. Not just normal training anymore. I want to help you and him. Gilberto furrowed his brow slightly, listening intently to every word the boy said.
Arthur explained. After all, the two of them needed more allies. The image of Arthur in his childhood suddenly rushed back along with the affectionate call, "Father." He looked affectionately at the man and asked, "I asked for permission. Will you allow me to do that?" In that moment, Gilberto froze, deep in thought as he gave the answer the boy was waiting for. For a moment, Gilberto was stunned and contemplated, caught off guard. He said, "You have grown up this much. You are an adult now. Your matters must be decided by you." At this moment, Gilberto held out a brown notebook right in front of Arthur. Arthur asked, "What is this?" While taking a sip of wine, he raised his voice to answer his son's query. "It's my diary. I've been writing it for quite a long time so that one day you could read it." Gilberto laughed straightforwardly and said, "Turns out being frozen has its upsides too." He took a deep breath, creating a comfortable atmosphere for Arthur sitting next to him. "Only now can I sit here and confide in my son." The story between the two of them continued endlessly. "Ah, that reminds me," Gilberto said. "If we count your combat activity time, you might have even more than I do." "Really? Can you tell me your stories?" Arthur replied, "Of course, Father." Elsewhere, in a dark and eerie place, two figures were exchanging information. A voice rang out. "Total destruction, huh?" The person wrapped in a black scarf was making a report. "According to information from the Heavenly Gate, that is the plan that Elza Kursui is cooperating with the Archmage to execute."
With a deep, hoarse voice, Gomakai gave the order. "Contact them directly." The subordinate below asked back, "Do you mean using the despair order?" He calmly spoke with a decisive voice. "That's right. If I don't prove my worth, I could be discarded at any time." Every word from Gomakai made the subordinate stare in astonishment. That was the nature of the Fiend Association. He continued, "Tell them." Suddenly he stood up abruptly, his eyes glowing red, and declared firmly, "I will personally participate in the plan." Elsewhere, many people lay sprawled on the ground after Junho's grueling training session. Physical training is enough for now. Floating beside Selhu, he raised his voice to announce, "If you feel like you're about to die, that's when you're getting stronger to become even more powerful." Arthur gasped for breath and thought to himself, "He just takes a little talent and luck. The rest is effort." Junho stood still, continuing his speech. Junho explained, "Whether you are an ordinary person or a natural-born warrior, that is the immutable rule." Everyone present was exhausted. He said, "All of you have conquered the second floor, so you are qualified. Now we will proceed to train each person's individual skills." Junho's words etched deep into Arthur's mind. Through sparring, actual combat, standing under the dazzling light, he boldly declared an important piece of information.
Junho ordered, "From now on, fight me one by one. Whoever is ready, step forward." On the ceiling, a six-bladed fan was spinning rapidly in the air. The light from above shone down, blurring the fan blades into continuous streaks of motion. Soli asked, "But contractor, are you planning to only give them physical training?" Junho intently swiped through the glowing virtual interface, his fingers gently manipulating the screen. Junho replied, "No, starting tomorrow we will switch to actual combat. I will only teach them the absolute basics of how to become stronger." On the small wooden table, steam rose from a white porcelain cup, carrying the gentle scent of tea mingled with the aroma of a plate of fresh fruit. A voice rang out, "How to become stronger?" Junho leaned back in his chair, looking at the silver-haired girl enjoying her tea, and slowly explained, "Before you fight the monsters in Gochan," he continued, "you should train more with a master instructor." The Frost Queen took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. "Even though you are teaching others," she tapped Junho's nose lightly with her finger and asked, "Sometimes you have to look at yourself too. Do you intend to keep your frost skill level that low forever?" With a confident expression, the Frost Queen smirked slightly, crossing her arms. "As the representative of Spectre, and to prepare the frost skill to withstand the scorching heat of the third floor, you need to train first." She stated her opinion. From those people's perspective, she asked, "Wouldn't they be attracted to say Junho?" The mask was placed on the floor. He replied, "You're right, I also need to become stronger." The boy with the brown beanie stood facing a man. His sharp eyes and resolute face exuded the aura of someone seasoned by the wind and frost. The boy asked, "Can I use a gun?" Junho gripped his sword tightly and replied, "You can even fire a missile if you want." He became tense and anxious, sweat starting to roll down his cheeks. Bullets continuously slammed into the ground, creating small explosions, while the boy weaved through to attack from behind. Dust and rocks flew up blindly, making the boy's movement even more difficult. Amidst the blazing sea of fire, the masked figure swung his sword to block the attack.
A streak of bright golden light drew a curve in the air, like a death sentence descending. Junho reached his hand forward. He created a surging flow of energy, as if ready for a fight to the death. Marco opened his eyes wide in terror, shouting, "Damn it!" The others stared in shock, screaming in fear, cold sweat pouring out, as if they had just witnessed a horrific scene.
Marco, with eyes full of determination, unleashed a fiery technique from the palm of his hand. Countless sharp arrows rushed straight towards the blue light where the monsters were screaming. He thought anxiously to himself that he had no choice but to use his power. Marco gasped in sheer astonishment, never expecting that between the two of them.
Seizing the opportunity, Junho quickly dashed towards him, thrusting his sword forward, causing Marco to fall back in fear in front of everyone. Junho maintained his stance, a thought flashing through his mind, before offering a compliment, realizing the gap was still that large. He remarked, "Your gaze has become much sharper." Marco looked straight ahead, his face tense and determined. A group of men stood silently behind, watching with solemn eyes. Junho asked further, "Do you plan to give up?" From behind the mountains where the sun was setting, his voice rang out, "No, sir." The IV drip bag hung suspended right beside the hospital bed. Soft light filtered through, causing the liquid inside to ripple gently, evoking the quiet atmosphere of the hospital. Someone spoke. "See, you just woke up and you're already overexerting yourself, aren't you?" The arm of the person lying on the bed had an IV line inserted. That person asked, "By the way, how was it, meeting that son of yours who has grown up so much?" Gilberto, sitting on the hospital bed, chatted with a woman. "He looks a lot like me." Skaya looked at him seriously. "His appearance also resembles his mother a bit." Gilberto's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued.
He shared, "I'm feeling confused, regretful, and relieved. Either way, it's not too late yet." Skaya also smiled and replied, "That's right, a lot of time has passed, enough for both body and mind to change." She continued, "But it's still not too late." Her somewhat cryptic statement left Gilberto bewildered. He scratched his head as if he didn't understand the situation. "What are you talking about?" Skaya asked, "You didn't miss anything, did you?" In another location, Junho took off his mask and replied while panting, "Over here, you don't need to know." "Hello, Gilberto," he announced. "Arthur is about to find a secluded place to train." Gilberto became even more surprised and confused. "Huh? Who decided that?" Junho replied with an indifferent attitude. Junho explained, "He did, of course. I have no obligation to stop the kid." Then he thought to himself, "But why?" Gilberto explained, "What's wrong with training outside?" He added, "The kid is very determined to follow you. Clearly he's going to find stronger opponents for your sake." Finally, Junho summarized the issue. "It's because of us, Gilberto." Suddenly, a noise rang out, causing Skaya to turn around in surprise. The news was playing on TV. The third hero to return was the Grey Reaper. She turned her gaze toward the TV broadcasting the latest bulletin. "The saviors of the world are returning. The Destiny Guild is preparing to hold a press conference." Skaya wondered, "Is that old man still alive?" The person sitting next to her spoke up to remind her, "Hey, you are talking about Mio's father. Watch your mouth." Skaya replied with an indifferent look. She said, "I don't like him, and neither do those orcs." The sound from the TV echoed throughout the room. "Hey, reporter Hong, which hero do you think will return next?" The reporter replied, "It's hard to guess, but there's a high possibility it's Mio." Junho looked amused, his lips curving into a slight smile. "It's truly ridiculous. Have they already confirmed the return of the 5 great heroes?" Gilberto took a swig of alcohol and spoke in a bored voice. "Isn't this the media's specialty, blowing up some trivial news into a big deal?" He continued gulping down the alcohol and said, "No matter how much time passes, some things never change." Gilberto said, "That's why I said, 'What is this?'" He asked, "Why isn't the beer coming out?" Skaya quickly stepped forward and snatched the bottle, a smile of amusement on her lips. "You need to focus on recovering your strength," she instructed. "Mr. Sniper, you are not allowed to drink alcohol until you carry out the next mission." Gilberto snapped back in annoyance.
"What are you saying? Are you my mother or something?" Skaya replied gently, "There's still a month left until the mission in the Arctic." Junho agreed with Skaya and grabbed the wine bottle. Ignoring Gilberto's rage, he leisurely opened the cap with a calm expression. "Let's use this time to prepare." Gilberto could only grit his teeth in helplessness. Junho added, "Level up and recover to your best condition. Come on, everyone. When we meet again, you must be stronger than before." Gilberto screamed in despair. "So I can't drink alcohol for a whole month?" Scene change. A man, drenched in sweat, stared down with eyes wide open, a mix of fear and anger on his face, cursing, "Damn it! Damn it!" Another person also showed annoyance. "This is so troublesome." Sitting on a rock, he asked, "Are you planning to make me repeat what I did last time?" The bald old man next to him, hands tied and doing a handstand as punishment, begged, "Please spare me. It's my fault for not training the rookies properly." He replied calmly, "You can rest." The man stumbled and fell, but tried to prop himself up. "Thank you." He added a reminder, "Make sure you manage these brats properly." Junho warned, "If I hear any bad rumors, I'll blow up the whole building." He replied,
Of course, I've lowered the interest rates and am living a kind and honest life now. Does that bother you? Junho thought to himself. This guy had been quiet for a while, but now he suddenly called him over and was making a fuss. Suddenly, he called out, "Hey, Helly."
His eyes instantly lit up, his face revealing clear excitement. "Yes, big brother?" He asked hesitantly, "Is there any way to make a lot of money in a short amount of time? In a legal way, that is." Suddenly, the bald boss appeared with a bright, enticing smile. He abruptly asked, "Are you currently on any mission?" He continued, "There is currently a bounty hunting mission available." Junho didn't understand and asked back, "Bounty hunting? Is the target a human?" With a delighted look, the bald boss answered him. He explained, "No, nowadays dangerous monsters can also be targets, brother." While Selly sat nearby eating cake, Junho looked at him coldly and asked, "What's the reward?" The bald boss hurriedly replied, 150 gold coins. Looking down at the people lying around, they discussed it with a hint of disappointment. 150 gold coins. One person said, "That amount of money would attract a whole bunch of other hunters, wouldn't it?" He continued the story with a somewhat tense tone. "Many people have tried, but that monster is too strong." The bald boss excitedly recounted the entire incident to Junho. Over 100 players and mercenaries have been defeated by it.
He provided more information, saying that a guild would soon launch a raid. Anyway, the location was the Western Territory. Hearing this, he casually probed, "You didn't suggest this mission just to see me fail, did you?" In the older man's mind, a vision of him ending up as nothing but bleached bones appeared. He jumped at Junho's words. "No way, how would I dare? You will definitely succeed." Junho frowned slightly and sank into thought. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he last went hunting. Perhaps he should go out and exercise a bit. When Junho's system was activated, an instant teleportation gate opened towards the west. In an instant, both were transported to a strange land, where a majestic kingdom appeared before rolling mountains and magnificent twin peaks. With eyes full of excitement, Sully spared no praise for the wonderful scenery. Those twin peaks, truly majestic, a real feast for the eyes. His eyes also followed the castle below, accompanied by a confident reply. "I burned all my money on the teleportation gate, of course. It's still a long time until next month's payday." Junho rested his chin on his hand and sighed, muttering about the expenses. "My account has 1 silver and 22 copper, which is about 120,000 volt." Although he felt a bit anxious, he reassured himself that this was a mission worth $1.5 billion, and he needed to hurry to the Adventurer Guild. Completely unconcerned, she simply enjoyed the magnificent view, as the sun seemed to be swallowed, gradually setting behind the 2 hills. Before long, they arrived at the place to accept the mission, and he pointed towards a paper posted on the bulletin board.
Mutant Mountain Troll near the Western Sun. Reward 1.5 million, 600 reputation. Floating right next to him, Soli asked hesitantly when she glimpsed that the target was a troll. "So, the target is a troll. Trolls are monsters with super speed regeneration abilities, right?" After glancing back at the mission information, he replied in a calm tone, "It will be quite difficult, but we have to do it anyway." Seeing Junho decisively snatch the commission paper, Soli couldn't hide her skepticism. "Oh, are we just going to take the mission like that?" He didn't mind at all, just calmly looked behind him. This was a mission everyone was afraid to face. She also felt the jealous and cold gazes directed straight at them, but it seemed this action had attracted attention again. Junho frowned, his face showing clear disdain. The jealousy of incompetent people these days was still the same. But then he let out a sigh with a mocking remark. "If you want it, go do it yourself. Even if you were asked, you probably couldn't do it anyway." Suddenly, a figure in luxurious attire silently appeared.
The person approached, cautiously asking and explaining, "You are player So Junho, right? Thank you for accepting the quest. The Lord wishes to meet those who have accepted this mission." The man bowed politely, extending his hand as an invitation, and gently consulted Junho. "If possible, could you join the Lord for breakfast tomorrow?" Standing beside him, Sully began to whisper, "It looks really familiar. Isn't it a bit cliché?" So Junho just glanced nonchalantly and replied, "All lords are the same." The next day, under a clear blue sky dotted with white clouds, a gentle breeze blew past. Small elemental butterflies attracted the attention of a dog, which then bowed down to drink from the same water bowl as a small black cat. And then a leisurely voice rang out, "Welcome, you must be player So Junho." A steaming plate of lobster was set on the table, and the man began to introduce himself. "I am Pamo, the Lord of the West Sun. Please enjoy a delicious meal before you set off." Seated opposite, the man with an elegant demeanor opened the conversation. "You are quite famous, Incarnation of Darkness." With an indifferent look, So Junho replied while cutting his food, asking back, "Oh, I'm just a slightly famous, ordinary person. Do you have any more information about the target?" Pamo used his fork to spear a piece of vegetable, calmly providing more information with a trustworthy look. "It is a variant compared to a normal troll. It is about 4 meters tall, larger than a normal troll."
At that moment, Sally paid no attention to the conversation, happily enjoying her cake. Palmo continued, "It seems to possess super regenerative energy and shows clear hostility towards humans." With his mouth still full, Junho replied nonchalantly, "After devouring over 100 people, that much is obvious." Hearing those words, Palmo became thoughtful. Yes, it truly was a disaster. A look of sorrow and distress flashed across his face. The initial bounty was only 10 gold coins, but that clearly wasn't enough. Palmo went on with his story while his pets played happily in the courtyard. Even though the bounty had been raised to 150 gold, it still hadn't been defeated. As a lord, the responsibility on my shoulders is quite heavy. If the mutant dog is defeated, the territory might prosper again. Every time I see the villagers living in fear, guilt weighs heavily on me. However, the image in his mind suddenly morphed into blurry, blood-stained monsters. By this time, Junho had finished his meal. He calmly wiped his mouth, put down his knife and fork, and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll handle that disaster for you." Hearing this, Palmo looked deeply grateful. "Thank you. It will start moving when the sun goes down." After the exchange ended, Selly had also finished her meal. She raised her glass of red wine and offered a blessing as the sun lingered faintly on the horizon. "Return safely." Her voice rang out amidst the sunset stained with brilliant red. "The Lord seems like a good person." Junho glanced at Sally with a meaningful look. "Because he gave us dessert like this?" She happily praised him and then turned to ask, "It's irresistibly delicious, you know. By the way, are you sure you want to go alone?" Junho remained silent for a few seconds, his golden eyes flashing with a cold light. Then he shoved his hands into his pockets and replied, not forgetting to stay wary of those behind him. "Alone? You're coming with me." The three men from the Adventurous Tavern had been gluing their eyes on the two of them for a while, their intentions clearly far from good.
The scar-faced man with a determined look began to cast magic. "The bounty for the mutant rat's head belongs to our guild. Illusionary domain." Noticing the abnormality, Sol immediately spoke up about the strangeness. "Hey, contractor, is every valley this wide? We've been walking for quite a while." He didn't rush to answer, but just half closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, a sinister and bewitching smile bloomed on Junho's lips, and he replied with interest, "Yeah, looks like someone is helping us warm up." She was somewhat confused by his answer.
Warming up? What are you talking about? His hand maintained a stream of blue magic, showing absolutely no intention of stopping, while the scar-faced man's eyes were sharp as a predator's. "Lower your ego. We can't confront them directly. Just walk to your death inside my virtual space." Seo Juno, despite his body beginning to hallucinate into a sinister illusion, continued to walk calmly. His illusion looked like a static TV screen, but still smiled, mingling with the gloating tone of the scar-faced man. "Before you can destroy the barrier, my guild will take down the boss first. Even if you make it, it'll be too late." Just then, Juno's clone illusion suddenly grimaced in pain as powerful electrical energy accumulated in one of his legs, slowly touching the ground. "You prepared really well, but sorry." The moment Juno's foot completely touched the ground, the illusion instantly shattered. "I don't have time. Everyone is floating in the air." The monster roared and swung its muscular arm. Desik, with eyes boiling with hatred, pointed his sword straight at it, while his breathing grew heavier. The monster glared, revealing jagged teeth. The Vice Guild leader was being strangled by it, causing fresh blood to spurt from her mouth. Even so, she did not stop worrying about Desik. "Guild leader, are you okay?" With anger flaring up, Desik rushed forward. You damned monster." Desik swung a decisive sword strike, severing the monster's arm, then shouted, "Oh my god, when did Finn get in here?" The Vice Guild leader escaped as quick as a flash, pointing her gun at the monster. She pulled the trigger, creating a terrifying explosion with destructive power.
When the monster's body was shattered, the Vice Guild leader finally responded to Desik. "I don't know. Perhaps we are all unintentionally fighting together." Desik gritted his teeth in anxiety, his eyes fixed forward. "Damn it, we are wasting too much energy on these monsters. Look, it's regenerating again." The pools of the monster's blood on the ground simultaneously rose up, and Desik made a judgment. Its regeneration speed is on another level, completely different from ordinary trolls. The Vice Guild leader showed extreme astonishment. She looked up, her eyes wide open, unable to hide her shock as she witnessed the monster not only restoring its original form, but also appearing stronger than before. Desik spoke up. "Vice Guild leader, take the kid and get out of here." The Vice Guild leader asked in surprise, "Zico?" Desik didn't explain further, simply replying briefly, "Just do as I say." Desik squinted one bleeding eye, trying his best to persuade the Vice Guild leader. "At this rate, we will all die." Tension was evident on the Vice Guild leader's face. She didn't want to leave at all. "Then I will wait until Sin arrives." By then, Desik had gripped his sword tightly, ready in a defensive stance. "Sin? What? You think that snot-nosed brat can do anything?" Around them, everyone else had collapsed, holding onto their last breath. Desik's voice became heavy as he continued to urge the Vice Guild leader. "Stop being stubborn, just go. If you stay here, we'll only die together. The mission to destroy the monster from the Big Six has failed. Go and prepare our funerals." The Vice Guild leader hesitated. "Guild leader, but," Desik shouted, his voice full of command. "Silence and leave immediately." The Vice Guild leader pursed her lips tightly, not saying a word, her eyes welling up with tears. With a determined look, Desik swung his sword and roared, "I will hold it off until the end. Come here, you monster."
The monster's eyes were lined with horrifying red blood vessels. It roared with earth-shattering force, then swung its giant arm down, knocking Desek far away. He slammed face down onto the ground, blood splattering. Desek slowly struggled up as the monster drew closer. Though it roared incessantly, Desek seemed unconcerned, his eyes only looking towards the others. He turned back to look, then let out a sigh of relief. They left safely. Then Desek looked up to face the monster. Now it's just you and me. Desek seemed to have fallen into despair and had no attachment left to life. What meaning did his life have now? Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind Desek. The person spoke. "Are you Desek? You're the guild leader of the Desek Guild, right?" The voice of a teammate rang in Desek's ears. "Guild leader, I'm sorry." Desek was stunned. What? The appearance of Junho was like a god descending. He asked, "Those kids told me so. Are you hunting monsters in this area?" Desek's mouth gaped in astonishment, unable to believe the scene before his eyes.
"No, Seu Juno? Did you save all my people?" Duckseek's teammates watched him from afar. Juno didn't answer Duckseek, but turned to ask Selly. "Selly, can you sense it yet?" Standing next to Juno, Selly raised her hand to shield herself and replied, "Yes, I can sense the guilt. That troll must have absorbed a demonic stone." Juno placed his hand on Duckseek's head, giving a reminder. "Hey, Duckseek, hold your position well, don't get caught in the fight." The monster let out a savage roar, its mouth gaping wide. Juno coldly uttered a few words. "I'm coming." The monster screamed in fury. Juno gallantly held his sword, leisurely advancing towards it. Duckseek shouted worriedly to warn him, "Be careful, that thing's regeneration ability is faster than normal trolls." When the monster reached out with both hands to attack, Juno immediately swung his sword blade. Duckseek screamed again, "You can't kill it the normal way." The sharp blade swung up, slicing off the monster's hand. With a face devoid of expression, Juno struck directly, making it howl in pain. His speed was as fast as lightning, leaving Duckseek stunned. At this speed, with sharp, cold eyes, Juno finally spoke. "Silence." Struck by the slash, the monster shrieked madly. Gliding past the monster, Juno finished his unfinished sentence. "And watch." Johann was busy gnawing on a piece of bread in his hand ravenously. Palmo stood by his side, constantly reminding him, "Johann, remember, never take off your hood in front of others."
The portions of cake and meat on the plate were sliced with extreme meticulousness. "No matter what happens, do you remember?" Joanne responded with a small mumble. He jerked his head up in surprise when the cake in his hand was taken away. Babu said, "I will provide food for you, so never attack or eat humans." Babu brought the fork closer and instructed gently, "Promise me, Joanne." Joanne replied with great difficulty, Babu smiled, then turned to ask the knight standing behind, "Can you teach Joanne swordsmanship?" He immediately nodded in agreement. "If it is your command, I will certainly carry it out." Joanne focused solely on his meal while Babu chatted right beside him.
In the past, elves and dwarves were also treated like monsters. The first step is very important. Become a mercenary for my team. Returning to the present, Seol hovered high above, looking down with curious eyes. "Contractor, did you destroy it already?" Junho lowered his face, dragging his sword wearily. "Yeah, let's see." Blood plasma was splattered all over the ground. He spoke with a voice full of concern. "No matter how mutated the troll is, it seems its regeneration ability has a limit." Seol showed no surprise but suggested another plan, defeating it with unexpected speed. "No, however, if it were me, I would freeze it and shatter it into pieces." Without blinking an eye, Junho changed his outfit and made a promise. "If I meet another one next time, I'll try that." The troll's body lay motionless on the ground. Desek exclaimed, "Oh, truly a different person, I admit." He waved happily, rushing over while saying, "Truly an amazing battle. I knew it was very hard to defeat that troll, but I didn't expect it to be this fierce." The troll's corpse lay still on the ground. Desek could not hide his excitement, continuously saying, "Thank you very much, player Sojunho." Junho glanced around and then asked curiously, "Desek, even though there's no competition, how can a guild monopolize a hunting ground like this?" Junho reminded Desek with a bit of fatigue in his voice. "This will leave a wrong mindset for the next generation." He was stunned, then startled awake. "To let a junior say that, it's quite embarrassing. But it was because I was worried you might get into big trouble if you just recklessly rushed in." Junho sighed wearily, hearing Desek rambling endlessly. "If I knew you were this good, I would have requested cooperation." He shoved his hands into his pockets, planning to leave for Jasan's old hideout.
"Now you know," he stammered in panic and hurriedly corrected himself. "Yeah, we'll guard this place, so feel free to explore Jordy's cave." The student beside him looked curious. "Teacher, aren't you being too humble?" Desek kept his head down, explaining patiently. "If we wanted to stop them, we should have stopped them properly. Why let them ruin the plan like this?" Night had fallen long ago, his voice sounding exhausted. "Anyway, they saved us after all." The other party was also tired and almost collapsing. "That is true." The three turned back to look. Desek quickly said, "Before we go down, let's see if we can loot anything from the corpse." The person behind turned around in surprise. What corpse?" The group stood blankly before an empty space. Only patches of large and small blood puddles remained. "What the?
Where is it? Desik looked around in bewilderment, feeling a bit annoyed and confused. It must have died around here. From behind, Johann, having lost all reason, swung his sword to attack. Desik suddenly whipped around, sensing something rushing towards him. Right? Junho dashed in like lightning to block the attack. Dust flew up blindingly. Johann looked at him with glowing red eyes. Junho smirked with delight. Knew it. He ate the fiend gem.
Even the Kobold Lord wouldn't die this easily. Joanne tightened his grip on the sword, assuming a stance, eyes blazing as if to incinerate everything. Junho smiled, comfortably settling into a fighting stance. For a monster, that stance wasn't bad. The two clashed violently, attacking and defending without a clear victor. Junho sensed something was off. It wasn't just swinging the sword wildly. He quickly launched a vicious strike at Joanne. The two swords collided, sending sparks flying. Their gazes locked in fierce determination. Junho finally realized what was happening. Has it learned swordsmanship? Joanne swung his sword powerfully, creating sparks. He furiously unleashed a thunderous strike towards Junho. Junho crouched to block the powerful blow. His eyes darkened as he quickly swung his sword to break free. The two blades clashed fiercely in unison. Junho's eyes were filled with fury as he struck back. Standing nearby, Soli was frozen in terror and worry. Desik's student looked on in astonishment at Joanne, whose bloodshot eyes were continuously launching attacks. This battle wasn't bad. Junho's silhouette was clearly reflected on the blade. He raised his hand to observe, his mouth full of praise. At least the swordsmanship.
It had absolutely nothing to do with the power of the fiends. With a darkened face and eyes burning with fire, Junho rushed behind Johann. Johann turned his head, sweat pouring down like rain. Junho lunged forward, swinging the sword in his hand with great force. A beam of light shot straight from him towards Johann, sending rocks and debris flying in the blink of an eye, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Melentum looked on with curiosity. Junho gritted his teeth, glancing sideways as he swung his sword. Johann took the hit, spurting out a large mouthful of blood before collapsing from within. In a matter of seconds, his body was frozen and necrotic, but his eyes suddenly moved and became gentle just before the ice layer spread over them. In an instant, Johann's body shattered into pieces. Junho rushed in to slash them apart, thoroughly preventing his ability to regenerate. Soli flew over, excitedly holding her face as she hovered. "Hey, contractor, the way you destroyed him is truly one of a kind." She pointed her finger in delight. "You finally know how to use the frost power in various ways. It's been a long time since I was this surprised." The group of people in the distance was so stunned they stood frozen in place. Johann's body lay silent on the ground, motionless. His eyes were soulless and quiet, staring up at the sky. Suddenly, a faint, shadowy hand reached out. Junho looked down silently. The two seemed to communicate telepathically without any physical contact. In that quiet moment of waiting, Junho's hand approached his body, activating Confession of the Dead. Palmo's voice rang out, gentle and slow, carrying words of reassurance. "The regeneration of your race is one of the greatest blessings, a huge advantage for a swordsman, even if the species is different." Johann continued to growl in response. He gently comforted him, opening a new path for the boy.
I sent a letter to the mercenary corps when I learned of a barbarian civilized enough to use a sword. Xilang looked down, motionless, only growling as a sign of agreement. Palmo continued to explain gently about Xilang's future. "They have approved your entrance exam. Congratulations. Xyle, you will become the center of attention." The knight standing behind silently witnessed everything and listened to Palmo's voice. "Don't worry too much. You can do it." On the dining table, only an empty plate remained. Palmo's voice became cheerful. "Be confident, and don't be discouraged even if you fail the test." His eyes lit up as he looked at the boy and gave his advice. "Show everyone that even a barbarian can live in harmony with humans."
Zoani looked noticeably more elated, his eyes sparkling with rays of hope. Inside the dark cave, under the flickering oil lamp, Zoani sat quietly, completely unguarded. His hands were diligently practicing writing human characters. Suddenly, whispering voices echoed from behind. "Is that him?" "Yes, sir." A small but powerful footstep approached and exclaimed, "Interesting, a savage raised by humans." The fiends entered the cave from the rear on a delightful afternoon. "He even knows how to use a sword. Have you ever heard of such a case?" The fiend laughed delightedly, looking at Zoani with dark intent. "This will surely be an excellent test subject, but before that, I'm a bit curious about his skills." Zoani's eyes seemed to understand everything, flashing with a hint of fury. "It's the same method as last time." The iron sword fell to the ground, making a sound both clear and helpless. Zoani lay on the ground, his eyes dazed, his face covered in fresh blood. "Is that all?" the fiend standing in front reminded him. "End your imitation of humans here, monster." The fiend sat on top of Zoani and laughed savagely. "What kind of savage is this weak?" The other fiend pulled out a small red stone and explained briefly. Because his violent nature has been suppressed, sir. But this thing, this detail, terrified Sowani. The fiend stepped forward, stabbing his hand straight into his brain. I will unleash the wild nature within you. Sowani's eyes turned madly red as he heard the final order. Just kill as many humans as possible. Eat as many of them as possible. If you don't, we will return. Reason extinguished, Sowani screamed in madness, leaving only urgency and fury, and we will kill everyone you spared right before your eyes.
Isn't it fun? The vision just drifts away, leaving only the memory of Johan himself slaughtering everyone. You said you wanted to get close to humans? Then let us help you spread the news. Everyone will flock to find you. Johan looked down at the person in front of him with glowing red eyes. Ghostly words echoed endlessly in his head. Like prey walking right into a trap, he couldn't stop drooling, and his bloodshot eyes caused his reason to sink deeper into chaos. Don't be surprised if they taste better than you imagine. Johan ruthlessly threw the people he captured into the deep pit below. That is how a servant should be. His eyes blazed, and a distant memory suddenly rushed back into his mind. No matter what happens, you must never eat human flesh. The blurry figure of Palmo appeared, his voice etching the warning deep inside. You promised, Johan. His trembling hand touched the plate that had been shattered earlier. You promised.
Show everyone that you're still sitting there at the dining table, gnawing on everything alone, and that even a barbarian can live in harmony with humans. The group ventured deeper into the cave together. Desik looked around with a surprised expression. What is this? Why is there nothing here? Shouldn't there be bones scattered around or something? They expressed astonishment and curiosity about their surroundings. This cave is quite normal, isn't it? Sully turned and asked cheerfully, Hey, contractor, are we late? Junho lowered his head, remaining silent. Not sure. Desik turned his head and suddenly realized something. He hurriedly shouted, Finn, come here! They looked down in utter shock at an unprecedented scene. What the hell? Who were these people? Desik looked down with a puzzled look. Everyone's faces grew heavy. These people had gaunt, miserable faces. Hadn't they been eaten yet? Sunlight shone down on a brown wooden structure with a classic touch. The key to Gringotts Bank? Why are you giving this to me? Junho lifted a teacup. This is your reward. So, Junho? I already received 150 gold coins, didn't I? Sully sat on the windowsill, swinging her legs as she listened. I mean, that was just the official payment, while this is my personal reward. You can use it to open my safe deposit box. He set the hot teacup down on the table and asked curiously, What's inside? Palmo sat opposite Junho.
Have you ever heard of the sun's tears? He replied that he didn't know. What is it? Palmo lifted his hot cup of coffee. Whatever it is. He used both hands to hold the teacup near his lap. I believe you will know how to use it, because you are a warm person, player Sel Junho. Junho silently turned his gaze towards Palmo. Have you calmed down yet? He sank into his thoughts for a moment. At first I didn't understand. Johan is so kind-hearted. The boy truly is a troll, a monster. Palmo observed Johan intently. But I have never seen him arm anyone. Returning to reality. Thank you very much. Junho looked at him. I didn't do anything. No matter what others said, Palmo still looked at him, not knowing what to say. To you, isn't he family? Selly sat perfectly still. In Palmo's mind, the image of a monster slaughtering humans appeared. If I hadn't taken Johan in, the boy might have turned into a troll monster, harming others, even without the fiend gem. Back in reality, he lifted his coffee cup. The boy has enough ability to take the Mercenary Guild's test. To me, Johan is. Palmo brought the coffee cup to his mouth and took a small sip.
My son. Seol was gazing at the castle in the distance, then turned back to look at them. Sir, in the past a fire burned brightly. There was once a person who lit a fire to warm his teammates who were trembling from the cold. Everyone lay gathered around the fire. He was a new member who had just joined the team. Being a kind-hearted person, he worried his teammates would catch a cold at the campsite. However, some monsters noticed them. Yet he didn't know that nocturnal monsters are extremely sensitive to light. That was the truly worrying thing. One person quickly ran away. Not long after, those creatures swarmed into the campsite. The rookie soldier rushed to find and call the scout team. By the time the two of them returned, it was already too late. When he returned with the scout team, his teammates had all turned into cold corpses. His eyes widened, tears streamed down. Submerged in extreme grief, he pulled the trigger to end his own life, blood splattering onto the person standing behind. Juno could feel it. That rookie didn't know that even doing a good deed could lead to consequences. He pondered. Sometimes good intentions carry great responsibility. Pamel lowered his head and looked down. Sir, do you mean you want me to face the judgment of the law so I don't turn my back on this world? Juno remained silent, not knowing what to say. He noticed and realized there was a resemblance between Pamo and the person in the story just now. A day earlier, someone quietly tapped a wooden gavel amidst the surrounding noise. The judge looked at Pamo with a scrutinizing gaze. Viscount Pamo, what made you think of raising a monster? Pamo stood in the dock, guarded by 3 soldiers around him. Your Honor, because I saw it lost its mother, so it was very pitiful, just like a human. The judge used one hand to adjust his glasses. Does it look like a human? They have intelligence, but they are monsters that cannot communicate with humans. They are beasts, no different from criminals.
But do you feel they are like intelligent humans? Everyone shared the same train of thought. Pamo continued to affirm this firmly. Theoretically, that is true. Geordie's hereditary violence can be controlled when trained and educated from a young age. Since this is completely controllable, there is no problem. The people present there booed. This is not something you can decide on your own, Baron. Another person spoke up. Stop it. This statement is no different from saying a dog won't bite its owner. He looked down at him from above. In the end, contrary to your prediction, that Geordie caused a lot of casualties. What do you think? Pamo admitted his mistake. It was all because I was careless. I should have taught it more carefully. The judge continued to query. Do you think the fact that people were injured but no one died is because you taught it? Pamo didn't know what to say. Bang! A hand slammed heavily onto the table. That was Junho. He stood up and held out a glowing blue orb. Your Honor, the Baron's Geordie demon went mad due to external factors.
The villains interfered and its violence was suppressed. Kill as many as possible, eat as much as possible, make Jalan lose control. Isn't that interesting? You said you wanted to live in harmony with humans. You can't pretend to be human anymore, monster. He placed his hand on his chin and thought carefully. Fiend gems were infused into them by the fiends, driving them mad and awakening their desire for slaughter. On the table was a letter. Hakan, a mercenary from Gileon. Thebet, commander of the Gileon Knights. Junho explained clearly. These documents are all testimonies from people who have encountered similar incidents. The aim of the evildoers is not only to experiment with the brutality of the fiend gems, but also to cause controversy and conflict, making the people panic. Everyone started whispering, while Pamo remained silent. Thebet, I've heard that name before. Wasn't he very enthusiastic in the kobold case? A man frowned. Even so, there was originally no troll here. Another voice spoke up. Who told him to raise a troll demon like a child? The judge stroked his chin. If that is the truth, then we have been played by those fiends. After a moment of consideration, he made a decision. Now I will announce the final verdict. Pamo remained silent, his face slightly lowered. He pronounced the sentence, every word extremely decisive. The defendant has caused injury and panic to many people by raising a monster without permission. The defendant has also admitted to raising the monster. Therefore, the defendant is guilty. The defendant will be stripped of the lordship of Jocelyn immediately. He banged the wooden gavel down and performed 5 years of community service at the Human Wildlife Connection Board. Everyone started buzzing with discussion. What? Is stripping the title too harsh? Another voice rang out. What are you saying?
And this is getting off light. Pamo calmly raised his head. He should have gone to prison. This is being very lenient, Zoani growled. Sorry, I won't get close again. Even when he went mushroom picking, he was given a scare by him. Calm down, I'm just picking mushrooms. Pamo handed Zoani a cookie. Here, do you want to eat this? He pushed him down flat, but Pamo showed no fear. He adjusted his glasses, while Zoani unconsciously ate the cookie. It seemed he liked it very much. He breathed a sigh of relief. Have some more. Seeing him eat so deliciously, Pamo felt very happy. Eat slowly, you're dropping crumbs everywhere. Pamo turned to leave. Under the suppression of the fiends, Junho never once lost his humanity. If that kid could do it, then other fiend hosts could too. My son's dream has not ended yet. When everything had settled, Junho and Soli stood back to observe. If there's a chance, I will come visit you, sir. Lord Pamo closed his eyes. Ghislaine is about to welcome a new lord. Next time we meet, just call me Pamo. Soli climbed up to sit on Junho's shoulder. This reminds me of what my father used to say to me. Pamo smiled serenely. 10 guilty people must all be punished. Pamo walked away, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. But never accuse an innocent person. You have saved one of our subjects. Inside a skyscraper under the clear blue sky, an astonished voice rang out. Vice Guild Leader. Hai Inho couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing that. There's a reply. He hurriedly asked back. What reply? Gongjuha excitedly looked at the notification board and answered. It's related to Junho. The message I sent finally got a reply. She smiled confidently. He wouldn't tell me to get lost because he's busy, right? As far as I remember, Junho isn't that kind of person, is he? The other person replied, Then I trust you. Gongjuha said, Prepare to open the reply. He calmly picked up his coffee cup and said, If you don't open it, you'll just squirm unsightly. Just check it. The notification board displayed the reply message. I am preparing to leave the village. Gongjuha asked, Why? She looked surprised. What a coincidence. She continued sending a message. It's nothing serious. Our guild wants to enter a dungeon with you, Junho. The guild leader officially invites you. A moment later, she frowned in annoyance, staring at the message line, then turned to ask him, Hey, no response. Does that mean I've been rejected? He remained calm and replied, He's probably just considering it. Wait a bit. He looked down at his water cup while listening to her continue. Really? I'm so excited. This time the guild leader is coming with us too. What if the guild leader meets Junho privately? Hai Inho pondered.
Then he'll probably have to impress the guild leader.
She looked at him and replied, "Isn't your case impressive enough?" Ha Inho said, "For skilled players, that's just normal." He slowly stood up, walked towards her, the reply message appearing just in time. "Perhaps hearing it in this dungeon is fine. Let's go together." Seeing that, his expression became serious. We'll find out if he's merely famous in name only. The scene shifts to a magnificent European-style place, the capital of the empire. So Junho calmly walked through the gate just as another voice rang out. This is Pamo's way. The reason, he mused while observing it. Before him was a small but extremely exquisite safe. A safe within a safe? I thought there would be many things inside. Because he belongs to the nobility, Sully continued, the sun's tears must be inside. With a mysterious look, he picked up the key. Is it because he's stingy, or is his situation worse than we thought? She crossed her arms and made a guess. Maybe it's the opposite, contractor. Doesn't this mean the sun's tears are extremely precious? That's why the security had to be this high. He replied, "All right, let's open it." After opening it, both couldn't help but be surprised and wondered. "A potion bottle?" She urged. "Hurry up and examine it." He picked up the potion bottle to examine it carefully, and the information board immediately appeared. Special sun's tears, a liquid possessing the energy of the sun, granting the user extremely strong yang energy.
She began to analyze. It is a type of divine elixir, but contractor, you possess characteristics carrying significant yin energy, such as darkness and frost. If you drink it, there is a high probability it will act no differently than poison. He expressed his agreement. That's right, this medicine isn't something just anyone can drink. He stared intently, pondering the strange potion. This is tricky. The sun's tears might be a good item, but I cannot use it myself.
Even as the two of them were strolling down the street, he was lost in thought. Should he give it to Kim Woo-jong or Captain Gong Joo-ha? Surely they would be able to use it. Suddenly she handed him a sandwich. He asked blankly, "What is this?" She cheerfully replied, "You haven't had breakfast yet. Think carefully while you eat." As soon as she finished speaking, she stuffed the entire sandwich into his mouth. "No, He chewed and wondered, "Wait, did you make this yourself?" She crossed her arms, looking serious. "I bought the ingredients and made it myself. Why? Does it not taste good?" She recalled the moment she went to buy ingredients when she wasn't wearing a mask and asked, "The vegetables look so fresh. May I have some lettuce?" The shop owner enthusiastically replied, "Your eyes are so beautiful." She showed a serious and polite attitude. "Thank you. You look very beautiful too." The shop owner laughed heartily. "Oh my, would you like some more cookies?" She quickly replied, "I won't refuse." At this moment, he ate while thinking deeply, then stared at her. "Is it because you've eaten more spirit crystals? You've become quite bold lately, haven't you?" She seemed a bit annoyed. "Eaten more of what?" With a solemn expression, she focused completely on his words. Nothing. I just thought you looked taller lately, but the taste of this sandwich."
He continued, "Pretty good, not bad at all." A radiant smile bloomed on her lips upon hearing the praise. She rested her chin on her hands, the corners of her mouth curling up into a satisfied smile. "Well, I'm not exactly a great chef. Toast with bacon and butter is a combination that can't really go wrong, can it? As a queen, I couldn't bear to watch my contractors starve." Thus, after the meal, his face looked much more relaxed. "Thanks, it was delicious. You can actually cook." Hearing that, she laughed. He hesitated, looked at her, and then teased, "Well, at least it was edible." She shrieked in shock and fury. "Huh? What the heck are you saying? For the first time in my life, I looked up a cooking tutorial to make this for you, and you're complaining about the quality?" Gong Joo-ha approached from behind, thinking to herself, "Isn't toast extremely easy to make?" She stepped forward and called out, "Player So Junho." Friendliness was evident on her face as she greeted him. "How long has it been? How are you?" He immediately stood up to return the greeting. Captain Gong. It seems we haven't met for a month. Thank you for inviting me to raid the dungeon." She replied with a polite attitude. "Oh, I wasn't the one who sent it. But has it been a month? It feels longer than that." He reflected in his mind. "Right, I hid my name during the matchmaking." He explained. Yeah, it's been a few months." She spoke in a brisk tone. "Hurry up, the Empire is just ahead. Follow me." He maintained a nonchalant attitude. "Besides me, was anyone else invited?" She turned back to answer. There were two others, but only one could make it. Walking while asking, his face remaining icy. What were the conditions to be invited? She walked ahead and spoke. "First, one must have a reputation that benefits the guild. As they approached the gate, a row of bodyguards stood ready to welcome them. Or one must possess special abilities." She explained the situation as they walked. Meeting one of these two conditions might get you an invitation, but achieving that is difficult. An ancient and magnificent architectural structure appeared as soon as they stepped through the gate. This was the Dokagebi Guild. "If you visit the house, you should meet the master, right?" she said with a hint of triumph. "Being invited to the Dokagebi Guild is great, but meeting the guild leader will be a more valuable experience for you, Junho." He looked full of expectation. "The guild leader? I'm looking forward to it." The second heaven stood behind Kim Woo-jung, while Ha In-ho stepped forward from inside to greet them. "Welcome, Junho. Please wait here. The guild leader will be here soon. Just calm down and wait a moment." He replied with an indifferent demeanor. "Understood."
In the middle of the large, dim room with light beaming in, he stood alone, waiting silently. Hearing footsteps, his gaze immediately turned inwards. From behind the exquisitely carved large door, the footsteps drew closer, and Soli also focused her gaze. Shin Sung-hyun walked in with confidence, his voice warm and deep. "We finally meet." He introduced himself. "I am the guild leader of Dokkeibi, Shin Sung-hyun." He replied in a cold voice, "I am So Juno." The atmosphere in the hall became as tense as a taut string. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Shin Sung-hyun, the guild leader of Dokkeibi." He answered briefly and decisively, "I am So Juno." He closed his eyes, speaking with social grace. "Indeed, I have heard a lot about you from Miss Juha. It is a pleasure to meet you." He responded, "I've also heard a lot about you from Captain Gong." Curiosity appeared on Soli's face, and he asked back, "Oh, what did she say?" Upon hearing this, he immediately pulled out his wand. She said meeting a celestial star in private would be a precious experience. He smiled and said, "Just a normal meeting is already wonderful." A stream of energy glowed from the wand, though it was slightly exaggerated. He was utterly astonished. "Let's not disappoint each other," he asked while manipulating magic to bend space and time. "Shall we go to the office and talk first?" Just a moment later, he and Soli appeared in a completely different room. He thought deeply. He is a space controller. It feels like I'm witnessing magic right here.
He raised his wand once again. "Ah, and although it's late, thank you for accepting the invitation." He calmly gave his answer. "No, I am the one who should be thankful for that invitation." A sudden aura rushed in, making his eyes widen in astonishment. He startled, looked around, and realized he was already seated in a chair. The man continued the story. "This is the contract along with information about the dungeon." He presented the contract in front of him, with the title, Level 1 Dungeon, clearly written. "That is the level measured by the one known as the God of Adventurers." He revealed a look of skepticism. "A god?" The man stepped closer to him, his voice full of determination. "That is correct. It can be considered that person's title." A pen suddenly appeared in midair. "We will depart in 3 days. Do you need more time to prepare?" He looked straight into the man's eyes warily and thought to himself, "Since the day we agreed to meet at the port town, I've had plenty of time." Right then, he spoke up in reply. "No need, 3 days is enough." He picked up the document and examined it with extreme caution. Other participants are listed here too, a high ranker.
Level 120. Juno couldn't help but be impressed as he read the document. Their strength must be quite remarkable. The man stood opposite him, speaking slowly. "Take your time, just sign at the bottom." He continued, "Although you are only participating as a guest, the rewards from the Yin dungeon will still be split equally." Junho hesitated slightly. All right, I understand." Shin Sung-hyun suddenly asked, "Is everything okay?" After a moment of thought, Junho spoke up. "Everything is fine." After finishing reading, he put his pen to the document. "I'm counting on you, Mr. Shin Sung-hyun." He looked up and asked, "By the way, is that wand used to control spatial abilities?" Shin Sung-hyun raised the magic wand and replied, "That's right. It makes my spatial control much easier." Junho smiled and offered a compliment. "That's impressive." Hearing that, he calmly shook his head. "I was born with the power to control space, but my perception of space isn't that great. It can't be helped. I guess I'm still lacking." The conversation paused and he began to cast magic. Junho thought to himself, "It's quite surprising that a magic user who has reached the Heavenly Star rank still needs a support tool, but I can feel that this person is very strong. Even though he hasn't done anything excessive, he is definitely a force to be wary of."
He sank into deep thought. It seemed like there was another monster like Kim Woo-jung here. He turned around and continued, "Now let's go to where you'll be staying. I hope you'll like it." As soon as he finished speaking, the space distorted once again. He couldn't hide his surprise. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to a large room with exquisite decoration. He thought, really, his teleportation magic is on a completely different level. He stepped forward and channeled his magic. "I'll see you next time." He turned his head back and said, "Player So Junho, if your talent lives up to your title, I look forward to see you perform." He replied in a solemn tone, "I will do my best." A split second later, only he and the spirit remained in the room. He fell into silence. She appeared from behind him and let out a sigh. That sounded so rushed. It felt like meeting the young boss of a large corporation. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "That was our guild leader. Impressive, right?" He couldn't help but be surprised. "Captain Gong." She winked playfully, continued the conversation, and asked, "It's me. I'm in charge of arranging accommodation for guests. How did you feel meeting Shin Sung-hyun in person?" Junho admitted, with a hint of confusion in his voice. "Shin Sung-hyun, he seems very strong." She crossed her arms. "Is this your first time meeting the guild leader?" Soli stood watching the cheerful conversation between the two of them. He said, "Yes, I haven't had the chance to meet him anywhere else." She laughed happily. "Oh, I see." A while later, as the sunset bathed the scenery in gold, she was the first to speak. "Junho, I feel a bit disappointed." He was surprised and asked back, "Me? Did I do something wrong?" She hurriedly denied it. No, it's just that after the first meeting, you naturally called Shin Sung-hyun guild leader." She began to recount vaguely and lengthily. "But I've met you 3 times. I even sent you a letter, though I didn't know what to write, but you even accepted my autograph." He gave her a puzzled look. She continued, "So why am I still just Captain Gong? Is Captain Gong that cold?" He suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," and glanced at her. Hearing that, he said, "I understand. From now on, I will call you Gong Juha." A sly smile appeared on her face. Gong doesn't sound very natural. Then he spoke. All right, Juha." She smiled confidently. "Anyway, don't worry about this dungeon. Junho, if things get dangerous, I'll be there to protect you." He glanced slightly and replied, "Thanks, I feel more reassured." She happily exclaimed, "Let's protect each other and move forward."
"We will become stronger together." Her expression became much more serious as she spoke. "If Mr. Thunder is participating too, then I can relax a bit now." He wondered, then suddenly realized something. Mr. Thunder. He imagined a person wrapped in a powerful aura of energy. "Ah, it's the Thunder Emperor, the first person to ever defeat me." His eyes shone with determination and inner strength. She once again spoke up to comfort him. "Whoever it is, don't worry, because I'm here." The scene shifted to Shin Song-hen's office. Sitting in the office with a pensive face, he recalled the conversation with him. "Is everything all right?" Thinking of the moment he read the agreement, his gaze became distant. "Everything is fine." He felt skeptical. Why didn't he react? Rookie So Jun-ho. Isn't it very strange for veterans at level 120 to go together? His face at that time was incredibly calm. It's not strange for top-level players to voluntarily enter a dungeon. Did you really not care about that? He continued to sink into his thoughts. They probably didn't hesitate at all, right? They knew that even if they reached the highest level, they still had to keep trying. He glanced at the pen in his hand. Under the sunlight, the tip of the pen suddenly flashed a ray of light. The pen, which only reacted positively to those who controlled elements, actually reacted to him. Suddenly, he smirked. "It's real."
Very interesting, So Jun-ho. Right now, he is enjoying the sunset, feeling truly amused. It is true that to know more about someone, you have to pull them in close. Shim Sung-hoon stood in front with a cold expression and asked seriously, "Is everyone gathered?" The group lined up horizontally facing him and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Shim Sung-hoon asked sternly, "Captain, nothing unusual happened last night, right?" Gong Juha also listened to the report with an extremely serious gaze. "No, sir. All 80 members are ready for the raid." After hearing the report, he immediately gave instructions and orders. The ace will lead the team to complete the mission quickly. As for the captain, ensure no individual falls behind. Is that clear? So Jun-ho, with a cold face, paid no mind to their shouting, "Yes, sir." Soli's voice suddenly rang out. They are truly energetic. She leaned on his shoulder, speaking with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "Just like my brave knights." Right then, Shim Sung-hoon coldly announced and activated his wand, emitting a purple light. "Now, let's depart." A large, purple teleportation gate appeared before their eyes. His eyes revealed a wild look, his brows furrowed in tension. "Everyone, go in." A member standing nearby had an excited face, completely contrasting with So Jun-ho. "I can't believe it. I'm actually part of this mission." This forced Shim Sung-hoon to speak up and remind them once more, "Do not lower your guard." As soon as they stepped through the gate, someone exclaimed in astonishment, Where is this?" Although slightly surprised, his face maintained his habitual indifference. "I thought they said it was just a normal ruined dungeon."
A teammate crossed their arms and spoke in an annoyed tone. "This is ridiculous." Juha, both worried and astonished, asked, "Why would something like this be in the middle of these ruins?" However, Seoli appeared extremely excited, looking around with glowing eyes. I love this place to death." Before their eyes was an abandoned amusement park. The park was gradually being eroded by time. A cold, mechanical welcoming voice rang out in the space. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Roverland." The members behind hesitated, whispering anxiously to each other. Suddenly finding this thing here. Could it be a trap? The mechanical sound continued ceaselessly. "I will now explain the rules of Roverland." The announcement began listing the regulations of the dilapidated amusement park. Everyone must play at least one game, must not quit halfway, must not cut in line, and must wait for your turn.
Once everyone conquers all the games, Goblinland will fall into a dormant state. Shin Sang-hyun listened, closed his eyes in agreement with a nonchalant expression, and asked perfunctorily, "So we just need to line up and play all the games to escape the dungeon? Of course, there's no one here who can't play, right?" Outwardly, Gong Juha seemed to agree. "Yes, that's right, boss." But deep down, she was extremely panicked and just wanted to refuse. "Wait, I can't play this." Just like that, Sung-hyun, with his arrogant demeanor, gave them a few instructions and left. "I will go conquer the most difficult game. Everyone, follow the rules and pass safely." He disappeared instantly through the teleportation gate before the eyes of the whole group. "Yes, boss." A girl walked towards Juha and asked, "How many games are there in total?" She happily looked at that person and spoke. "According to the map we just found, there are 9.
Juha was surprised to realize it was an acquaintance. Oh, Hae-won, are you in the same group as me? So Jun-ho stood nearby and nodded in greeting, while Hae-won happily chatted in front. Yes, the boss assigned us directly. Hearing that, she immediately instructed him. Very good, I trust you. Jun-ho, stay behind me. It might be very dangerous. Then Juha pointed behind her, asking the two with a slightly puzzled look. By the way, who are you? The masked man spoke up to answer her curiosity. I am a guest, Gas Man. If anyone needs gas, just tell me. I will spray it immediately. He calmly introduced himself with a cool attitude. I'm So Jun-ho. Nice to meet everyone. So shall we discuss the strategy now?
Ha In-ho looked at the map and thought for a moment. Our team is quite strong, so shall we go to the haunted house? Upon hearing that, Juha immediately objected. Ha In-ho, never. Witnessing her objection, Ha In-ho hesitated and then continued searching. If that doesn't work, let me see. Ha In-ho calmly pointed to another location on the map. There's a safari zone here. Captain, do you like animals? Juha's face showed clear delight and excitement when she saw the location. What? If it's animals, I can't love them enough. Let's go there. Seeing her positive reaction, Ha In-ho breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, nothing will happen. We just need to drive around. As soon as they entered the forest, the group's car lost control and crashed into a tree. The violent shaking made everyone in the car dizzy. Juha had to speak up to confirm the situation. Ha In-ho, are you sure nothing will happen? Do you even have a driver's license? Ha In-ho, in a panic, tried to manage the steering wheel. The brakes suddenly failed. He raised his voice in helplessness. Stop it, or the car will flip. Shortly after, their car caught fire, but everyone escaped safely and continued discussing. Looking closer, the map says, Jun-ho rested his hand on a tree branch, quietly looking down at the green mossy lake while listening to the conversation. Horror Safari.
Juha immediately became terrified upon hearing Ha In-ho mention the name of that place. What? Does that mean there are carnivores here? She stuck close to the group while keeping her eyes glued to the map in her hand. It doesn't matter what comes. What's important is that we must complete the journey. Juha anxiously created a small flame on her fingertip for self-defense. I will burn everything that dares to come close. Gomakai spoke up from behind, praising her with amusement. Bold, I like you already. Suddenly, Soli appeared with an excited expression, holding sweets in her hand. Awesome! He glanced at her with a puzzled look and helplessly asked, Where did you get those from? Right at that moment, she looked up, imagining a scenario where she would be scared stiff. No, another one is coming. Don't just sit there. Kill it. The screams continued to ring out, causing her to anxiously look up at the monster slithering overhead. Damn it, I can't aim accurately. Ha In-ho looked up at the sky from behind with great interest. So, that's how the game operates. How interesting. Juha stood in front, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Not at all. This is the worst combination in the world. I hate this. At this moment, a giant python appeared above and was slowly slithering towards them. So, the games will have dangerous elements like monsters? Jun-ho glanced around to confirm the situation and then issued a reminder. Correct, but whatever it is, we still have to complete the game. We must abide by the rules of Joyland. Gomakai, who was soaked, offered an opinion from behind. Hypothetically, what would happen if we gave up? He asked back, his tone somewhat helpless and cold. Do you want to try experiencing it? Hearing that, he honestly replied, Never, I will overcome it. Listening to their conversation, Juha also commented anxiously, Juno, you look way too relaxed.
Then she asked him firmly, while her eyes were still glued to the water surface. Normally, as the ace, I should protect the guest, right? Suddenly, a giant python emerged from beneath the water. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Its body and tail constricted tightly around the four people, shocking them to the core. An aqua python. A second later, she fired 3 fireballs straight at it. I'll handle it. The fireballs flew extremely fast, causing a huge explosion, but were completely harmless. Juha frowned, looking surprised and suspicious. Is it immune to fire? How? Seeing this, Jun-ho stepped back and explained, It's not immunity, it just sheds the skin at the injured spot too quickly. Hearing that, she immediately urged and ordered, Hae-won, check the map to see where the destination is. Geisman, prepare to spray the gas. Immediately after, Geisman was startled. Hae-won looked at the map and announced loudly, anxiety evident on his face. The destination, it's right in front. Jun-ho's voice rang out immediately after, directing with tension. Juha, once the gas is ready, don't worry about anything else and just burn everything down. Currently, the top priority was to run straight ahead. Seeing the situation, he also calmed down and raised his hand forward. From Gasman's mechanical hand, parts gradually opened up, releasing a stream of blue gas. Immediately, he confidently sprayed the gas with a decisive tone. Captain, light it up, just a small fire. Juha, with an unhappy look, swung her hand to release fire while asking back, Just small, huh? A small spark was shot out quickly. The spark rushed into the gas cloud. In the blink of an eye, the spark ignited the entire body of the giant python that was already covered in gas. Seconds later, the fire burned fiercely along with a reminder voicing out, Everyone, turn away quickly. Hayden then anxiously spoke up. Did we succeed? Hearing that, she immediately interrupted vigilantly. Don't jinx it. In just an instant, the giant python turned into roasted snake in a sea of fire.